Even though it was an extremely rare occurrence to witness someone making a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage in person, there were still many rumors regarding this phenomenon circulating in the cultivation world. Transformation of the physical body into sandalwood. Who would have thought that this legend would be real? Following the conclusion of this process, he will have successfully broken through his bottleneck, right? The old woman murmured to herself with an envious look on her face. Not necessarily. Brother Arctic Dragon's situation seems to be a little shaky at the moment. It appears that he has only achieved the prerequisites for making a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, but the metamorphosis of the nascent soul within his body doesn't appear to be progressing very smoothly. Otherwise, the insignia materialized from our glacial flames wouldn't be blinking so sporadically. The old monk looked on with furrowed brows and was immediately able to identify the issue. That can't be helped. Even though we lent him the power of our glacial flames to temporarily enhance his nascent soul, that is not his own power, so it's naturally going to be rather difficult for him to control, Hanli remarked. A hint of concern appeared on the green-robed middle-aged man's face as he asked, "How about we help the Grand Elder stabilize his nascent soul?" That definitely won't do. Breaking through a deity transformation bottleneck is not that simple. Perhaps this instability is what Senior Marshal Brother Arctic Dragon is seeking. Perhaps he wants to use this power to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. If we recklessly intervene, we could hurt him instead. It's best to just stand by and observe for now, Bai Mingxin rejected. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing that, and he didn't offer any objections. Everyone else glanced at one another before also falling silent. In reality, even if they wanted to help, they most likely wouldn't be able to anyway. After manipulating their glacial flames for 2 days and 2 nights without pause, everyone was already utterly exhausted, having overexerted their magic power and spiritual sense in the process. As such, they could only look on as Master Arctic Dragon strove to overcome the most arduous hurdle by himself. What everyone failed to notice was that there was a blue light that was shimmering incessantly within Han Li's eyes. He was carefully assessing the flow of magic power in Master Arctic Dragon's body, as well as the changes taking place in his nascent soul, and committing all of those details to memory. These observations would surely be of great benefit to him in the future. Just this experience alone made Han Li feel that it was worth taking the risk to stay here. After all, it was an extremely rare opportunity to be able to witness a cultivator making a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage. This was an opportunity that he had to grab with both hands. Everyone else could also use their spiritual sense to derive some observations, but they were clearly unable to observe anywhere near as much as Han Li could using his bright sight spirit eyes, so he was benefiting far more from this than they were. Time passed by slowly. After what seemed like an eternity, Master Arctic Dragon's body suddenly shuddered as he sat within the white lotus flower. The peculiar aroma wafting from his body instantly became several times richer as the lotus insignia on his glabella abruptly expanded, creating a series of lotus projections that began to blossom. Everyone was instantly alerted by those changes taking place and immediately focused their attention toward Master Arctic Dragon. The latter's eyes had already opened and a crimson and golden light was radiating from his eyeballs. At the same time, he remained completely stationary, but his body was slowly rising into the air as if he were completely weightless. Master Arctic Dragon looked around and a hint of elation appeared on his face. After a brief hesitation, he still raised a hand and his fingers tremored slightly as if he were making some sort of hand seal. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li felt the remaining spiritual power in his body pulse before surging violently, escaping his body in a violent torrent. Han Li was extremely shocked and immediately activated his cultivation arts several times. Only then was he able to temporarily repress the unrest within his spiritual power. Everyone else's expressions also changed drastically as they, too, took a series of flustered measures to stabilize their spiritual power. It appeared that he was not the only one who had been afflicted by that peculiar phenomenon. Han Li's eyes flashed, and before he had figured out what had just happened, a ringing sound suddenly erupted from the several formation spells nearby. The light barrier nearby shuddered violently as wisps of light began to shoot forth from it, drifting directly toward the formation spell. Those wisps of spiritual light disappeared as soon as they made contact with Master Arctic Dragon's body. A short while later, the light barrier began to crumble and the light flowing in from outside the formation spell turned into a cream color while becoming more and more viscous. "The world's origin chi has been triggered," someone murmured in a low voice that was filled with elation, awe, admiration, and a hint of envy. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing that. Master Arctic Dragon's was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much glacial energy surged into his body, it effected no change aside from making golden light emanating from his eyes and glabella glow even brighter. This phenomenon lasted for about 10 minutes, following which a series of explosive sounds erupted from within Master Arctic Dragon's body. His seated figure immediately grew taller by several inches. At the same time, the lotus insignia on his glabella expanded drastically, obscuring most of his head behind it. The lotus then abruptly contracted, finally shrinking to around the size of a thumb as it imprinted itself onto his glabella. The light surging toward him from all directions faltered before dissipating. The unrest and the spiritual power within the bodies of Han Li and the others also settled. Master Arctic Dragon made a hand seal with a solemn expression before slowly closing his eyes. The spiritual light emanating from the six-colored lotus flower on his glabella also receded. Has he already progressed to the deity transformation stage? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind upon seeing this. The green-robed middle-aged man and Bai Mingxin were overjoyed. However, before anyone had a chance to ask, a muffled groan suddenly escaped Master Arctic Dragon's mouth. His face then suddenly began to twist and warp without any premonition, and he grabbed onto his own head as if he were suffering from excruciating pain. Han Li and the others were all flabbergasted upon seeing this. "What's going on, Senior Marshal Brother?" the green-robed man yelled urgently, but didn't dare to approach Master Arctic Dragon. The latter looked up at the green-robed man with difficulty, but before he had a chance to say anything, light suddenly began to flash violently from the lotus flower on his glabella before it detached itself. The lotus then began to swell and shrink erratically before exploding with a light thump, transforming into 6 balls of spiritual light as it did so. Master Arctic Dragon let loose a wail of anguish and his body swayed unsteadily before plummeting from the air. He landed right inside the white lotus flower down below, where he lay curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Grand Elder Bai Mingxin couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. She and the green-robed middle-aged man immediately shot forth as streaks of light toward the lotus flower. Han Li and the other two looked at one another, but remained where they were. "I'm all right. It was just some backlash from the world's origin chi." Much to everyone's surprise, Master Arctic Dragon suddenly flipped over and got up into a seated position again. His face was still quite pale, but his features were no longer twisted in agony. Bai Mingxin and the green-robed man were very relieved to see this, and they stopped in the air above the lotus flower. Just as they were about to inquire Master Arctic Dragon for more details, the latter hurriedly said something before flipping his hand over to reveal a stack of silver daggers that had been used earlier. He waved his hand and streaks of silver light shot forth as all 16 daggers were flung into the air. However, the silver daggers then immediately circled back so their sharp tips were facing Master Arctic Dragon, who let loose a low cry, upon which all 16 daggers pierced into his body at the same time. Aside from on his head, there were dagger hilts protruding all over his body while the blades had virtually completely embedded themselves into his flesh. Han Li's eyes immediately narrowed upon seeing this as he stared unblinkingly at Master Arctic Dragon's. At this moment, a layer of mixed flames suddenly surfaced over Master Arctic Dragon's body. The flames were predominantly blue and white in color, but there were also other colors like yellow and green intermingled within. Fellow Taoists, please take back your glacial flames. Master Arctic Dragon urged in a solemn voice while his eyes remained closed. The monk uttered a Buddhist prayer before waving his hand in Master Arctic Dragon's direction. As a result, the green glacial flames that had appeared over Master Arctic Dragon's body transformed into wisps of spiritual light, which then converged to form a small ball before flying toward the monk. The monk waved a sleeve through the air to accept his own glacial flame. Han Li and the others also followed suit, guiding their own glacial flames back to themselves. Moments later, there was only a layer of celestial ice flames remaining over Master Arctic Dragon's body, while the peculiar scent he had been emitting had disappeared. However, his expression remained rather tense as he made a strange hand seal. At the same time, he began to utter a peculiar chant, upon which the silver daggers all over his body began to tremor gently. Following a low ringing sound, the white glacial chi began to surface over the hilts of the daggers, instantly making them appear more translucent. Master Arctic Dragon ceased his chanting and made another completely different hand seal. A series of dull thumps then erupted as bursts of piercing silver light erupted from the daggers, shattering the layer of ice on the surface of his body, which then disappeared into nothingness. However, more glacial chi then surfaced along those silver blades, transforming into a layer of ice, only to be shattered again through the same process. After watching this cycle being repeated a few times, Han Li's lips twitched as a sense of enlightenment welled up in his heart. Master Arctic Dragon was using the power of those treasures to forcibly expel the profound jade's glacial chi he had absorbed into his body earlier. It appeared that he had been unable to break through the deity transformation bottleneck after all. Otherwise, this glacial chi would act as the perfect medicine for him to recover his lost energy. A series of thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind and he instantly came to a decision. A long sigh escaped from Master Arctic Dragon's mouth as he opened his eyes. His eyes had returned to their normal black and white color scheme, but he retained the appearance of a man in his 30s. He looked up into the sky and a dejected expression appeared on his face. The green-robed man hesitated momentarily before asking, "Are you all right, Senior Marshal Brother?" "I'm fine. It's just a pity that all of my efforts have gone to waste." A wry smile appeared on Master Arctic Dragon's face as he rose to his feet. The lotus of light beneath him instantly crumbled, disintegrating into specks of spiritual light which soon disappeared. He then descended gently onto the massive rock down below. "That really is a pity. Your spiritual sense was only slightly lacking, fellow Taoist Arctic Dragon. Otherwise, you would have succeeded in making your breakthrough. In any case, the secret technique that you have invented is indeed a feasible method progressing to the deity transformation stage." The old woman heaved a forlorn sigh before offering words of encouragement. "Indeed, Madam Long. It will be exceedingly difficult for someone to possess a glacial flame themselves, then to find a glacial location like the profound Jade Cave, but I'm sure many people will try to replicate your method, fellow Taoist Arctic Dragon," the monk chimed in with a smile. Master Arctic Dragon grimaced upon hearing the monk's words, but he merely shook his head with a resigned expression. He then looked down at his own hands, and a hint of emotion flashed through his eyes at the sight of his firm and supple skin. "Fellow Taoist Arctic Dragon, seeing as there is nothing else to be done here, isn't it time for you to withdraw this formation spell and allow us to return to the stone hall to recover our energy?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. At the same time, he glanced around at the light barrier that had just appeared around them again. "No hurry. I still have some things I need to take care of, and I'll withdraw the formation spell once I've done everything I need to do," Master Arctic Dragon replied indifferently without even looking up at Han Li. The green-robed man and Bai Mingxin took a glance at one another before hovering expressionlessly above Master Arctic Dragon. "What do you mean by that?" The monk had figured out that something was amiss and his expression immediately darkened. The old woman didn't say anything, but a wary look had also appeared on her face. Her hand rustled in her sleeve, as if she were grabbing onto something, and she turned to appraise the trio from the North Night Palace with a cold expression. No need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. I bear no ill will toward any of you. I would simply like Brother Han to return something that belongs to me. Master Arctic Dragon finally raised his head to look at Han Li while the silver daggers around him began to emit a ringing sound. At the same time, there was already golden light shimmering within his eyes, seemingly as if he had already recovered all of his magic power. Return something that belongs to you. Both the monk and old woman turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise on their faces. Sure you jest, fellow Taoist. This is my first time here at the North Night Palace, and I've never taken anything from here. A peculiar look appeared on Master Arctic Dragon's face upon hearing Han Li's words, and he fell silent for a moment. All of a sudden, he flipped his hand over and a ball of blue light appeared over his palm. Within that blue light was a miniature cauldron. That's the celestial blue cauldron, the monk exclaimed. He then rummaged around in his sleeve with a stunned expression before producing an identical miniature cauldron. His gaze traveled back and forth between the two cauldrons, unable to comprehend the situation. Master Arctic Dragon turned to Han Li with narrowed eyes, and said, No need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist Emojo. Your cauldron is not counterfeit, it is also a genuine celestial blue cauldron. It's just that there is not just one celestial blue cauldron, but a pair instead. Furthermore, both of these ancient treasures are merely replicas of something else. What I'm asking for from fellow Taoist Han is none other than the divine spirit treasure, the Heaven Void Cauldron. You do have it, am I correct? A divine spirit treasure. You have a treasure of that caliber, fellow Taoist Han, the old woman exclaimed. She also turned to Han Li with a hint of disbelief and greed in her eyes. The monk was naturally stunned by this revelation as well, and he, too, turned his attention to Han Li. Prior to coming here, the two of them had inquired Master Arctic Dragon about Han Li. Master Arctic Dragon had informed them that he was a cultivator from the Heavenly South region. It was absolutely astonishing to them that a cultivator who hailed from such a small place would be in possession of a divine spirit treasure. Han Li didn't immediately deny his possession of the Heaven Void Cauldron. Instead, a half-smile appeared on his face as he asked, Oh, so you're referring to the Heaven Void Cauldron. I don't mind you asking about it, but I'd like you to answer a query of mine. How are you so sure that I have the cauldron? And in what way is your spirit void hall related to this cauldron? Sounds like you really do have the cauldron. As for how I knew that you possessed the cauldron, that's not something I need to keep a secret. Your purple apex flames have been infused with the celestial ice flames imbued within the Heaven Void Cauldron. Aside from the celestial blue cauldron replicas, the Heaven Void Cauldron is the only treasure in the human world that contains such a glacial flame. Coincidentally, I refined my own celestial ice flames to the maximal extent recently, so I'm naturally very sensitive towards celestial ice flames of a lower grade, Master Arctic Dragon explained. Even though he was almost completely sure of the fact that Han Li possessed the Heaven Void Cauldron, he was still ecstatic to hear the notion being confirmed by Han Li himself. So that means you knew I had the Heaven Void Cauldron from the first time you met me? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Master Arctic Dragon appraised Han Li with a solemn look and said, Indeed. I didn't think that you would admit it so willingly. I had thought that you would deny possession of the cauldron, and I had prepared many more follow-up questions to interrogate you with, but it appears that wasn't necessary. The Heaven Void Cauldron was a spirit treasure carried by the fairy Ice Soul, the matriarch of our North Night Palace. Our matriarch had set off to travel the world with this treasure over 100 years ago, but it was nowhere to be found following her return. That's why the Spirit Void Hall was constructed. I have no interest in learning about how you obtained such a treasure, but it does indeed belong to our North Night Palace. As long as you're willing to hand it over, I'll be more than happy to let you go. An enlightened expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he chuckled to himself as he looked at Master Arctic Dragon, but didn't say anything. It was quite clear that Hanli hadn't taken his implicit threats seriously at all, and Master Arctic Dragon's expression darkened upon seeing that. I heard from Meng Yao that you are an extremely powerful man. Even though your cultivation base is only at the mid-nascent soul stage, your combat prowess is comparable to that of a late-nascent soul cultivator, and even a demon beast like the silver-winged demon is unable to harm you. If we were located anywhere else, perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but we're currently standing in my formation spell within the profound jade cave. Furthermore, you only have 30% of your magic power remaining at most, while the effect of my secret technique is still in effect. Both my body and my magic power are at their peak. Need I break down your chances of securing victory under such damning circumstances? The golden light in Master Arctic Dragon's eyes shimmered even more brightly as he spoke. The green-robed man and Bai Mingxin were also looking intently at Hanli, anticipating an imminent battle. Who would have thought that you would turn on me after I offered my assistance to help you break through your bottleneck? Is this how the North Night Palace repays others for their kindness? A cold smile appeared on Hanli's face. Have I not repaid you enough? Not only did I give you a copy of the mantra for refining glacial flames, I also gave you a copy of the secret technique that I had devised after countless centuries of pondering. Furthermore, the main reason you decided to help me is so that you can witness the secret technique in action, is it not? Master Arctic Dragon harumphed coldly. Hanli glanced at the monk and old woman beside him and said in a cold voice, "Really, now? That makes some sense when you put it that way. However, I'm not the only person trapped here in this formation spell. A divine spirit treasure is an extremely important matter. Are you planning on killing these two to silence them?" The two of them both stirred upon hearing Hanli's words. In particular, the monk looked down at the miniature cauldron in his hand with a dark expression. Hee, I'm afraid your mind games will prove to be in vain here. I have known those two for many years, they wouldn't turn on me no matter what you say. Master Arctic Dragon chuckled coldly in response. This is a matter to be taken care of between fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon. I wish to take no part in this. The old woman glanced at Hanli coldly before her body flashed through the air, upon which she reappeared at the border of the light barrier. Hanli's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this. We are all here to help Brother Arctic Dragon break through his bottleneck, so let's not turn on one another now. How about this? If the Heaven Void Cauldron really does belong to the North Night Palace, I propose that the palace offers fellow Daoist Han some compensation in exchange for the cauldron. I think all of us want to see this being settled diplomatically. The monk was trying to act as a mediator. Master Arctic Dragon's expression eased slightly upon hearing that, and he offered, the palace is currently in a rather tumultuous situation, so I would like to avoid making Brother Han my enemy as well. As long as you're willing to hand over the cauldron, I can give you a large sum of magic stones as remuneration. The compensation I'm willing to offer will ensure that you're never left wanting for magic stones for the rest of your life. However, Hanli suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing that and looked up into the sky without saying anything. Master Arctic Dragon's expression darkened again upon seeing this. His shoulders trembled slightly with rage and the blue flames all of his body sprang up violently, transforming him into a massive blue fireball. The green-robed man and Bai Mingxin also began to make hand seals. A dozen or so glittering and translucent flying swords shot forth from one's body, while the other produced two short black halberds from their sleeves. The weapons circled in the air around the two of them, emitting a peculiar screeching sound. A resigned expression appeared on the monk's face upon seeing this, and he uttered a Buddhist prayer before flying over to the border of the light barrier to join the old woman. He was clearly not going to intervene in this matter either. However, on the way to the border of the light barrier, the monk suddenly changed directions and flew toward Hanli. Hanli's expression faltered upon seeing this, and before he had a chance to decipher the monk's intentions, the monk suddenly transmitted his voice to him. Brother Han, take this celestial blue cauldron. I'll assist you in the upcoming battle. The monk suddenly raised his hand as he spoke, and a ball of blue light came hurtling toward Hanli. It was none other than that celestial blue cauldron. Mojo, what are you doing? Master Arctic Dragon roared with rage. Hanli didn't know why the monk would decide to help him, but he certainly wasn't going to refuse a treasure being offered up to him. Thus, he waved his sleeve through the air, and a green light swept forth as he attempted to stow the cauldron away into his sleeve. Master Arctic Dragon's face darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before abruptly pointing a finger at the miniature cauldron. A spluttering sound erupted as the cauldron faltered in mid-air, immediately following which its lid flew off as turbulent blue flames erupted from within. Those flames then enveloped the cauldron and forced it to change direction, guiding it toward Master Arctic Dragon. So you really did mess with this cauldron already, the monk exclaimed in a cold voice. He was already prepared for this situation. He reached out with a hand, feigning a grabbing motion. A green hand of light immediately appeared above the cauldron before descending in an attempt to grasp at the cauldron. Golden light erupted from Master Arctic Dragon's eyes as he roared, "Break!" A loud rumbling sound then erupted as the back of the huge green hand warped and twisted. An ancient rune that was flashing with golden light appeared from thin air before exploding with a resounding boom. Scintillating golden light erupted with devastating power, reducing the hand to nothingness. The righteous song mantra. You cultivating in Buddhist arts? The monk exclaimed. Master Arctic Dragon completely ignored him as he continued to draw the cauldron toward himself. Right at this moment, a series of green threads shot forth from nearby. Green light flashed as the threads wound themselves around the cauldron, dragging it toward Hanli before anyone had a chance to react. Master Arctic Dragon stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal as he uttered the word "break" once again. Several golden runes exploded upon the green threads in quick succession amid a string of deafening booms. However, the green threads were only scattered slightly before reverting back to their original formation, and continued dragging the cauldron away. Meanwhile, Hanli produced a small cauldron that was only several inches in size. Runes were hovering around the cauldron, and it bore a strong resemblance toward the celestial blue cauldron. Those green threads were shooting forth from none other than that cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron. Master Arctic Dragon murmured upon seeing that. As the celestial blue cauldron was dragged toward him, he tapped the Heaven Void Cauldron to produce a light ringing sound, following which the green threads originating from the cauldron completely encapsulated the celestial blue cauldron in a shimmering ball of azure threads. He then stowed the azure ball into his sleeve before turning to Master Arctic Dragon with a cold sneer on his face. Master Arctic Dragon was not enraged by the fact that the celestial blue cauldron had been wrested away. Instead, he heaved a faint sigh and turned to the monk with a forlorn expression as he said, "It's very impressive that you're already able to use the Heaven Void Cauldron, but at your cultivation base, the most that you're capable of is mastering the first layer of the artifact imprint technique. In that case, you'll only be able to unleash a small fraction of the spirit treasure's power. What I'm more surprised by is you, Mojo. I didn't think that you would make such an unwise decision. You're forcing me to take you down as well." The monk pulled out a shimmering green wooden knocker from his sleeve with a calm expression as he said, "We've been acquaintances for over a century, so I don't want to become your enemy either, but I must do this for self-preservations. I wouldn't want to see you kill fellow Daoist Han before silencing me as well. The divine spirit treasure is no laughing matter. I gather that you never planned to let me go from the start, right? I'm merely an itinerant cultivator, so I can't compare to the likes of Madame Long." "What do you mean by that, Mojo?" the old woman asked coldly upon hearing that. "Don't try to play me for a fool, Madame Long. Other people may not be aware of this, but I know for a fact that your Green Willow sect is actually just a branch of the North Night Palace's outer sect. You're also one of the elders of the North Night Palace's outer sect, isn't that right, Madame Long?" the monk interrogated with a grace expression. Master Arctic Dragon hesitated momentarily before finally deciding to admit to the truth. I didn't think you would be aware of this. Elder Long, there's no need to keep up pretenses any longer, let's bring them down together. I was thinking that I would be able to sit this one out, but looks like I won't be able to, after all. However, you didn't tell me about the Heaven Void Cauldron in advance, Grand Elder. Are you keeping secrets even from an outer sect elder like me now? A dark expression appeared on the old woman's face as a staff that was roughly 10 feet long appeared in her hand amid a burst of yellow light. I was only keeping this a secret as a precautionary measure. In any case, let's take care of these two and recover the cauldron first. The cauldron is an extremely powerful treasure that will ensure our palace is powerful enough to combat any enemies who dare to challenge us, Master Arctic Dragon urged. Leave Mojo to me. You three take care of that Han brat and take the Heaven Void Cauldron from him. The old woman was still rather displeased, but she still decided to comply. Alright, let's do that. Master Arctic Dragon didn't hesitate any longer. He flipped his hand over to produce a blue formation plate while quickly making a series of seals with his other hand. He's going to cast a restriction. Stop him. The monk's expression changed drastically upon seeing what Master Arctic Dragon was doing. He immediately hurled his wooden knocker as he spoke, and it hurtled toward Master Arctic Dragon as a ball of green light. The gentle sound of wood knocking on wood could then be heard. The sound made the listeners' focus waver slightly, making them feel as if their souls were escaping from their bodies. However, all of the cultivators present were extremely powerful and the old woman came to her senses before even a second knocking sound had been emitted by the wooden knocker. She harumphed coldly and pointed her staff at the wooden knocker, sending a massive burst of yellow sword chi hurtling toward it. As a result, the monk was forced to relinquish his soundwave attacks as he hurriedly injected his magic power into the wooden knocker. The treasure spun in the air before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size, hurtling toward the sword chi like a massive rock. An explosive sound erupted as the wooden knocker and the sword projection clashed. Meanwhile, Master Arctic Dragon was still making hand seals without pause and his formation disc was beginning to radiate piercing spiritual light. However, Han Li was not about to let Master Arctic Dragon unleash his restriction as he pleased. He raised a hand and flicked his 5 fingers in quick successions, upon which around a dozen bursts of azure sword chi shot forth from his fingertips, all of which were aimed directly at Master Arctic Dragon. Han Li's azure essence sword chi transformed into around a dozen azure streaks of light, but were abruptly cut off by several streaks of white sword chi as well as 2 black streaks of light, upon which a heated battle ensued. The ones who had cut off Han Li's attack were none other than Bai Mingxin and the green-robed man. Han Li's sword chi was almost all shattered in an instant, and his brows furrowed upon seeing that. He turned his attention away from Master Arctic Dragon and sent several tens of golden flying swords flying out from his sleeve. Those swords subsequently transformed into a barrier of golden light which shielded him as he looked on at Master Arctic Dragon with a cold expression. A loud rumbling suddenly erupted from down below and Han Li's expression faltered slightly. However, spiritual light then immediately erupted around his body as he rose into the air from the pillar of light upon which he had been standing. Right at this moment, the purple pillar of light down below disappeared, but was replaced by a shimmering circular formation diagram. Han Li was suddenly struck by a powerful suction force from down below, which made his body plummet as if it had been injected full of lead. At the same time, flashes of light erupted around him as peculiar fluctuations radiated through the air. Before he had a chance to do anything, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed. He found himself standing in mid-air amid a vast expanse of wind and snow. Countless snowflakes were falling from the sky while the ground below was pristine white. He had somehow appeared in a glacial land. An illusion technique. How interesting. As soon as Han Li landed on the ground below, he began to chuckle to himself, but there wasn't even the slightest hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, the effect of the restriction on his body intensified slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated the bright jade arts, his body really would be struggling to cope with his current situation. Compared to the gravitational force of the gold-weight spirit wood, this restriction was nothing. The golden swords around Hanli circled through the air at his behest, and the gravitational force weighing down upon him was instantly severed. He began to rise into the air within a ball of golden light. Hanli surveyed his surroundings, blue light shimmering within his narrowed eyes. Everything in sight was a vast expanse of white. There appeared to be no other living person around. He then looked up into the sky to find that there seemed to be no end to the huge snowflakes falling from above. All of a sudden, a burst of blue light erupted from his eyes, and he let loose a low cry as around a dozen streaks of golden light shot forth from the golden ball around him, all of which were flying toward what appeared to be empty space. A string of explosions erupted in the air above, following which intertwining white and golden light began to shimmer as a dozen or so small swords emerged. Those flying swords were only several inches in length, but each and every one of them was extremely translucent, thereby allowing them to camouflage themselves within the wind and snow as they silently hurtled toward Hanli. However, they were still discovered in the end, and Hanli was able to easily keep them at bay. Ha! The surprised voice of Bai Mingxin sounded from an indeterminate location. Those flying swords whizzed around before disappearing into the wind and snow again. Hanli raised an eyebrow as he made a hand seal. Upon a dozen or so more golden swords flew out from around him, all of which shimmering with golden light and exuding bone-chilling glacial chi. Those swords circled through the air and quickly tracked down the translucent flying swords again as the sound of clashing swords ensued. Golden light erupted from the golden swords at Hanli's behest, and a sharp gleam appeared in his eyes as he began to utter a strange chant. A muffled groan sounded from somewhere within the wind and snow, following which a ball of white light erupted several hundred feet away. A white-robed woman was then revealed, with her hands grasping at her head and a painful expression on her face. She was none other than Bai Mingxin, who had been struck by Hanli's spirit-stun thorn. The woman's spiritual sense was disrupted, and as a result, her flying swords, which were previously on par with Hanli's flying swords, grew significantly weaker. Hanli abruptly injected more energy into his sword upon seeing that as the dozen or so azure bamboo clouds warm swords began to exude golden light in unison, while circling around the sluggish ice swords. A loud cracking sound erupted as almost half of the ice swords were snapped in half by the golden flying swords. The remaining few ice swords also dimmed significantly and began to emit an insistent anguished screech, seemingly as if they had been severely damaged. The woman in white had just regained her senses and was stunned to see her magic treasures being destroyed. She threw up several mouthfuls of blood essence from the backlash, but had no time to pay any heed to her own condition as she hurriedly summoned all of the remaining flying swords back to herself. Otherwise, if all of the flying swords were destroyed, she would sustain far more severe injuries. However, Hanli had already sprung into action. He wasn't going to allow her to simply withdraw her swords without an impediment. He quickly raised his hand and pointed toward the flying swords in the distance. As a result, the azure bamboo clouds warm swords immediately began to pursue the fleeing ice swords. At the same time, the flying swords without any opponents flew through the air at an extremely fearsome speed, circling around to in front of the ice swords. Thus, the remaining ice swords were sandwiched between the swarms of azure bamboo clouds warm swords. Hanli activated his sword art again, and just when he was preparing to completely destroy the ice swords with his own flying swords, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from overhead. "Don't you dare!" Two streaks of black light then flashed through the air as two fierce black WIRMs emerged from the snowflakes overhead. Each of the WIRMs was around 70 to 80 feet in length and were extremely ferocious. Hanli's expression remained calm, as if he had already predicted this attack in advance. He continued to activate his sword art with one hand while suddenly raising his other hand, producing a shiny red scroll in the process. A burst of spiritual light erupted as the treasure was unfurled. A clear cry rang out from within the scroll as over 100 ancient runes that were golden and silver in color flew forth from within. As soon as those ancient runes emerged, they swelled drastically in size before transforming into countless balls of light as they met the oncoming black WIRMS. The two WIRMS didn't hold back either as they blasted streaks of black light from their mouths relentlessly and dove into the swarm of ancient runes. Loud booms rang out incessantly as golden and silver light erupted on the WIRMS bodies. Not only did they shatter the black light on the bodies of WIRMS, they even managed to send the two WIRMS tumbling through the air. Each and every one of those gold and silver runes possessed devastating power, and the two WIRMS were unable to withstand such a fearsome bombardment, thereby forcing them to revert back to their true form, which was a pair of short black halberds. Hanli was elated upon seeing this and instantly injected even more magic power into his scroll. The red scroll abruptly fluttered as more ancient runes emerged from within, encompassing a vast expanse of space overhead before shooting forth through the air. Black light flashed as the green-robed middle-aged man was forced to reveal himself amid the ruins with a dark expression on his face. He immediately raised a hand to summon the two short halberds back to him before flipping over his palm, upon which a small green flag abruptly appeared. The flag was only several inches in size, but as it was waved through the air, the runes on its surface instantly began to surge, summoning gusts of violent gale-force winds as the green-robed man disappeared. As such, all of the ancient runes struck empty air. Hanli faltered upon seeing this. On the other end, Hanli's attacks directed against Bai Mingxin had also come to no avail as she had gritted her teeth and suddenly produced a pristine white mirror. She aimed the mirror at the streaks of golden light that were Hanli's flying swords, and she only had to brandish the mirror before a cream-colored pillar of light shot forth from its surface. The streaks of golden light were caught off guard, and upon being illuminated by the pillar of light, layers of frosty ice began to appear on the swords. Most of the flying swords were thus sealed in blocks of ice. Only then did the remaining few ice swords manage to escape and were instantly absorbed into Bai Mingxin's body. Hanli turned his gaze toward her and harumphed coldly as he pointed toward the distance several times in quick succession. Loud thunderclaps immediately erupted from the small golden swords as thin arcs of lightning surfaced along the swords. The blocks of profound ice were shattered by the might of the divine Devilbane lightning, and the flying swords were instantly freed. Bai Mingxin's expression changed drastically upon seeing this as she immediately turned her mirror toward Hanli. A loud rumbling erupted behind Hanli as a pair of silver wings appeared. He merely spread and flapped the wings slightly before he disappeared amid a burst of silver light. Bai Mingxin's faltered upon seeing this, and almost at the exact same moment, a violent gust of wind swept past her. An arm abruptly reached out from within the wind, latching on her arm and dragging her within. The wind then dissipated and she completely disappeared. In the next instant, a silver arc of light flashed as Hanli emerged where Bai Mingxin had been hovering just a moment ago. He looked at the empty air around him and a dark expression appeared on his face as a blue light flashed through his eyes. He abruptly raised a hand and a black streak of light shot forth from within his sleeve before disappearing in a split second. A black streak of light abruptly flashed through the air several hundred feet away, upon which a muffled groan rang out as a severed arm appeared, seemingly from thin air, followed by a stumbling green-robed figure. It was none other than the green-robed middle-aged man. This man was clearly also quite a vicious character. Even though one of his arms had been forcibly amputated, his other arm shot forth like lightning, grabbing onto the severed arm as he disappeared amid another gust of gale-force winds. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes, but he didn't manipulate the black streak of light to keep pursuing that man. Instead, he raised a hand and the black streak of light disappeared on the spot before instantly reappearing in front of Hanli, as if by teleportation. It was a dagger that was several inches in length with inky black light shimmering along its surface. This dagger was none other than the Devil Essence dagger that was meant to be used by the humanoid puppet. Hanli then hovered amid the wind and snow, constantly surveying his surroundings expressionlessly. Blue light was shimmering relentlessly within his eyes, as if he were searching for something. Outside the illusion technique, elsewhere in the formation spell, the green-robed middle-aged man was hurriedly pressing his severed arm against his wound before quickly applying several talismans. A burst of white light circulated around the wound and the arm was reattached to his body. The green-robed man heaved a long sigh of relief after reattaching his arm. He then turned to Bai Mingxin with a concerned look as he said, "What a peculiar treasure." It appears that Junior Martial Sister Meng Yao really wasn't exaggerating. This cultivator with the Han surname really is extremely powerful. Junior Martial Sister Mingxin, are you all right? A heated flush appeared on Bai Mingxin's pale face, and her voice was a little hoarse as she said, "I'm fine. Even though my magic treasure was damaged, I managed to retain almost half of them, so all is not lost. However, I won't be able to summon these profound ice swords in battle again. Senior Martial Brother, restrictions are completely ineffective against this man, and he seems to possess an ability that allows him to see through illusion techniques. We tried to use the power of the restriction to obscure our presence, but it was completely ineffective." Master Arctic Dragon's entire body was glowing with blue light, but the golden light in his eyes was slowly receding as he said calmly, "I saw everything that happened just then. This opponent is indeed one that is not to be taken lightly. If it weren't for the fact that the Heaven Void Cauldron were concerned, I really wouldn't want to make such a powerful enemy. However, we've made our decision already and there's no going back. I've already dispelled the final shred of backlash from the world's origin chi. Next, you two will only have to assist me and I'll put an end to this man's life. In my current condition, I should be able to temporarily control all of the profound Jade's glacial chi in the cave, albeit with some difficulty. No matter how powerful this man is, there's no way he'll be able to withstand such a vast amount of profound Jade's glacial chi." The green-robed middle-aged man was quite surprised to hear this. "But if you do that, we won't be able to access the profound Jade Cave for the next 1,000 years. Bai Mingxin's expression also changed slightly. Master Arctic Dragon looked into the distance at Hanli, who was trapped within the restriction, with a remarkably calm expression on his face. "There's no helping it. You two have just fought him, so you would have experienced his power firsthand. He's clearly extremely proficient in the art of formation spells and all of his treasures and abilities are extremely dangerous. Aside from the Heaven Void Cauldron, he also appears to have a spirit treasure replica fan that is also very difficult to deal with. Only through summoning the power of the entire profound Jade Cave would I have absolute confidence in killing him. In comparison with the Heaven Void Cauldron, not being able to access the profound Jade Cave is a small price to pay." The green-robed man and Bai Mingxin were still a little hesitant, but they didn't speak further on the matter. Master Arctic Dragon flipped his palm over and a profound jade badge abruptly appeared in his hand. The mysterious runes on the badge were flashing incessantly and there was an image of an ice-breathing Qilin carved onto the back. Just as he was about to use the badge to prepare an attack, he took a cursory glance at Hanli, upon which his expression abruptly changed drastically. "We've got trouble. He's discovered the location of the formation core and is about to break free. You two, hurry and fortify the formation spell, buy me as much time as possible through any means necessary." The green-robed man's expression also changed upon hearing this as he turned his attention to Hanli. Sure enough, Hanli was making hand seals in the illusion technique and a huge golden sword several tens of feet in length had appeared above his head. There were countless arcs of lightning flashing over its surface as it slowly came crashing down toward a certain spot in the restriction. The green-robed man's heart jolted with shock and he knew that he had to act quickly. His sleeve flapped through the air as a green and yellow ball of light shot forth, hurtling directly toward the huge sword. Bai Mingxin also raised a hand, and the white mirror that had sealed Han Li's swords in ice not too long ago appeared again. The surface of the mirror shimmered as several pillars of cream-colored light surged forth violently, aiming directly at Han Li. It appeared that she was trying to attack Han Li so he would be forced to defend himself rather than target the formation core. As for Master Arctic Dragon, he began to chant as the profound jade rose into the air. White light flashed along its surface, transforming it into a ball of dazzling light. Within the ball of light, the silhouette of a spirit beast was slowly taking shape. At this moment, Han Li's golden sword was already gathering speed as it came crashing down. He was extremely well versed in the art of formation spells, and that, in conjunction with his bright sight spirit eyes, made it an extremely simple task for him to break through a mere illusion technique. However, in the next instant, the green and yellow ball of light appeared beneath his huge sword. At the same time, several pillars of cream-colored light came hurtling toward him from the wind and snow. Han Li's lips twitched in response as a deriding sneer appeared on his face. A bead that was around the size of a fist was enshrouded within the green and yellow ball of light. This bead was yellow in color, and as it shot forth through the air, the faint sound of thunderclaps could be heard. This was clearly some kind of treasure. However, Han Li did not have any intention of holding back his sword. Instead, he unleashed his sword art, and golden light spilled forth for several feet from the huge sword, creating a resounding boom as it was brought downward. At this moment, the remarkably dense pillars of cream-colored light also reached Han Li in the blink of an eye. Han Li inhaled lightly before opening his mouth to unleash a ball of purple flames. As soon as this ball of purple apex flames was expelled out his mouth, it made a spluttering sound as its size drastically swelled while flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had become a massive fireball that was around half the size of a wagon wheel. Following a muffled thump, the purple fireball split apart and shot forth in all directions, instantly transforming into several smaller purple balls of fire that met the oncoming pillars of light. A series of resounding booms erupted as the pillars of light immediately clashed with the purple fireballs. Purple and white light flashed as two types of glacial auras exploded throughout the entire space. Countless flashes of light emerged in mid-air as bursts of dual-colored glacial energy radiated outward. Meanwhile, the huge golden sword had already struck the yellow bead amid an earth-shattering boom. The clash between the two created a marvelous spectacle. There were golden and green arcs of lightning erupting at the same time around the sword and the bead. The two types of lightning arcs intertwined with one another, instantly forming a massive ball of electricity that was over 100 feet in diameter. Scintillating light flashed as deafening booms erupted. This bead was an extremely rare lightning attribute ancient treasure. Han Li paid no heed to the glacial energy surging toward him. He merely raised a single hand, and a layer of purple flames surfaced all over his body. The glacial energy was immediately eradicated into nothingness as soon as they approached him. However, the emergence of the massive ball of lightning was quite a surprise to him. What kind of lightning is this? It seems to have some type of origin. To think that it's able to withstand the might of the divine devil bane lightning. Han Li didn't exert any more might with his huge sword. Instead, he tapped the heaven void cauldron in front of him with his hand. Following a dull thump, a burst of green threads shot forth, attempting to bind themselves around the bead in order to forcibly capture it. The green-robed middle-aged man's heart jolted as he saw this from outside the restriction. He immediately relinquished all efforts to conserve magic power as he unleashed several celestial techniques at once, injecting all of his spiritual power into that bead. This lightning bead was a treasure that he had obtained many years ago. Even though he was yet to fully comprehend it, it was already astonishingly powerful, and he didn't want to relinquish it. With the injection of power from the green-robed middle-aged man, the impasse between the two evenly matched balls of lightning was instantly broken. A brilliant burst of green light erupted, looking as if it were going to force back the golden arcs of lightning. However, Han Li's immediately darkened. His sword had been created from condensing over 10 flying swords and possessed the power of the divine Devil-Bane lightning. As such, it was clearly not something that the green lightning contained within a mere bead could compare with. Hence, he only had to exert more power, and several arcs of golden lightning with diameters comparable to that of large bowls surfaced on his sword. They then transformed into several massive golden pythons which pounced toward the ball of lightning below with devastating force. The green arcs of lightning had only just gained the upper hand when they were struck by the golden pythons. Electricity flashed and thunderous booms erupted before the golden arcs of lightning were completely shredded, revealing the yellow bead once again. Right at this moment, the green threads on the Heaven Void Cauldron came rushing down, as if they had been waiting precisely for this opportunity, and bound the bead before rapidly pulling it backward. The green-robed middle-aged man was extremely flustered to see this, and an urgent look appeared on his face. He began to make a series of hand seals one after the other, and the bead within the green threads began to struggle violently as if it were trying to break free. Bai Mingxin's brows also furrowed with concern in response to this situation. She immediately tapped her hand against the mirror in her other hand before tossing it into the air. A frosty moon appeared overhead while the surface of the mirror reflected a vast expanse of murky whiteness. Bai Mingxin opened her mouth and exhaled a ball of remarkably pure white energy, which struck the mirror. The sound of serpentine hissing rang out from within the mirror, immediately following which a green light flashed, as if something had escaped from inside the mirror. However, it was moving too quickly for anyone to be able to identify what it was. Han Li was in the process of manipulating the Heaven Void Cauldron to secure the bead when he abruptly turned his head. Brilliant blue light erupted from his eyes as several beams of light suddenly shot forth from the revolving expanse of golden light in front of him. All of them were aimed toward a single target. The beams of golden light suddenly exploded with a resounding over 100 feet in front of him, as if they had struck something. Han Li paid no heed to that as he swiped his sleeve rapidly through the air, forcibly grabbing onto the bead that was trapped in the green threads. He stowed the bead away into his storage pouch before narrowing his eyes as he turned toward the direction where the golden light had exploded. As the golden light receded, he could indistinctly make out several golden flying swords surrounding a strange-looking insect, with which the swords were locked in an intense battle. This insect appeared to be a massive scorpion, except it had 2 tails and 4 wings on its back. It was also a pattern on its back that very much resembled a human face. Just the sight of it was enough to send shivers running down one's spine. This completely green scorpion was using its 2 pitch-black venomous tails to create a black shadow, which was shielding its body within it. The azure bamboo cloudsworm swords were extremely sharp and destructive, but they were creating a high-pitched screeching sound as if they were striking something metallic in nature, and were unable to bypass the scorpion's defenses to kill it. That's a twin-tailed human face scorpion. Han Li murmured to himself, seemingly slightly surprised. The scorpion was a spirit insect that was ranked at 29th on the spirit insect roll. Due to the fact that it had a set of patterns on its back that resembled a human face, Han Li had a rather deep impression of the insect, which was why he was able to identify it right away. However, the human face patterns on this scorpion's back were still rather indistinct, clearly indicating that it was still in its infantile stages. At Han Li's current power level, he harbored no fear toward any spirit insects below the 20th rank on the spirit insect roll. After a brief flash of surprise, his expression darkened as he patted the spirit insect pouch hanging from his waist. The sound of loud buzzing immediately erupted as a swarm of golden insects flew directly toward the scorpion. The twin-tailed human face scorpion seemed to have sensed it was in danger upon catching sight of the swarm of insects, and it let loose a low cry. Its body began to blur and it completely disappeared from beneath the flying swords. However, it reappeared in the next instant in a location that was over 200 feet away from where it was. This four-winged spirit insect really was extraordinarily fast. Despite this, Hanli only gave a cold chuckle as he pointed a finger at the swarm of insects. A dull thump immediately rang out from within the insect swarm as countless golden flowers shot forth in all directions, encompassing the region in a radius of over 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Countless golden beetles several inches in size surrounded the twin-tailed scorpion in a sinister manner. Bai Mingxin was manipulating the scorpion from afar using her mirror, and she was struck by a sense of foreboding upon seeing this. As such, she immediately tried to manipulate her scorpion to escape from the swarm of beetles. However, it was already too late. All of the gold-devouring beetles buzzed as they converged toward the scorpion from all directions. They weren't very fast, but there was a vast number of them and they left no gaps for the scorpion to evade or retreat. Thus, the scorpion was forced to transform its tails into a dark shadow again in order to protect itself. It then shuddered as it identified a certain direction to fly toward, attempting to force its way out of the insect swarm as it did so. If these were just ordinary spirit insects, the measures taken by the scorpion would be the most appropriate course of action. However, in the face of sacred bugs like these gold-devouring beetles, it was merely rushing to its death. Due to the fact that it had to wave its tails through the air, the scorpion's speed had been drastically reduced to less than half of what it was. Despite that, it was still able to swat countless beetles flying and rushed ahead for over 100 feet. However, there were only more golden beetles waiting for it, and they traveled along with the scorpion as they threw themselves at it fearlessly. The gold-devouring beetles feared neither the scorpion's venom nor its sharp tails. More and more of them began to cling onto the scorpion's tails with their teeth, causing both the scorpion as well as its twin tails to slow down. In the blink of an eye, a golden sheen had appeared over the entirety of the twin-tailed human face scorpion's body, and it finally let loose a shrill cry of despair. Moments later, the scorpion was completely inundated by the sea of beetles and engulfed into nothingness. When the beetles finally flew back upon receiving an instruction from Han Li's spiritual sense, there was only a pair of pitch-black venomous scorpion hooks hanging in mid-air while exuding a faint light. The hooks were too hard and contained incredibly lethal venom, so even the gold-devouring beetles weren't interested in forcibly devouring it. However, Han Li was quite interested in those two poisonous hooks. He reached out with his hand and clutched at them from afar, netting a pair of demon beast materials for himself. He examined the two hooks briefly before stowing them away into his pouch. He then turned his attention toward the huge golden sword, which was hovering in the distance, completely stationary. He guided it with his spiritual sense, upon which the golden sword unleashed a downward strike. Golden arcs revolved around the sword, lending the slash around 30% more power. Following a loud burst of rumbling, white light abruptly appeared and expanded from the location in the air that had been struck by the sword. Immediately afterward, the snow fluttering through the air was transformed into wisps of light. The surrounding scenery warped once again and Han Li reappeared in the original formation spell. He had finally escaped from the illusion. Han Li was ecstatic upon making this discovery, but he then immediately surveyed his surroundings. The green-robed middle-aged man had produced a treasure that resembled a gong from his storage pouch, and appeared to be preparing to use it. Meanwhile, Bai Mingxin wore a frosty expression on her face as she unleashed a few celestial techniques in quick succession toward the white mirror hovering above her head. Even though the spirit insect living within the mirror had been destroyed, she appeared to still be able to use the mirror to unleash some form of attack. The two of them faltered slightly upon seeing Han Li emerge from the illusion technique, and their expressions changed drastically. Elsewhere, a vast expanse of five-colored light was flashing in an unstable manner as Buddhist chants erupted incessantly within. The battle between the gray-robed monk and the old woman had reached the climax, and it appeared that they were still evenly matched, even though they were inside the restriction. This was rather surprising to Han Li. However, what was most noteworthy to Han Li was Master Arctic Dragon, who was still standing on the giant stone and chanting relentlessly. He was glowering at Hanli with a dark expression, and the silhouette of a white qilin was already taking shape above his head. At the very center of the qilin was none other than that profound jade badge. Hanli raised his brows minutely upon seeing that before silently patting the storage pouch hanging from his waist. A ball of black light instantly shot forth from the pouch, flying in a circle before hovering in front of Hanli. It was a black jade vial several inches in size. Hanli made a hand seal and a series of green celestial techniques were cast onto the vial. After spinning around for a while, the opening of the vial was tipped upside down and a few violent low snarls could be heard emanating from within. Immediately afterward, 5 bursts of gray-white qi emerged, transforming into 5 sets of human skeletons that were as pristine as white jade. The skeletons were only about a foot or so in size when they first appeared, but they quickly swelled to over 20 feet in height. At the same time, the gray-white qi revolving around them bared its fangs, releasing a burst of sinister cackling that struck horror into one's heart. There were 5 shiny silver rings embedded deep into the bones of each skeleton around their necks and their 4 limbs. These were the unbroken sink devils that Hanli had forcibly tamed. As soon as the 5 humanoid skeletons were fully expanded, murky gray demonic energy was expelled from their mouths. They abruptly turned around with vicious looks in their eyes and tried to throw themselves at Hanli. Hanli's expression darkened as he activated the devil control arts. Turbulent waves of green flames were instantly ignited by the 5 silver rings, and the acrid aroma of something being burned wafted through the air. The 5 demons were forced into retreat as a result, while emitting a panicked screeching sound with horrified looks on their faces. Hanli then raised an arm and a green thread emerged from his sleeve, slitting his wrist to inflict a small gash. 5 drops of blood roughly the size of a thumb hurtled through the air, shooting in the huge mouths of the 5 devils with unerring accuracy. The green energy in the eyes of the 5 demons instantly changed as their expressions became more tame and docile. Go! Hanli pointed toward the green-robed middle-aged man in the distance without any hesitation. Demonic energy tumbled around the 5 demons and a vicious look appeared in their eyes as they rose into the air. Following a burst of ghastly howling, the 5 demons transformed into ghostly heads that were around the size of wagons. The ghostly heads were all extremely terrifying in appearance, and unsettling screeching noises came out of their mouths as they shot forth straight toward Elder Ren. As they did so, a vast expanse of gray-white qi was swept up behind them, creating an extremely intimidating spectacle to behold. The unbroken sink devils. You killed old devil Qian. The green-robed middle-aged man was initially rather perplexed by the sight of the 5 demons. However, he had finally identified them and was stunned by the conclusion that he had reached. The incident regarding Kunwa Mountain Seal had affected many parties, and even though the North Night Palace was situated in quite a secluded location, they still very knowledgeable about the incident. During the incident, the Yi clan, widely renowned as the #1 clan of the Great Gene, completely disappeared. Furthermore, the number of nascent soul cultivators who were killed was something that was rarely seen, even in 1,000 years. Most noteworthy among those victims was old Devil Qian, who was the Grand Elder of the Yin Sifting sect. His death was a monumental event that had shocked the entire Great Gene. After all, in the eyes of normal cultivators, late nascent soul cultivators were virtually unkillable beings unless if they were to die of old age. This green-robed middle-aged man just so happened to witness the fearsome might of old Devil Qian in battle a few years ago, where he had been using the 5 devils. He immediately made another hand seal and manifested 4 identical green silhouettes which split up into 2 groups, charging toward Bai Mingxin and Master Arctic Dragon respectively. As for Hanli himself, he remained standing on the same spot, but he whipped out his sleeve to stow away the heaven-void cauldron hovering before him. A feather fan then appeared in his other hand following a burst of 3-colored flames. At the same time, Hanli gave a powerful flap of his thunderstorm wings, upon which he transformed into a silver arc and disappeared on the spot. Bai Mingxin's heart jolted in shock upon seeing that. She had already witnessed Hanli's teleportation ability through the use of his thunderstorm wings, an ability that he had used while trapped in the illusion technique, and she did not dare to treat the situation lightly. Furthermore, she was also unable to tell whether the four blurry clone-like silhouettes were merely illusions or actual clones. In any case, she absolutely didn't want to allow them to get close to her. Thus, she immediately flicked several of her fair and slender fingers. The sound of projectiles piercing through the air could be heard as four streaks of light shot forth toward the four green silhouettes. The streaks of light were some sort of unidentified treasures in the form of sharp spikes. Her body then flashed, and in the next instant, she appeared on the massive stone down below, standing shoulder to shoulder with Master Arctic Dragon. She made a series of hand seals with a grave expression on her face, conjuring up a layer of white ice flames. The flames then materialized into an ice mountain that was as pristine white as jade, shielding both herself and Master Arctic Dragon within. After doing all that, the woman raised her hands into the air and clumps of silver thread shot forth, intertwining with one another in midair. In the blink of an eye, a spherical net of threads was formed, encapsulating her within it. She was employing the same all-out defensive tactic adopted by the green-robed man. It was clear that she had also lost the courage to face Hanli on her own. She was pinning her hopes entirely on Master Arctic Dragon, hoping that the power of the profound Jade Cave in conjunction with Master Arctic Dragon's attack would be able to destroy this enemy, who was far more fearsome than they had anticipated. The four streaks of light were extremely fast and struck the four green silhouettes almost instantly. 3 of the 4 streaks of light simply passed through their targets, while the final silhouette adjusted its trajectory slightly to evade the sharp spike, before continuing on toward Master Arctic Dragon. At this moment, the facial features of the silhouette had already been revealed. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance in a set of green robes. Its aura was completely concealed and its body was erratic and insubstantial, as if it were a ghostly wraith. This was a humanoid puppet that had been intermingled with the other illusionary silhouettes by Hanli, in an attempt to deal his opponents a heavy blow. Hanli didn't know what kind of secret technique Master Arctic Dragon was preparing, but just the white Qilin silhouette taking shape above his head was definitely something out of the ordinary. He was confident that in his ability to defend himself even if all of the cultivators in the cave were to attack him at once, but he definitely wasn't going to stand around and watch as his opponent prepared an attack against him. Thus, he immediately unleashed 2 of his trump cards at once without any hesitation. Bai Mingxin was stunned by the sight of the humanoid puppet, which completely resembled a real person. She didn't have time to consider how an unknown cultivator had suddenly appeared in the cave before hurriedly pointing a finger toward the 4 streaks of light in the distance. The streaks of light immediately completed a U-turn before hurtling toward the humanoid puppet from behind. However, the latter simply ignored the oncoming sharp spikes and flipped over a palm, upon which a small bow enshrouded in crimson flames appeared in its hand. It then raised its head and aimed before shooting at the ice mountain before it. A rumbling boom erupted as countless flaming arrows shot through the air. A small segment of the entire sky had been stained completely crimson as a scorching aura permeated forth. The Thunderfire Bow was a treasure that was definitely not inferior to a top-grade ancient treasure, and it was finally revealing its devastating might. Bai Mingxin's pupils contracted as she looked on from within the ice mountain she had conjured up. The unknown cultivator was paying no heed to the threat approaching him from behind, so Bai Mingxin gritted her teeth and forced the 4 streaks of light into further acceleration. If she could kill this man, then the attacks he had unleashed would be automatically dispelled. Of course, she hadn't forgotten about Hanli either. She was quite wary of the fact that he had just disappeared using his thunderstorm wings, and she had already unleashed her mid-nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, which encompassed everything within a radius of 300 feet. She was doing so in order to defend herself against sneak attacks. However, an astonishing scene then ensued. The 4 streaks of light managed to strike the unknown cultivator squarely on the back. However, a 5-colored barrier of light suddenly surfaced over his body, immediately following which 4 loud explosions erupted in quick succession as the streaks of silver light instantly intertwined with one another. However, the cultivator's body only wobbled slightly within the 5-colored barrier before he was able to shrug off the attacks as if nothing had happened. The 4 spiked treasures were unable to penetrate that peculiar barrier of light. Bai Mingxin was very stunned to see this and she wanted to react, but it was already too late. The swarm of fiery arrows had already descended and crashed heavily onto her ice mountain. Resounding booms rang out one after another as boundless crimson flames tumbled over the surface of the ice mountain. The arrows then transformed into clumps of scorching fiery clouds, making it appear as if the ice mountain were situated within a sea of fire. Bai Mingxin looked on at the clouds of fire, but her expression remained calm. She knew that these fiery clouds were very powerful, but they would definitely be unable to bypass the defenses she had created with her glacial flames. As she expected, the crimson flames continued to surge in turbulent waves, but they were unable to vanquish the ice mountain. They were only able to make white light shimmer over its surface. A glint of light flashed through Bai Mingxin's eyes as a faint smug smile appeared on her face. However, right at this moment, a thunderclap suddenly erupted roughly 100 feet behind the ice mountain, where a silver arc surfaced. A humanoid figure who was entirely enshrouded in purple flames emerged from the silver arc before flying toward the ice mountain without any hesitation. This person was naturally none other than Han Li, who had appeared behind her using his lightning movement technique. He used the humanoid puppet to draw Bai Mingxin's attention while he approached his opponent. However, Bai Mingxin had been on high alert for a surprise attack from Han Li this entire time, and as soon as he appeared behind her, she was able to react as she gripped the air toward him without even turning around. A massive, glittering and translucent crystalline hand immediately appeared outside the ice mountain before closing in on Han Li. She wasn't naive enough to believe that this attack would actually be able to defeat her enemy. She was merely using it to slow down Han Li and buy time for herself. However, Han Li paid the massive hand no heed at all. He whipped out his sleeves expressionlessly, and a projectile shot forth from within, slicing the hand in half in the blink of an eye. Han Li was able to crash into the ice mountain without any delay as the purple flames all over his body abruptly multiplied in quantity. An incredible scene ensued. Han Li's body only faltered slightly before passing through the ice mountain as if there were nothing there. His body flashed through the air a few times and he was able to somehow pass through the ice mountain, appearing right before Bai Mingxin and Master Arctic Dragon. During his blitzkrieg assault, he had left a hole in the ice that was roughly 10 feet in diameter. It appeared that even though the purple apex flames had never been refined, it was still vastly more powerful than Bai Mingxin's glacial flames, and it allowed him to bypass her defenses with ease. All of a sudden, he had appeared right in front of the spherical barrier of silver threads. An urgent expression appeared on Bai Mingxin's face as she made a hand seal while yelling the word "withdraw." Brilliant light erupted from the barrier of threads as all of its constituent threads contracted toward the center, forming a massive silver ball without any openings in front of Han Li. Han Li was slightly taken aback upon seeing this, but he then chuckled coldly as 3-colored light radiated from his hand. He twirled his feather fan, which then expanded at a drastic rate, transforming into a massive fan over 10 feet in size. At the same time, he swatted the fan gently through the air toward the silver bowl. A pillar of 3-colored flames came hurtling forth amid a spluttering sound. Golden, silver, and red symbols were intermingled and flashed within the flames as they struck the silver bowl. Han Li didn't know what kind of treasure this silver ball was, but in the face of the spirit treasure replica that was the Triflame fan, it emitted a loud ringing sound as well as a dazzling silver light that crashed into the 3-colored flames, managing to temporarily keep them at bay. It was immediately apparent that the silver ball was struggling to cope with the three-colored flames, but it also managed to stay resolute for now, as opposed to being instantly punctured or melted. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, but they quickly relaxed. He had only injected a small amount of magic power into the Triflame fan, unleashing an attack that was only roughly 10% of what it was normally capable of. Thus, he was a little taken aback by this result, but not overly surprised. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li raised the jade vial in his other hand, which he had prepared well in advance, and instantly poured a drop of myriad-year spirit milk into it. He then injected his magic power into the fan without any reservation. The Triflame fan tremored as it let loose a pleasing cry. A three-colored bird of fire emerged from the fan in a leisurely fashion before flying along the pillar of flames toward the silver ball. Meanwhile, Han Li spread open his thunderstorm wings again and disappeared from the spot amid a clap of thunder, virtually at the exact same moment that a burst of brilliant three-colored light exploded. In the next instant, a silver arc appeared over 300 feet away, within which Han Li's body re-emerged. He turned toward the spot that he had previously been located to find that the ice mountain had been completely inundated under three-colored light. Furthermore, it was melting at a rapid rate and was quickly reduced to nothingness. As for the silver ball, due to the fact that it was situated right at the center of the explosion of light, it had been instantly destroyed by the devastating explosive force. However, Han Li did not express any pleasure upon seeing this. Instead, his pupils contracted and his fingers tightened around his Triflame fan. This was because after the silver ball had disappeared, a blue ice WIRM several tens of feet had appeared in its place. The scales on the front half of the WIRM's body were translucent, but the lower half of its body was covered in some sort of viscous blue liquid while its tail was protruding out of a small cauldron. It appeared that this spirit beast had been released from this cauldron. The small cauldron was hovering in front of Master Arctic Dragon, and it was none other than a second celestial blue cauldron. Furthermore, it was shielding by Mingxin and Master Arctic Dragon within it. Even though most of the blue WIRM's body was also melted into nothingness in the blink of an eye, the power within the three-colored light had also been completely exhausted. Thanks to the WIRM's glacial power, Master Arctic Dragon had managed to remain completely unscathed in the face of the Triflame fan's devastating might. So this is that fire attribute spirit fan. As expected of a spirit treasure replica, it is indeed very powerful. Just its offensive might alone places it above my celestial blue cauldron, Master Arctic Dragon remarked in an indifferent voice. He then suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a ball of blue flames, which immediately found its way onto what remained of the blue WIRM's body. The blue flames revolved incessantly over the WIRM's body while the latter released a long cry. Its ruined body was instantly regenerated by the blue flames, upon which it turned to appraise Han Li with a vicious expression in its green eyes. A peculiar expression intermingled with a deriding sneer appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Before Master Arctic Dragon had even figured out what was happening, a green silhouette suddenly emerged in the air behind him before pouncing toward him. A hand pierced through the air directly toward Master Arctic Dragon's back like a shiny silver blade, while the other hand produced a small silver shield which instantly transformed into a silver curtain of light that came crashing down toward Bai Mingxin's head. The green puppet had unleashed these attacks completely soundlessly, as if it were merely a gentle breeze blowing by. As a result, neither of its targets were able to sense its approach. It was able to use the distraction created by the fiery clouds and Han Li's attacks to sneak up on its prey. Bai Mingxin had clearly been caught completely off guard, and only after being completely trapped in the curtain of silver light did a panicked expression appear on her face. She hurriedly conjured up a layer of white ice flames all over her body, which instantly transformed into countless fireballs roughly the size of fists before hurtling toward the silver curtain of light around her. A series of loud booms erupted within the curtain of light. However, However, the curtain of light transitioned between an extremely thick form and a smooth mirror-like form, thus either nullifying the white fireballs or reflecting them back at Bai Mingxin. She was clearly unable to escape from her predicament in the short term. As a man who was close to becoming a deity transformation cultivator, Master Arctic Dragon was clearly far more equipped to defend himself than Bai Mingxin was. As such, as soon as the humanoid puppet appeared, he was able to detect it with his powerful spiritual sense. His heart jolted with shock, and there was no time for him to manipulate the blue WIRM to combat the enemy, so he could activate a suit of shiny golden armor over his body. At the same time, he tried to evade the humanoid puppet's lightning-fast attack. However, the puppet was moving extremely quickly and shadowed Master Arctic Dragon's movements. The latter was still making hand seals, so his speed of movement was naturally hampered as a result. Thus, a dull thump erupted as the shiny silver palm struck his shoulder, sending bright silver light cascading in all directions. The humanoid puppet was refined predominantly from tail silver with a few other rare ingredients thrown into the mix. As such, the might of its palm was definitely not inferior to that of a normal flying sword treasure. However, its attack was only able to trigger a series of ripples on the surface of the golden armor before being deflected away. Despite that, the immense force behind its hand still forced the late nascent soul cultivator to stumble back in retreat. However, Master Arctic Dragon was actually quite relieved by this development. He attempted to terminate his hand seals so he could spare his magic power and use it to combat his enemy. Even though the process wasn't yet complete, he had already gained control over more than half of the cold chi in the cave, which should have been enough to eradicate his enemy. As he began to employ this change in tactics, the humanoid puppet's other hand lashed out like lightning and struck his other shoulder, only to be kept at bay by the golden armor again. Master Arctic Dragon faltered slightly and was wondering why his assailant would do this, when brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from the puppet's hands. The light transformed into two extremely sharp silver hooks which were hooked onto Master Arctic Dragon's shoulders. Even though the golden armor was protecting him, Master Arctic Dragon's mobility was still hampered by those hooks. Almost at the exact same moment, spiritual light flashed above Master Arctic Dragon as a black dagger appeared overhead. The dagger tremored slightly before stabbing viciously down toward the top of his head, traveling at an insanely fast speed. Meanwhile, Master Arctic Dragon was completely unable to move as the humanoid puppet's silver hooks had latched onto his golden armor. Master Arctic Dragon really was terrified this time. He immediately relinquished his strategy to slowly mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Instead, he hurriedly raised his head and roared as he threw up a streak of crimson light directly above him. This crimson light was manifested from a mouthful of Master Arctic Dragon's blood essence and was imbued with a vast amount of spiritual power. A dull thump erupted as the black dagger struck the crimson projectile, causing the devil essence dagger to falter amid a burst of black and red light. The spiritual light flashing on Master Arctic Dragon's golden armor was just about to recede, and this coincided with the moment that he managed to struggle free from the hooks, thereby averting that crisis. At the same time, the blue ice WIRM was manipulated to pounce toward Hanli while unleashing a ferocious roar. The WIRM reared up and unleashed a blue pillar of light even before it had gotten close to Hanli. Master Arctic Dragon firmly believed that if he could slightly slow Hanli down, he would be able to use the cold chi in the cave to instantly turn the tables and kill his opponent. However, right at this moment, a silver lotus flower around a foot in diameter suddenly appeared about 100 feet below Master Arctic Dragon. It spun on the spot before emitting a bright burst of silver light, as well as a string of Buddhist chants. Master Arctic Dragon was instantly struck by the feeling that his body had become impossibly heavy, rendering him completely immobilized. At the same time, he had lost control over most of the magic power in his body. As a result of this, the crimson arrow that was still combating the black dagger became significantly weaker. Thus, the Devil Essence dagger was able to vanquish the weakened Crimson Arrow before continuing downward without any further impediment. Master Arctic Dragon's face paled with horror as a wail of anguish escaped his mouth. In the face of such a perilous situation, Master Arctic Dragon unleashed some sort of body refinement technique, allowing him to twist his neck aside just as the Demon Essence dagger was about to embed itself into his head. As a result, his neck elongated over a foot like the neck of a monster, presenting a very bizarre sight to behold. Black light flashed past and the flying dagger sliced open through Master Arctic Dragon's neck, sending his head tumbling to the ground. The golden armor materialized over his body and that blue ice WIRM in the distance both disappeared in the blink of an eye. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. However, the smile had only surfaced for a split second before it abruptly stiffened. This was because a burst of golden light had suddenly erupted from the severed head, enveloping the entire head. It spun on the spot before hurtling toward the Qilin silhouette overhead. Han Li was naturally rather surprised to see something so peculiar. However, he quickly understood what was happening. His opponent's nascent soul was hidden within his head. Han Li's expression darkened as a layer of green light surfaced over his body. At the same time, he uttered a single word, "Break." His voice wasn't very loud, but when it traveled into the severed head's ears, it felt as if its spiritual sense had been viciously stabbed by a sharp spike, resulting in a burst of excruciating pain. A blood-curdling howl immediately escaped from the head's mouth as blood began to flow from its ears and nose. Without his body's support, Master Arctic Dragon was in a severely debilitated state, and in the face of a full power strike from Han Li's spiritual spike, he was completely no match. His head wobbled in the air as the blue flames surrounding it wavered unsteadily. Right at this moment, the black dagger appeared again above Master Arctic Dragon's head. The dagger then disappeared right as an expression of shock and horror surfaced on the head. In the next instant, it appeared on the other side of the head. A thin bloody gash appeared at the center of the head's face, and it was becoming wider and wider. Almost at the exact same time, a thunderclap erupted as Han Li emerged several tens of feet away from the head amid a silver arc of light. He then immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them in unison. More loud thunderclaps rang out as a massive net of lightning descended from above. The head was split in half down the middle and a ball of blue light enveloped Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul, which came flying out from within. The nascent soul opened its small mouth and a blue flying sword shot forth. The flying sword expanded drastically in size, transforming into a sword that was roughly 10 feet in length before slashing toward the golden net without any reservation. Before the huge sword had even struck, the astonishing spiritual pressure emanating from the sword was already enough to make the golden net tremor unsteadily. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he injected more magic power into the net, making the golden arcs of lightning even bulkier. Following a resounding boom, the blue and golden lights clashed. As expected, the huge blue sword was extremely powerful. It was able to force a gash into the golden net after a few violent slashes. Even though the gash was only a foot or so in size, it was more than enough for the nascent soul to fit through. The nascent soul made a hand seal, upon which its body abruptly disappeared. Over 100 feet away from the golden net, blue light flashed as the nascent soul reappeared. It was able to unleash a teleportation technique, saving itself in the nick of time. A mixture of lingering fear and relief appeared on the nascent soul's face, and it waved its soft little hand, gesturing toward the huge sword behind it. The blue flying sword immediately shrank as it attempted to fly out from the gash it had just created. A cold look surfaced in Han Li's eyes as he harumphed and made a hand seal. Loud thunderclaps erupted once again from the nearby golden net, and at the same time, the net contracted inward, instantly mending the gash that had just appeared. Countless golden arcs of lightning then converged toward the blue flying sword, layer after layer, seemingly with no end in sight. The flying sword had been refined by Master Arctic Dragon for many years, so its might far exceeded that of a normal treasure, but it was still struggling to cope in the face of so many golden arcs of lightning. The spiritual light on its surface dimmed and brightened erratically before it was finally completely inundated under golden light. Hanli then waved a hand through the air and the heaven-void cauldron appeared before him. A burst of green threads shot forth from the cauldron under Hanli's command, rushing toward the nascent soul of Master Arctic Dragon, which was situated over 100 feet away. Master Arctic Dragon was desperately trying to recover his magic treasure when his heart jolted with shock at the sight of the oncoming green threads. He cast a reluctant glance toward the flying sword, but could only grit his teeth as blue light flashed around his body, causing him to disappear again. In the next instant, the nascent soul appeared beside the celestial blue cauldron on the other side. This time, it turned rather hesitantly toward the Chilan silhouette, which was located on the spot where he had originally stood. Even though his celestial technique had been disrupted and his physical body had been destroyed, the profound jade badge within the Chilan was still flashing with spiritual light, having been completely unaffected by what was befalling him. However, in the next instant, a green figure appeared beside the Chilan silhouette, glaring directly at the nascent soul with cold expressionless eyes. Their eyes met and Master Arctic Dragon shivered as his heart sank. The final shred of hope in his heart had been eradicated and his nascent soul immediately squirmed into the cauldron without any hesitation. The cauldron then began to emit a strange cry as it suddenly rose into the air by itself. It flashed several times in quick succession and appeared at the opening of the cave. The green threads were completely unable to keep up with the consecutive teleportation techniques the nascent soul had unleashed, and they dissipated in the process. Hanli had already trapped the flying sword within his divine devil-bane lightning. He turned his attention toward the nascent soul and his lips twitched slightly as a clap of thunder rang out from his back. He then transformed into a silver arc of light, heading directly toward the nascent soul. Master Arctic Dragon naturally wasn't going to stand still and wait for Hanli to hunt him down. He manipulated the cauldron to transform into a ball of blue light before flying high into the air. After 2 more instances of teleportation, it was close to the entrance. Meanwhile, Hanli was still around 700 to 800 feet behind him. Master Arctic Dragon was quite relieved to see this, and just as he was about to teleport again, a few strands of glacial light suddenly swept toward the cauldron from the nearby profound jade ore. Master Arctic Dragon didn't pay much heed to this glacial chi. The blue flames on the small cauldron burned slightly more fiercely in an attempt to keep the glacial chi at bay. However, right at this moment, a startling and abrupt change struck. The wisps of profound jade's glacial chi changed colors in the blink of an eye, transforming into crimson flames in a split second. The crimson flames then merged right into the celestial ice flames on the surface of the cauldron as if there were nothing there. The crimson flames flashed and entered cauldron as fast as lightning. The celestial blue cauldron shuddered, following a cry of shock and rage belonging to Master Arctic Dragon erupted from within. The blue and crimson flames immediately surfaced on the cauldron before intertwining with one another in a series of loud explosions. Spiritual light erupted from the cauldron and it expanded drastically as it shuddered, transforming into a cauldron several feet in size in the blink of an eye. Half of the cauldron was dominated by blue flames while the other half was under siege from crimson flames. Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul appeared within the blue flames. It turned to face the crimson flames with an expression of shock and fury on its face. Within the crimson flames, a fire raven roughly the size of a fist emerged. It let loose a few low cries and seemed to be rather carefree and relaxed. In a life-and-death situation like this, Master Arctic Dragon couldn't afford to waste time by engaging in a prolonged battle. A sharp cry escaped from the nascent soul's mouth as blue flames swept viciously toward the fire raven. The latter flapped a wing nonchalantly, and the crimson flames around its body also swept forth. The blue and crimson flames clashed amid a flurry of scintillating light and resounding booms, resulting in an extremely intense battle. The fire raven was none other than a manifestation of that wisp of gradine true flame. The wisp of true flame had already entered the sentient stage and had been summoned by Hanli using a formation spell, before lying in ambush at the opening of the cave. It used the profound jade's glacial chi that it had absorbed during the past few days as a decoy before launching a surprise attack, and sure enough, the plan worked to perfection. There wasn't enough gradine true flame to instantly wrest control over the cauldron from Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul, but it was able to prevent the cauldron from making its escape. Right at this moment, Hanli unleashed his lightning movement technique several times in quick succession, which allowed him to get close to the cauldron in the blink of an eye at the expense of a heightened magic power expenditure. A panicked expression appeared on the face of the nascent soul as it realized that it would be unable to wrest back the celestial blue cauldron in a short time. All of a sudden, a ball of blue light shot forth from the cauldron, fleeing high into the air. The nascent soul had relinquished the cauldron and was running for its life. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. He then immediately raised a hand to summon a small green ruler. Hanli recited a chant in a low voice, and at the same time, 7-colored Buddhist light shimmered within his hands. Brilliant green light radiated from the small green ruler, and it tremored slightly before disappearing from his hand. In the next instant, it appeared in the air directly above Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul. The nascent soul was stunned to see this, and it made a hand seal in an attempt to teleport away. However, the green ruler overhead tremored slightly, and a silver lotus flower with a diameter comparable to that of a bowl emerged. The lotus began to spin and Buddhist chants rang out. At the same time, a 7-colored film of light emanated from the lotus flower. Master Arctic Dragon could sense his true essence congeal as his nascent soul was struck by the Buddhist light, making it extremely sluggish and immobile. The nascent soul's face immediately paled. Silver arcs of lightning flashed in the air above as Hanli emerged, looking down with a cold expression. This green ruler was naturally the 8th spirit ruler that Hanli had just obtained recently. Even though he had only successfully cultivated the first layer of the artifact imprint technique, he was still able to unleash astonishing power with it. In terms of pure offensive might alone, it was even superior to the Heaven Void Cauldron. Of course, he was only able to control a late nascent soul cultivator so easily, mostly because the latter had been reduced to a nascent soul state. Furthermore, he had already expended most of his magic power trying to unleash a secret technique to gain control over the glacial chi within the profound jade cave, thereby debilitating him even further. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to capture the nascent soul of a late nascent soul cultivator. After using the 8th spirit ruler to capture the nascent soul, Hanli didn't waste any time with words as he immediately raised a hand and spread open his fingers. Golden light flashed over his fingertips as low rumbling thunderclaps erupted. 5 arcs of lightning shot forth, transforming into small golden serpents around the same thickness as human thumbs. They sank their fangs into the nascent soul trapped within the Buddhist light before transforming again into golden chains, binding the nascent soul securely to the spot. Hanli didn't stop there. He whipped out several restriction talismans from his sleeve, upon which restrictive spiritual light of several different colors began to flash on the nascent soul's body. Hanli patted his storage pouch and flipped over his palm to reveal a dozen or so silver needles in his hand. Streaks of silver light flashed through the air as the silver needles pierced into various vital regions on the nascent soul's body. Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul immediately began to spasm uncontrollably as the light in its eyes dimmed. Only after seeing this was Hanli convinced that his work had been done. He clapped his hands together and a half-smile appeared on his face. The nascent soul looked with a resentful expression as Hanli stowed away his green ruler before descending from above. Its lips were tightly sealed as it glowered coldly at Hanli. Master Arctic Dragon clearly knew that there was no point in begging for Hanli to spare him. There was no way that Hanli would let him go no matter how much he pleaded, and doing so would only bring more humiliation upon himself. His only regret was that he didn't unleash a secret technique to put an end to his own nascent soul before it was captured. Now that his nascent soul had been completely immobilized by Hanli, self-detonation was nothing more than a distant dream. Hanli looked at Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul with a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Instead, his sleeve rustled as he produced a small green vial, which flew through the air and appeared above the nascent soul in a flash. Hanli pointed a finger at the vial and a burst of white light emerged from its opening, absorbing Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul into the vial. Hanli raised his hand and gestured toward the celestial blue cauldron in the distance. The wisp of green true flame immediately carried the cauldron toward him before disappearing into his sleeve. Only then did Hanli stow away the green veil treasure before descending as a streak of green light. A moment later, a green light flashed as Hanli re-emerged atop a pile of rubble before surveying his surroundings with furrowed brows. Bai Mingxin, who had been trapped within the silver curtain of light, lay sprawled on a pile of rubble nearby. Blood was gushing from a puncture wound on her lower abdomen with a diameter comparable to the size of a bowl, and it was quite clear this was nothing more than a dead body. Furthermore, the body was entirely devoid of blood essence and energy, thereby indicating that her nascent soul had already escaped. Hanli turned his attention toward the Qilin silhouette, beside which the puppet stood on the spot, completely stationary, as if it hadn't taken a single step away from where it was standing since Hanli's departure. However, the Tailstar Essence shield and Devil Essence dagger hovering in front of it were shimmering with faint spiritual light. Roughly 400 to 500 feet away, 5 sets of human skeletons were swaying as they stood shoulder to shoulder next to one another. The vast expanse of gray and white demonic energy in the air had already disappeared. One of the skeletons was holding a green storage pouch in its hand, while another was examining a small ball of black flames in its hands, which was flashing as it dimmed and brightened intermittently. Hanli's furrowed brows quickly relaxed. He scanned through the surrounding area with his spiritual sense before forging a spiritual connection with the puppets, upon which he instantly understood what had just taken place. It turned out that Bai Mingxin finally succumbed to her horror upon seeing Master Arctic Dragon's physical body being destroyed, and she forcibly broke through the curtain of light cast by the Tailstar Essence shield at the expense of detonating several ancient treasures in an attempt to flee. However, prior to Hanli's departure to pursue Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul, the humanoid puppet had received strict instructions not to let anyone get away. Thus, it immediately attacked using the Devil Essence dagger, catching Bai Mingxin by surprise and puncturing her lower abdomen, destroying her physical body in the process. After that, her nascent soul escaped her body, only to be blasted into nothingness by an arrow shot from Puppet's Thunderfire bow, thereby completely wiping away her existence off the face of this world. As for the green-robed middle-aged man, he was ultimately unable to withstand the attacks from the 5 devils and in the end, his physical body, nascent soul, and the treasures he was carrying were all completely engulfed by the 5 devils. Only his storage pouch and his remaining shred of glacial flames were left behind. After figuring out what had happened, Hanli heaved a sigh of relief and wordlessly gestured toward the 5 devils. The storage pouch and black glacial flames in their hands immediately flew toward him at his behest. Hanli examined the storage pouch momentarily before stuffing it into his pocket. He was more interested in the ball of black glacial flames. After a brief hesitation, he rubbed his hands together. Loud thunderclaps erupted as countless thin arcs of golden lightning shot forth from his hands, ensnaring the black flames within to form a golden ball around the size of a fist. He patted his storage pouch and produced a glacial profound ice box, which he tossed the golden ball into before stowing the box away again. He then turned his attention toward Bai Mingxin's body. After a brief hesitation, he swept a sleeve through the air, hurled forth a crimson fireball. The body was instantly enshrouded in scorching flames amid a faint spluttering sound, but a ball of white flames then immediately squirmed out of her body. It tumbled through the air, dousing the surrounding flames, before converging to form a white fireball again as it tried to squirm back into the body. That was none other than Bai Mingxin's glacial phoenix flame. As expected, following the destruction of her soul, the remnants of the glacial flame had returned to her body. However, Hanli was prepared for this situation and he wasn't about to let the glacial flames retreat back to their host. He spread open his hand before closing his fingers, feigning a grabbing motion as he reached for the flames from afar. A huge hand materialized from purple apex flames immediately appeared in the air above the glacial flames, before descending at an astonishing speed. The ball of white flames was instantly ensnared by the hand before the latter flew back through the air. Hanli feigned a grabbing motion with his hand again and the storage pouch on her body also rose into the air before landing in his hand. As for this ball of glacial phoenix flames, Hanli employed the same method again, ensnaring it within a ball of divine devilbane lightning before sealing it away in a profound ice box. Most the glacial flames had dissipated due to the fact that their owner had perished, but the remnants were the purest of those flames. If he could use them or merge them into his purple apex flames, his combat prowess would be enhanced once again. Of course, this wasn't the time to be conducting such experiments. Lastly, Hanli examined Master Arctic Dragon's body. What came as a surprise to him was that the gold-winged raccoon he had been rather wary of wasn't in Master Arctic Dragon's spirit beast pouch. He didn't know why that was the case, but he couldn't be bothered to ponder the notion as he stowed away Master Arctic Dragon's storage pouch as well. After doing that, Hanli turned toward the Qilin silhouette and that profound jade badge, upon which a grave expression appeared on his face. This silhouette was an inanimate object, but it was imbued with an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Furthermore, it was rather peculiar in that it seemed to have been materialized from some type of glacial qi, but also appeared as if it had been manifested from pure spiritual power. He was unable to identify what its true constituents comprised. After a brief hesitation, he slowly raised a hand and golden light flashed over his fingertips as he prepared to unleash a streak of sword qi to test its reaction. However, right at this moment, a burst of crimson flames suddenly shot forth from his sleeve before disappearing into the Qilin silhouette. A flash of red light then appeared, manifesting into a fire raven. This was the spirit beast manifested from the Great True Flame. The fire raven appeared to be thoroughly enjoying itself within the Qilin silhouette. As red light flashed from the feathers all over its body, it began to absorb the surrounding white qi, which the Qilin silhouette was comprised of. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this and he put down his hand. After a brief hesitation, he decided to let the fire raven do as it wished while he turned his attention to the five-colored barrier of light in the distance. The commotion ringing out from within the restriction had died down slightly, but it still hadn't completely stopped. It appeared that the gray-robed monk and the old woman were still locked in a heated battle. Due to the fact that they were obscured within the restriction, the two of them hadn't yet realized that the battle outside had already concluded, nor could they have possibly imagined that the mid-nascent soul Hanli would be capable of slaying a late-nascent soul and two mid-nascent soul opponents. Only roughly 10 minutes had passed since the commencement of the battle. Green light erupted from Hanli's body as he shot forth as a green streak of light, arriving above the five-colored barrier of light in the blink of an eye before surveying the situation down below. A cold smile then appeared on his face as he humanoid puppet and 5 skeletons flew toward him at his behest. At the same time, 36 small golden swords flew out from Hanli's sleeves, transforming into 36 streaks of golden light that circled above his head. He cast several celestial techniques onto the swords in quick succession. The streaks of golden light tremored before immediately multiplying to form over 100 identical swords. The swords then dispersed and flew toward the barrier of light down below. An astonishing scene then ensued. All of the swords suddenly disappeared into thin air. He had set up an aureate sword formation which had encompassed this entire area. At this moment, Hanli suddenly raised a hand and a yellow streak of light shot forth, circling in the air above the barrier of light before transforming into a monk's staff that shimmered with a faint yellow light. He closed his eyes expressionlessly and made a hand seal as he began to chant in a low voice, injecting his power into the staff. The staff tremored gently before expanding drastically amid a ball of piercing yellow light. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a gargantuan staff that was over 100 feet in length and as thick as a water tank. Han Li's chanting came to a halt as he opened his eyes with a calm expression. He looked down at the film of light below him before rubbing his hands together, upon which a ball of 7-colored Buddhist light surfaced between his palms. He supported the ball of Buddhist light in one hand before hurling it through the air, where it struck the monk's staff in a flash. The staff was originally emanating yellow light when all of a sudden, an additional layer of 7-colored Buddhist light appeared around it. At the same time, the staff began to emit a low and forbidding ringing sound. "Go," Han Li commanded as he pointed a finger at the monk's staff. The gargantuan staff immediately came crashing down at his behest, striking the barrier of light with unerring accuracy. An earth-shattering boom erupted and a thunderous burst could be heard throughout the entire underground cavern. The 5-colored barrier of light down below only managed to withstand the might of the monk's staff for a split second before being completely shattered. The shattered fragments of the vast barrier of light were reduced to specks of spiritual light before disappearing. After Han Li caught sight of the situation within the barrier of light, his expression stiffened before a peculiar look appeared on his face. However, he soon reverted back to his usual calm expression as he said, "Who would have thought that you two were merely putting on an act? How about I join you two as well? Otherwise, it would be quite a pity if you two didn't have any opponents." Beneath the barrier of light that had just been shattered, the gray-robed monk and the old woman were sitting on 2 huge rocks that were situated only around 100 feet away from one another. Both of them had their eyes tightly closed as they meditated in a seated position. In between the two of them, there was a strange mouse-like spirit beast that was only around the size of a fist. However, as its stomach inflated and deflated, bursts of thunderous booms rang out, making it sound as if 2 powerful cultivators were engaged in an intense battle. The gray-robed monk and this Madame Long hadn't been fighting at all. Instead, they were merely using the sounds created by this spirit beast to fool everyone outside of the restriction. The two of them immediately opened their eyes after the barrier of light was shattered by Han Li. Both of them directed their attention upward and were clearly surprised by the sight of Han Li that greeted them. At the same time, a green and yellow barrier of light settled over the two of them. Even though it was far smaller than the 5-colored barrier of light from before, it was still enough to encompass the two of them. At the center of the barrier of light, a semi-transparent embroidered cloth was slowly rotating. This barrier of light was being released by the cloth. "How could it be you?" The old woman's wrinkled face was etched with incredulity. The gray-robed monk also wore a similar expression. Han Li looked down at the new barrier of light and the embroidered cloth down below as a faint smile appeared on his face. "Looks like you two have expended quite a lot of effort into this, to think that you would use a treasure to conceal your presence. TSK. I was wondering why I was unable to see through a mere illusion technique with my bright sight spirit eyes. It turns out that you two were hiding in here hatching a plot this entire time. I really do admire you two for your wisdom." Han Li was expressing admiration with his words, but his expression suggested the contrary as a cold look appeared in his eyes. The gray-robed monk finally managed to compose himself and uttered a Buddhist prayer before saying, "As expected, you are indeed very powerful, fellow Taoist Han. Even the other 3 fellow Taoists were unable to capture you. Speaking of which, where are the other 3? Have they left the cave? The monk cast his gaze around the cave as he spoke, and a hint of alarm welled up in his heart upon making the discovery that Master Arctic Dragon and the other two cultivators were nowhere to be found. He clearly didn't think that Hanli would have any chance of being able to kill the three of them on his own. Hanli narrowed his eyes and shook his head, then nodded his head. In the end, he heaved a long sigh but refrained from saying anything. The two people down below were rather perplexed. The old woman lost her patience first, and glowered up at Hanli as she grumbled, "Humph, why are you putting on this cryptic act, fellow Taoist? If Master Arctic Dragon and the other two have already left the cave, then the three of us will have to break our way out as well. Otherwise, we'll be trapped once they summon more cultivators here from the North Night Palace. There's no need for you to worry about them, all three have died by my hands. Actually, Master Arctic Dragon left behind a nascent soul with me. Would you two like to see him one last time before I send you on your way as well?" Hanli asked coldly. The old woman was initially stunned by Hanli's words before an enraged expression appeared on her face as she asked, "You defeated Master Arctic Dragon? That's impossible. And what do you mean by send us on our way?" "Nothing much. I don't know what kind of relationship the two of you share, nor what intentions you're harboring, and I can't be bothered to consider those things now. However, what I do know is that you two left me here to fight the North Night Palace cultivators, yet you were plotting against me in the process. That's all I need to know. I detest nothing more than to be used by others. Furthermore, I don't want anyone else to know that I have the divine spirit treasures, so the two of you need to disappear from this world." Hanli's voice was absolutely implacable, and it was as if he were announcing their deaths already rather than delivering threats. After saying all that, he closed his eyes and ignored the two of them before making a hand seal while chanting in a low voice. The gray-robed monk and old woman both sensed spiritual chi fluctuations nearby, and they hurriedly looked around in bewilderment. Several hundred feet away, countless flashes of golden light appeared, following which strands of gold thread as thin as hair began to emerge. They flashed and moved with no rhyme nor reason, but all of them converging toward the center. They did so completely soundlessly, creating an extremely eerie and peculiar sight to behold. The old woman looked around before exclaiming, "It's a sword formation." The gray-robed monk's heart jolted and he tried to repress his shock and suspicions toward Master Arctic Dragon's death as he yelled, "I think there's been a misunderstanding, Brother Han, the two of us do not harbor any ill will toward you. There are countless North Night Palace cultivators outside the Spirit Void halls right now. If they don't see Master Arctic Dragon emerging from this place, you won't be able to leave. What we should be doing now is to join forces to combat our common enemy. As for the divine spirit treasures, we can swear blood oaths to keep the matter a secret." Hanli chuckled in response. "There's no need for that. Dead people are much more reliable when it comes to confidentiality. Don't waste your words, Brother Emojo. Look at the treasures behind him. With those things backing him up, there's no way he'd decide to comply with us." The old woman chuckled coldly as she flipped over her hand to produce her yellow cane. The monk faltered upon hearing that, and only then did he turn his attention to the humanoid puppet and the 5 skeletons behind Hanli, upon which his expression changed slightly. "What are those things? And who's that man?" the monk asked. The old lady transmitted her voice to the monk as said, "Those skeletons are most likely the legendary unbroken sink devils. As for that man, I don't recognize him either. He most likely managed to take Master Arctic Dragon by surprise and killed him using those things. Setting aside that other man for now, if those 5 skeletons really are the unbroken sink devils that once belonged to old Devil Chien, then even if we join forces, we won't be a match for them. The only way for us to win is to finish this battle as quickly as possible by killing that Han brat. Those things won't be able to pose a threat to us once he's dead." For now, let's focus on breaking through this sword formation first. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble once those 5 devils are released on us. Thankfully, Buddhist techniques can somewhat debilitate the 5 devils. Once the 5 devils strike, you'll have to be the one to hold them off. If all else fails, we'll use that thing we prepared for Master Arctic Dragon on him. The monk sighed as he transmitted his voice in response. I guess we have no choice but to do that. This man doesn't use an ice attribute cultivation art, though, so that thing will be significantly less effective against him. It can't be helped. Thankfully, he's not a late nascent soul cultivator. Even if we can't kill him, it'll be a simple matter for us to inflict severe wounds upon him. We really have miscalculated this time. We received news in advance that this brat is very powerful and comparable in combat prowess to a late nascent soul cultivator, but I still didn't think he'd be this difficult to deal with. I was thinking that he would be able to exhaust Master Arctic Dragon before we swooped in to land the killing blow, but who would have thought that he would kill Master Arctic Dragon and remain largely unscathed? If I had known this was going to happen, I would have stayed out of this business, the old woman grumbled in a bitter voice. It's too late to be thinking about these things now. If we can use that thing in exchange for a divine spirit treasure and the unbroken sink devils, it would be quite a bargain for us. The monk had also relinquished any efforts to try and appease Hanli. He looked around at the golden threads converging toward them, and his expression also darkened. At the same time, a dark and sinister energy arose from his body, in complete contrast with the benevolent facade he had put on earlier. The old woman was still grumbling under her breath, but she had also sprung into action. She tossed her cane into the air and brilliant yellow light erupted, within which a yellow horse-like monster with vicious tusks materialized within. The monster spun around in the air at the old woman's behest before abruptly opening its mouth, blasting out countless streaks of yellow light which swept toward a certain direction. The streaks of light were countless miniature golden swords, each of which was around the size of a human hand. All of them were shimmering with light and appeared to be extremely sharp. Meanwhile, the monk joined his hands together before separating them again, upon which a ball of silver light appeared in each of his hands. He flung the balls of light into the air and they expanded drastically, reaching the size of wagon wheels in the blink of an eye before hurtling toward the same direction. Hanli had already reopened his eyes as he stood in mid-air and his expression remained calm at the sight of the oncoming attacks. He looked on as the miniature yellow swords and the 2 silver wheels crashed into the golden threads in quick succession, only to be reduced to scrap metal in an instant before clattering to the ground. What kind of sword formation is this? How can it be so vicious? Both the old woman and the monk drew a sharp breath in unison. They looked at one another to find their own shocked, horrified expression mirrored on the other's face. However, they certainly weren't just going to give up. The old woman flipped over her palm and a blue rectangular brick-like ancient treasure appeared in her hand. She chanted something before hurling the brick through the air, upon which it drastically swelled to the size of a pavilion in the blink of an eye. It then flew into the distance with devastating force amid a burst of piercing blue light. The same thing happened again. The golden threads in the air flashed in unison and the treasure was instantly sliced into countless pieces, disappearing into the distance like blue fireworks. The old woman's emotions finally got the better of her upon seeing that, and she exclaimed, "Impossible. My blue gold brick is refined from blue gold essence and it's near indestructible. How could it have been destroyed so easily?" The gray-robed monk's brows furrowed as he let loose a low cry before abruptly pointing toward the inconspicuous mouse-like spirit beast. Gray light suddenly began to flow over the surface of the spirit beast's body and its stomach was inflated to an incredible size. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled to several times its original size before it opened its pointy little mouth amid a dull pop. A burst of gray sound waves that were visible to the naked eye erupted violently from the spirit beast's mouth, creating a raging turbulent wave as it swept toward the golden threads. The monk's ability to think quickly under pressure was on full display. Seeing his treasures with substance were unable to break through this sword formation, he immediately thought of unleashing an insubstantial attack to bombard the formation. However, it was proclaimed in the Azure Essence sword art that once one mastered the Aureate sword formation, they would invincible in the human world. This statement was slightly leaning toward the side of hyperbole, and only half of the sword formation had been set up here, but it certainly still wasn't something that a mere burst of sound waves could destroy. The gray sound waves crashed into the golden threads, causing the latter to tremor slightly. However, a brilliant golden light then erupted, converging to form a massive golden sword that was roughly 10 feet in length. The sword lashed out at the gray sound waves like lightning, instantly vanquishing the latter with ease. The golden sword then reverted back to form strands of golden thread before continuing to converge toward their two targets. It was as if nothing had ever struck them, and their seemingly invincible might struck one with a sense of despair. The gray-robed monk's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. This sword formation was far more powerful than they had anticipated. Han Li could see that his two opponents were stunned by the power of his sword formation, but never truly horrified, which made him rather wary, as that suggested that they had trump cards with which they could use to turn the tables. At this moment, both of them produced several other treasures in an attempt to keep the sword projection at bay. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and faint spiritual light suddenly flashed from the body of the humanoid puppet behind him, upon which it disappeared on the spot. Moments later, the sword formation had converged to the extent that it was only just over 200 feet away from their two targets. The old woman and monk had even been forced to detonate ancient treasures. As a result, they were able to temporarily halt the golden threads in their advance, but were still unable to stop them altogether. A fearful expression finally appeared on the old woman's face. She turned toward the monk and urged, "We can't keep this up forever. I don't know what this sword formation is, but it definitely isn't going to be broken by any normal treasures. Hurry up and use that thing. It's the only thing that's powerful enough to destroy this formation. That thing will naturally be able to destroy this sword formation, but what are we going to use against that Han brat later?" The gray-robed monk was still a little hesitant. "We'll think about that later. We can only survive if we destroy this sword formation. Otherwise, once the sword formation converges completely, we'll be dead anyway, and that thing will just go to waste," the old woman urged again. The monk's facial muscles spasmed slightly upon hearing that. He glanced at the approaching golden wires and finally gritted his teeth as he nodded. He immediately patted his storage pouch, upon which a peculiar object appeared in his hand. It was a fiery red ball that was about the size of a fist, and it was rather murky, making it impossible for anyone to identify exactly what it was. Furthermore, there was a gold and silver talisman plastered to the ball, and the monk was holding it with a very careful and solemn expression. The old woman was starting to panic at the sight of the converging golden threads, and she screeched, "We have to make haste, fellow Daoist Emojo. If the sword formation gets too close, we'll be harmed by this thing's power as well." The monk sighed and reached out to tear off the talisman on the red ball in preparation to use it. However, right at this moment, a faint burst of silver light flashed behind the monk and a humanoid figure emerged from within. It moved in a completely soundless manner as if it were a ghostly wraith, and the monk was completely oblivious to its arrival. However, the old woman standing across from him immediately caught sight of the silent assailant, and she cried in a panicked voice, "Look out! Behind you!" As she let loose her cry of warning, a streak of yellow light shot forth from her sleeve, directly toward the humanoid figure. The monk's heart jolted with shock upon hearing his companion's warning cry, and he immediately tried to get away. At the same time, he reflexively cradled his arm inward, trying to stow the ball away into his sleeve. However, he was too late. The humanoid figure that had appeared behind him was none other than Han Li's humanoid puppet, which possessed power comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. Its body flashed through the air and it rammed one hand toward the monk's back while reaching out with the other hand toward the red ball. Its movements were as fast as lightning and the monk uttered a muffled groan as he stumbled away. The humanoid puppet's hand was aimed directly at his vital regions and was able to easily pierce through the layer of light that was shielding his body. However, just as the puppet's hand made contact with his back, the projection of a strange, entirely pitch-black bird suddenly emerged. Even though the puppet's hand was still able to pierce through the projection with ease, it was slowed down ever so slightly in the process, affording the monk the split second required to avoid a lethal wound. Even so, he was still afflicted by a long gash on his shoulder, from which blood was gushing profusely. Meanwhile, just as the puppet's other hand was about to reach the crimson ball, the latter suddenly detached itself from the monk's hand and flew toward the old woman. Furthermore, the yellow streak of light that the old woman had hurled through the air was already upon the puppet. It was a thin yellow needle that was flashing with light. Purple light erupted from the humanoid puppet's eyes and it made no attempt to evade the needle. All of a sudden, the arm reaching for the red ball tremored violently amid a crisp crack. The arm detached itself from the puppet's body and caught up to the ball in the blink of an eye. The ball was cradled up by the hand before instantly being carried away. Almost at the exact same time, the yellow needle struck the humanoid puppet on the head, creating a dull explosion amid a flurry of yellow light. No! Yes! Two contrasting cries, one furious and one elated, escaped the mouths of the monk and the old woman respectively. The monk's crimson ball had been wrested away from him, so he was naturally shocked and enraged. Meanwhile, the old woman was ecstatic upon seeing the magic treasure she had refined for hundreds of years strike their assailant right in a vital region. The humanoid puppet stumbled back several steps before barely managing to arrest its momentum. It stood up straight once again and turned to appraise the old woman with a cold expression. There was a small hole around the diameter of a thumb puncturing right through its glabella, but the hole completely healed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind not even a single trace to suggest that the puppet had ever been harmed. The old woman was flabbergasted upon seeing this. However, she then suddenly sensed something as she screeched, "My yellow plum needle! What did you do to my yellow plum needle?" The humanoid puppet slowly raised a hand to reveal the thin yellow needle hovering over its palm. The needle was darting around desperately, trying to escape from its captor, but it had been sealed firmly within a ball of silver light and was unable to get away. The old woman's face paled significantly upon seeing this. She opened her mouth and was just about to say something, when the humanoid puppet suddenly rubbed its hands together. Piercing silver light immediately erupted from between its hands and the yellow needle immediately dimmed as it lost its spiritual nature. The old woman let loose an anguished cry before throwing up several mouthfuls of blood essence in quick succession, as if she had been severely wounded. The monk wore a thunderous expression on his face and he didn't have time to tend to the wound on his shoulder as he abruptly raised both hands up in the air. Countless balls of silver light that were roughly the size of fists surged forth in a frenzy from his hands. The sound of howling winds and claps of thunder could be indistinctly heard as they were released, creating a rather formidable sight to behold. However, Hanley merely chuckled coldly as he looked down from above. The humanoid puppet made a hand seal at his behest and brilliant silver light erupted from its body. The light then receded and it disappeared on the spot. The balls of silver light all struck empty air and amounted to absolutely nothing. The monk and the old woman looked at one another, and both of them could see the despair in each other's eyes. At this point, the sword formation was only about 70 to 80 feet away from them. There was nothing more that they could do. Hanley hovered high in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the two of them with a cold expression. The aureate sword formation finally completely converged and the countless golden threads formed a massive golden ball of light in the end. A burst of loud explosions erupted from within the ball initially, causing the ball to tremor slightly. However, this was soon followed by the anguished cries of the old woman and the monk. Using his bright-sight spirit eyes, Hanli could see that the two mid-nascent soul cultivators had been instantly shredded by the sword formation. Their nascent souls lasted a while longer than their physical bodies, but they were also unable to withstand the sustained assault from so many golden threads, and disappeared from this world as specks of green light. As for their storage pouches and treasures, all of them had been completely eradicated by the might of the sword formation. There were only two small balls of glacial flames left hovering in the air, one of which was yellow while the other was green. Hanli heaved a faint sigh and a rather lonesome expression appeared on his face. Following a brief silence, a burst of silver light suddenly flashed beside him before the humanoid puppet soundlessly emerged, handing over the crimson ball it had snatched to Hanli. Hanli accepted the ball wordlessly and began to carefully examine it. Upon close examination, he could see that the ball was semi-transparent with a ball of piercing red flames tumbling within. He looked even closer to find that it was a miniature firebird flapping its wings inside the ball. The firebird was extremely lifelike and quite mesmerizing to behold. There were also runes of all types of colors flashing around the firebird, and upon closer inspection, Hanli discovered that those runes were all some type of pseudo-ancient language. Even with Hanli's vast knowledge in ancient texts, he was still unable to decipher the etymology of these runes. It seemed to be a completely brand new type of primordial text. Hanli examined the runes for a long time with furrowed brows. Seeing as this treasure was the ultimate trump card that the two of them had been banking on, it clearly had to be an extremely powerful item. The ball did indeed appear to be quite mysterious and seemed to be imbued with an immense amount of fire attribute's spiritual power. However, it would be an absolute joke to think that such a pitiful amount of spiritual power could break through his aureate sword formation. As such, the true might of this treasure had to be somehow related to those runes. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to identify even a single one of them, let alone try to understand them. It clearly wasn't the time to be conducting thorough research, so after a moment of contemplation, Hanli produced a few more talismans from his storage pouch and plastered them to the ball. He then pulled out a special wooden box and carefully placed the ball into it. He was going to keep it for later usage. After doing all that, Hanli turned toward the Qilin silhouette to find that it had already shrunk quite noticeably. In contrast, the fire raven flapping its wings within the silhouette was extremely vigorous, and its body had grown by roughly a third of its original size. Hanli stroked his chin with a contemplative look upon seeing that. He didn't hurry to withdraw this wisp of true flame. Instead, he made a hand seal and began to chant something. All of a sudden, over 100 bursts of golden light surfaced from the air down below. Most of them dissipated on their own, leaving only 36 miniature golden swords behind. Hanli waved a sleeve through the air indifferently, upon which the swords flew into his sleeve like a river of golden light. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the two small balls of glacial flames. The balls of glacial flames were completely rooted to the spot while emanating a faint glow, appearing to be entirely unremarkable in every way. Hanli didn't immediately procure those two balls of glacial flames. Instead, he cocked his head to the side and fell into deep thought. A thought suddenly occurred to him as he turned back to glance at the unbroken Sink Devils, then down at the two balls of glacial flames again. All of a sudden, he seemed to have reached some sort of conclusion with his thoughts and abruptly burst into laughter. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the entire cave. Hanli's laughter tapered off as he murmured to himself, "Fantastic. This journey was definitely not a waste of time." He waved his hand downward, upon which the two balls of glacial flames were drawn toward him by an invisible force. Hanli unleashed countless thin golden arcs of light amid the sound of rumbling thunderclaps, encapsulating those two balls of glacial flames in golden balls of thread as well before stowing them away into profound jade boxes. After doing all that, Hanli released that black jade vial from his sleeve and uttered a chant to get the unbroken 5 devils sealed back into the vial. The 5 devils seemed to be aware of Hanli's intentions and they were trying to stall for time, clearly unwilling to return to the vial. Hanli's expression darkened as he let loose a stern cry. He pointed a finger toward the 5 devils and the silver rings on their bodies immediately shuddered as azure spiritual light erupted. The 5 devils had been afflicted by the might of those rings more than once and they immediately followed Hanli's command, emitting a ghostly cry as they transformed into 5 bursts of gray-white chi before entering the vial. Only then did Hanli carefully stow the vial back into his sleeve. As for the humanoid puppet off to the side, Hanli didn't appear to have any intention of stowing it away. Instead, he pulled out a green high-grade spirit stone and slapped it onto the puppet, replacing the other spirit stone that was about to be exhausted of energy. As long as the puppet wasn't fighting at full power, its draining effect on spirit stones was completely negligible. His body flashed through the air and he descended gently, landing in front of a large rock amid a pile of rubble. There were some relatively large fragments of myriad-year glacial jade embedded into the rock and they were shimmering with a faint white light. Hanli raised an eyebrow as he patted his storage pouch, upon which a thin and long beaker appeared in his hand. He tapped the beaker and the lid flew off by itself. The beaker then tilted slightly and a large clump of pitch-black liquid spilled out from within, emanating bursts of gray chi. It was completely identical to the Yin spirit water used by Bai Mingxin to extract the myriad-year glacial jade. This liquid was some dark water that Hanli had procured after unintentionally stumbling into the Umbra realm. He had thought that this dark water appeared to be quite interesting at the time, so he brought back quite a lot with him using several containers. During his free time thereafter, he had conducted some research on this liquid. However, he discovered that aside from the fact that they were quite viscous and cold temporarily imbue a treasure with Yin flames, he didn't discover any other use for them. As such, they had been stored in his storage pouch this entire time. Only after entering the profound jade cave and witnessing Bai Mingxin extract the myriad-year glacial jade did he realize that her so-called Yin spirit water was completely identical to this dark water. In the presence of Master Arctic Dragon and the others, he didn't take the risk to use his spiritual sense to assess whether those two were indeed one and the same. However, he was adamant that they were the exact same thing. As for the name Dark Water, that was simply a name that the cultivator in the Umbra realm had given to the liquid. Now that he was the only person left in the profound glacial cave, he was naturally going to test out his theory. Hanli pointed at the clump of black liquid and the liquid slowly flew into the air above the rock. It then shuddered slightly before a drop detached from its overall mass, disappearing into the white light below in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, this situation was completely identical to the situation encountered by Bai Mingxin when procuring the jade. The black liquid disappeared into the profound jade in a flash and at the same time, a layer of gray chi emerged. Hanli was very pleased to see this as he flicked a finger toward the profound jade. All of a sudden, a small bead of azure light shot forth and struck the profound jade. A faint thud was heard and the profound jade wobbled slightly before detaching itself from the rock, and was sucked into his hand. He examined the profound jade in his hand with an intense gaze before looking around at all of the spots of white light shimmering within the cave. A faint smile gradually surfaced on his face. With the amount of dark water he was carrying with him, it would naturally be impossible to extract all of the profound jade in the cave. However, it was definitely not a problem to extract the majority of the profound jade revealed on the surface of the cave. With that in mind, Hanli immediately patted his storage pouch to produce another beaker, which he passed to the humanoid puppet beside him. The puppet accepted the container soundlessly and its body flashed through the air several times, taking it to another location in the cave. It summoned the dark water from within the beaker while holding a storage pouch in its other hand as it began to extract profound jade. Meanwhile, Hanli was doing the same thing. Time slowly passed by, and several hours later, the profound jade's glacial chi in the cave had gradually become a lot thinner. Furthermore, the spots of white light that had riddled the entire cave had also dwindled significantly, with less than a third of the original amount remaining. After Hanli applied his final drop of dark water onto a fragment of profound jade and stowed the latter away in his storage pouch, he let loose a faint sigh as he looked around with a forlorn expression. If he had known that this dark water would have such an amazing effect, he would have definitely carried more out of the Umbra realm with him. Even so, the amount of myriad-year profound jade that he had procured was already quite jaw-dropping. Just the myriad-year profound jade fragments procured by him alone numbered in excess of 1,000. It was a pity that some of the large pieces of profound jade required more than one drop of Yin spirit water to be applied for extraction. Otherwise, he would have been able to procure even more than what he currently had. Just as he was thinking this to himself, the humanoid puppet suddenly flashed through the air and traveled toward him. It then raised a hand and tossed its bulging storage pouch at him. Hanli caught the pouch and used his spiritual sense to take a cursory glance at its contents. Sure enough, there appeared to also be over 1,000 pieces of profound jade in there. With so many pieces of profound jade in his possession, Hanli was already beginning to devise a plan. Aside from adding them to his 72 flying swords, he could use them to refine some treasures or perhaps add them into his existing treasures to enhance their powers. However, even if Hanli were to do all that, there was no way he would be able to use up all of this profound jade. The majority of the profound jade would still remain, and he was going to use its glacial chi to refine and purify his own glacial flames. After all, with the assistance of the profound jade's glacial chi, refining his glacial flames should become a lot easier. Hanli didn't think too deep into this matter. The train of thought only briefly surfaced in his mind before it was abandoned. He put away the storage pouch before turning toward the fire raven formed from the great Een true flame. The fire raven had already swelled to become 5 to 6 times larger than its original size, making it roughly comparable in size to a human head. In contrast, the Qilin silhouette was completely unrecognizable, having been reduced to a thin layer of white that enveloped the fire raven. The profound jade badge had also ended up caught between the fire raven's beak, and the latter was using the former as a toy. Hanli faltered upon seeing this before hurriedly waving his hand through the air with a bemused expression. The profound jade badge immediately extricated itself from between the fire raven's beak and landed in his hand. Without the support of the profound jade badge, the remaining white chi instantly dispersed and was about to vanish. The fire raven immediately let loose a low cry upon seeing this. It spread open its wings and its entire body transformed into a ball of crimson flames, which swept toward the remaining white chi, absorbing all of it into its own body. After doing all that, the flames reverted back to their fire raven form and landed on Hanli's shoulder after circling the air with excitement. It then cocked its head to the sides and used its beak to organize its fiery feathers, which had become even more exuberant in color. Hanli turned to appraise the fire raven, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The great Een true flame's spiritual nature had been enhanced significantly. He looked down at the profound jade badge in his hand, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him as he feigned a grabbing motion with his other hand. All of a sudden, a wisp of profound jade's glacial chi appeared in his hand, and the former was enveloped in a ball of purple apex flames. A blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he could clearly see that the glacial chi within the purple flames was no longer in its wispy substantial stage. Instead, it had become extremely thin and insubstantial, no different from normal glacial chi. A sense of enlightenment welled up in Hanli's heart as he examined the profound jade badge again. He then clicked his tongue with wonder before stowing the treasure into his storage pouch. After searching through the entire profound jade cave and ascertaining that there was nothing else of value to be contained, he departed with the humanoid puppet and the fire raven. The entrance to the cave was still tightly sealed. Hanli looked at the mysterious runes flashing at the opening and summoned the celestial blue cauldron from his sleeve. The cauldron shot forth through the air and rotated a few times before hovering in front of him, completely stationary. If it were any other cultivator, they really would be unable to manipulate this cauldron. After all, it was quite clear that only those who had celestial ice flames could control the celestial blue cauldron. That was why Master Arctic Dragon had willingly given one to the monk. However, this was not an issue for Hanli. He took an indifferent glance at the cauldron before making a hand seal, upon which the purple apex flames around his body shuddered and began to change drastically in color. In the blink of an eye, the layer of purple flames over his body had turned blue, transforming into celestial blue flames. Blue light was shimmering over his hand as he pointed at the small cauldron in front of him. A wisp of blue flames flew forth like a spirit snake and struck the cauldron with unerring accuracy. The celestial blue cauldron immediately tremored as it began to emit a ringing sound. Countless bursts of blue flames erupted from within as the cauldron began to swell drastically in size amid the blue light. Hanli made a hand seal to urge the cauldron into growth, only stopping when it had expanded to around 30 to 40 feet in size. Hanli then made another hand seal as a low cry escaped from his mouth. The massive cauldron immediately flew through the air, appearing as if it were going to crash through the opening of the cave. However, Hanli's expression remained completely unchanged. As expected, when the cauldron had reached around 30 to 40 feet away from the opening, the mysterious runes there flashed in unison as spiritual light of all types of colors radiated through the air. Those runes seemed to have been drawn to the massive cauldron as they transformed into countless streaks of light before disappearing into the blue flames around the cauldron. A loud rumbling erupted as a rift several tens of feet in length slowly appeared in the opening. Hanli left through the gap that had opened up with the humanoid puppet and the fire raven before appearing above the spirit void hall's altar. He waved his hand behind him without even turning around, and the celestial blue cauldron flew toward him, quickly shrinking once again before flying into his sleeve. A loud burst of rumbling erupted as the profound jade cave sealed over again. Hanli turned to look around him to discover that there was no one in the general vicinity, identical to the situation when he had entered the profound jade cave. He heaved a faint sigh of relief, but his brows then furrowed at the sight of the tall ice pillars on the altar before him. This frigid soulfreeze formation was going to be quite troublesome to deal with. The glacial chi within the formation wasn't going to pose much of a threat to him, but even so, breaking the formation would not be an easy task. After all, this formation wasn't some kind of temporary formation. It was an ancient spell formation in all its glory without any of its power blunted or discounted in any way. Furthermore, what Hanli was more concerned about was not this formation, but instead how to open the gate of the spirit void hole. Back when he had first come in, Master Arctic Dragon had told him that opening the gate from the inside would be a simple task. However, it was quite clear now that his words had been deceitful in nature. Even if it were indeed a simple task to open the gate from the inside, a special celestial technique would most likely be required. With that in mind, Hanli didn't immediately tackle the frigid soulfreeze formation. Instead, he patted his storage pouch and a stack of formation banners radiating all different colors of spiritual light appeared in his hands. He hurled the banners downward and they disappeared in a flash, vanishing into a certain spot on the altar. A ball of white mist then emerged from that spot, encompassing a radius of over 100 feet. Hanli flipped over his palm upon seeing this to produce the vile treasure within which Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul was sealed. After contemplating what he was going to do next, he decided to use a soul search technique on the nascent soul first to extract more information about the spirit void hall, in order to prevent falling into some type of predicament due to his lack of knowledge. Of course, he was also going to search for information regarding the pure sun flame essence. Thus, Hanli slowly descended with the vial in his hand. His body disappeared into the mist in the blink of an eye, and the entire spirit void hall fell silent, with only the mist in the formation tumbling incessantly. A full 2 hours later, the white mist in the formation suddenly shuddered violently before quickly thinning at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. After most of the mist had vanished, Han Li's figure was revealed again, standing at the center of the formation. He wore a thoughtful expression on his face as he sat on the ground with his legs folded in front of him. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he were pondering a difficult problem, and the jade vial containing Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul sat beside him. However, the vial had been opened, yet the nascent soul was nowhere to be seen. Han Li's brows finally smoothed out as he murmured to himself, who would have thought that the pure sun flame essence would be in such a place. It appears that I really shouldn't take the risk to go and find it before I reach the late nascent soul stage. It's interesting that there are 3 entrances to the spirit void hall, yet only 1 exit in the main hall. Looks like this Master Arctic Dragon never planned to let me leave from the beginning. If I hadn't searched his soul, I would have been in trouble. He then rose to his feet as a vast expanse of azure light swept forth, collecting all of the formation banners as well as that empty vial. He made a hand seal and transformed into a streak of azure light as he flew toward a certain gate. The azure light receded and Han Li was revealed standing in front of the gate. He looked at the sealing talismans on the gate, which were clearly quite antiquated, then glanced at the green fire raven on his shoulder. The fire raven let loose a low cry and spread open its wings at his behest, sending 2 bursts of crimson flames hurtling through the air. The talismans up ahead immediately ignited upon making contact with the crimson flame. At the same time, spiritual light of all types of different colors appeared. However, those lights only flashed for a split second before instantly dimming. In the blink of an eye, all of the talismans were covered in a layer of ice. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he flicked his fingers, upon which several bursts of golden light shot forth, creating a quick succession of crisp thuds. The layer of ice on the surface of the talismans were shattered before being reduced to nothingness. Han Li stroked his chin and casually whipped his sleeve through the air, upon which a stiff gale swept toward the stone gate. The gate was slowly opened amid a rumbling noise. Han Li immediately strode in without any hesitation while the humanoid puppet followed close behind him. After entering through this inconspicuous stone gate, they arrived in a large courtyard that was over 1,000 feet in width. There was a small winding path down the center paved with white stones with beast statues of all different sizes lining the sides of the path. The statues were all snowy white and translucent, carved with exemplary craftsmen to create extremely lifelike renditions of beasts they were portraying. Upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered that all of these statues were created from profound jade, a discovery that caused a peculiar look to flash through his eyes. He then turned his attention away from the statues and began to walk down the path toward the gate at the path's conclusion. In the beginning, everything was normal. However, when he reached around the middle of the path, several tens of statues beside him suddenly sprang to life, bearing their fangs and claws with glacial chi erupting from their mouths as they pounced toward Han Li. Han Li seemed to have anticipated this well in advance, and he calmly produced a small fiery red cauldron. He pointed a finger at the cauldron before making a hand seal in a calm and composed manner. A ringing sound immediately erupted from the cauldron as it flew into the air. A resounding boom then erupted as a pillar of fire over 100 feet in length sprang out from within. The entire space immediately became scorching hot and all of the ice beasts faltered before cowering in fear. The ice beasts had been slowed down, but Han Li didn't stop there. He unleashed another celestial technique as the massive pillar of fire dispersed. Over 100 fire ravens that were roughly the size of fists emerged from the flames before flying toward the ice beasts, leaving clouds of fire in their wake. All of a sudden, the surrounding temperatures rose drastically once again as the entire courtyard was inundated in a sea of crimson flames. These ice beasts were profound jade bodies, but these fire ravens were fire essence beings that had been refined for countless years within the cauldron. The ice beasts blasted glacial chi out of their mouths in a desperate attempt to save themselves, but were all invariably melted and disintegrated in the face of the scorching flames. Moments later, all of the ice beasts in the courtyard had disappeared. Hanli nodded with a satisfied look before flicking a finger toward the fire cauldron through the air. A crisp ringing sound was heard before all of the fire ravens swooped through the air and obediently flew back into the cauldron. After the lid of the cauldron was replaced, the fire cauldron fell silent again. Almost at the exact same moment, the sea of flames in the courtyard disappeared without a trace, as if it had been nothing but a mirage. The fire raven standing on Han Li's shoulder wasn't very intrigued by the sight of its brethren. Instead, it continued to organize its feathers with its beak, as if it couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Han Li stowed away the fire cauldron before disappearing through the gate of the courtyard. Not long after that, he appeared in a hall that wasn't very large. Within this rather simple and crude hall, there was a small teleportation formation. Han Li was not surprised to see this. It appeared as if he already knew that there was a teleportation formation here. He clasped his hands behind his back and proceeded to make his way over to the formation for closer examination. However, right at this moment, white light suddenly flashed within the formation, and it was as if it had been activated, and that something was teleporting through it. Ha! Han Li was slightly taken aback to see this. However, as powerful as he was now, there was no need for him to fear anyone, even if another late nascent soul cultivator from the North Night Palace or even the palace master herself were to emerge from the formation. Thus, he faltered in his footsteps and silently appraised the teleportation formation before him. In order to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, the humanoid puppet beside him had also instantly disappeared, concealing itself to survey the situation from the shadows. The teleportation formation before him wasn't very large, and it appeared that only 2 or 3 people could be teleported at a time at most. Sure enough, following a flash of white light, 3 slender figures stumbled out from within. Han Li narrowed his eyes and discovered that all 3 of them were young women in North Night Palace attire. They were roughly at the foundation establishment stage, and the eldest one among them had even reached the false core stage. However, all 3 female cultivators wore panicked expressions and were quite disheveled in appearance. One of them had sustained a severe injury on her shoulder, and it was quite clear that they had just endured a difficult battle. "Who are you?" "Ah, it's Senior Han." The 3 women were initially startled to see a man who wasn't in North Night Palace attire standing in front of the formation. The 2 women who were unscathed had each summoned a translucent flying sword, but the wounded woman was very elated to see Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing that. After taking a closer look at that female North Night Palace disciple, he discovered that she was the servant girl who had tended to him in the distinguished pavilion. "It's you. What happened?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. The other 2 women didn't know who this Senior Han was, but their junior martial sister seemed to be familiar with him, and he didn't appear to be an enemy, so they both heaved a collective sigh of relief. They then used their spiritual sense to detect Han Li's cultivation base, upon which elated expressions appeared on their faces. However, before the 2 women could extend a curtsy toward him, white light flashed in the teleportation formation again. A fishy odor then wafted forth as the silhouette of a massive beast appeared within the formation. This was an unidentifiable demon beast with a pair of horns and the head of a horse. It was wielding a green steel trident, and there was long black fur growing all over its back. The 3 women immediately hurtled back in retreat as the servant girl urgently cautioned, "Be careful, Senior, this is one of the demons that have attacked our palace and it's trying to kill us." A sinister smile appeared on the demon beast's face as soon as it caught sight of the 3 women, and it immediately made a charge for them. However, right at this moment, red light flashed behind the beast. Immediately thereafter, a massive explosion erupted before an azure figure appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. A blood-curdling howl erupted from the demon beast's mouth as a gaping hole the size of a fist appeared in its chest. The sections around the puncture wound had been entirely charred black. The demon beast swayed a few times before letting go of its trident and falling to the ground. The servant girl knew that Hanli was a nascent soul cultivator whom even the palace elders had to treat with respect. Even though it appeared that the one who had attacked wasn't Hanli himself, but they were definitely somehow related to Hanli. The other two female cultivators were also relieved to see such a powerful demon beast killed so easily. The false core stage female cultivator extended a respectful bow toward Hanli, and said, "Thank you for saving us, Senior. These demon beasts have stormed into the main hall of our spirit void hole. Please lend our palace your assistance, Senior." Hanli waved a sleeve through the air to summon a gust of gale-force wind that swept the body of the demon beast out of the formation. He then turned to the female cultivators, and asked, "They've stormed into the main hall. How did they break through all of the spirit void hall's restrictions?" The woman hesitated momentarily before replying with a confused look on her face. "We aren't sure of the specific details, but we were patrolling the hall when we encountered a large horde of demon beasts. They seem to have somehow bypassed the restrictions outside the hall and infiltrated without being impeded." "I see. They must have used some sort of special method to access the hall, then," Hanli murmured to himself. There were countless peculiar secret techniques and treasures in this world, so he had learned to expect the unexpected and wasn't overly surprised. Just as he was about to say something else, white light flashed within the teleportation formation again. The three North Night Palace cultivators were still startled upon seeing this, but they were a lot more assured with Hanli by their side. They merely took a couple of steps backward before focusing their eyes intently on the formation before them. The white light receded to reveal a woman with plain features who appeared to be just over 30 years of age. As soon as she appeared, she immediately unleashed a ring with a cautious look on her face to protect herself. However, her expression then faltered at the sight of Hanli and the three female disciples. She then caught sight of the body of the demon beast lying beside the formation and looked back at Hanli, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. "We pay our respects to Marshal Aunt Yao." The three female cultivators were overjoyed to see this woman and they immediately extended respectful salutes. The woman waved a hand at the three before making her way over to Hanli and extending a respectful salute of her own. "I pay my respects to Senior Han. You know me." Hanli looked at the woman with a peculiar expression. He had no idea who she was. "My name is Yao Man and I once caught sight of Senior from afar while I was patrolling the palace," the woman replied respectfully. "I see." Hanli nodded in response. The woman continued in a respectful voice as she glanced toward the entrance to the hall, "Senior, are you with our palace elders?" The demon beasts suddenly infiltrated the main hall of the Spirit Void Hall and I've been ordered to seek out Grand Elder Arctic Dragon to request for his assistance. I'm afraid fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon won't be able to help you at the moment," Hanli replied with a smile. An urgent expression appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this. "I've also heard that Senior is doing something extremely important with our palace elders, but this demon beast invasion is a very serious matter. If the Grand Elder and the others do not step in, our North Night Palace could be razed to the ground." "Oh. Is the demon beast invasion that severe this time? Isn't the palace master also a late nascent soul cultivator? Can't she take care of this matter?" Hanli asked with an intrigued look. "I am here at none other than the palace master's behest to request for assistance. Before I left, the palace master was engaged in battle with a powerful demon beast and was unable to attend to any matters other than her battle," the woman replied with a wry smile. "Fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon and the others have entered the profound Jade Cave. If you think you have a way to get them to come out and help you, then go ahead. I'm going to have a look and see just what demon beasts have infiltrated that would pose such a severe threat to the palace. Han Li's body flashed through the air and he appeared in the teleportation formation. The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this, but she didn't dare to stop Han Li and could only offer words of caution. Be careful, senior. There are many demon beasts infiltrating on the other side, so the teleportation formation could send you to a perilous location. Han Li nodded and raised a hand, upon which an azure celestial technique struck the formation. White light immediately began to flash as teleportation was initiated. Right at this moment, silver light flashed behind Han Li and an azure humanoid figure appeared, seemingly from thin air, before both of them were teleported away. The woman was startled upon seeing this, and asked, "Who was that?" The false core stage disciple hesitated momentarily before replying, "I'm not sure, but that demon beast over there seems to have been killed by that person. I heard many seniors from the outside world came to the palace this time. That man must have been one of them. You three wait here. If enemies teleport to this place, then do your best to hold them off for now. I'm going to enter the profound jade cave to see if I can recruit the help of the Grand Elder and the others." The woman was rather disturbed by the fact that Han Li appeared here by himself, but she quickly recalled that she had been entrusted with an important duty and rushed toward the cave. "Yes." The three female disciples bowed in unison while the woman transformed into a streak of white light hurtling toward the profound jade cave. On the other side, Han Li and the humanoid puppet emerged from the teleportation formation. Before Han Li had even recovered from the discomfort brought on by teleportation, the puppet behind him suddenly disappeared on the spot. Two cries of anguish rang out in quick succession, followed by a dull thump as something fell to the ground. Han Li turned to discover a demon beast's body lying in a puddle of its own blood. There were a man and woman standing beside it, both of whom were core formation stage cultivators of the North Night Palace. They were staring at the humanoid puppet, which had one of its shiny golden arms protruding from the other demon beast's chest. The puppet withdrew its arm and the demon beast's body also fell to the ground. They had arrived in an identical hall to the one that the other teleportation formation was situated. Han Li took a glance at the two North Night Palace disciples before striding away without paying them any heed. He could hear a series of loud clashes erupting from outside the hall, thereby indicating that extremely fierce battles were taking place outside. The man and woman were planning to make their way over to Han Li and extend respectful salutes, but Han Li clearly didn't want to speak to them, so they remained where they were after a brief hesitation. Right at this moment, Han Li and the humanoid puppet had already exited the hall. As expected, there were many intense battles taking place outside with a dozen or so North Night Palace disciples locked in combat with a horde of demon beasts. Treasures and demonic chi flew in all directions amid deafening roars and explosions. Both sides appeared to be evenly matched and were locked in a grueling impasse. Han Li only took a cursory glance at the situation before paying no further attention to it. Most of the demon beasts and cultivators there were only at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay them any heed. He immediately transformed into a streak of silver light which also enveloped the humanoid puppet within, as he rushed out of the hall. After all, it was most likely the case the teleportation formation that could take him out of the Spirit Void Hall was located in the main hall. At Han Li's speed, he could travel several hundred feet in the time one took to take a breath, so he made it to the hall's entrance in the blink of an eye. However, right at this moment, a ghastly cry erupted from beside him as an unidentifiable monster with pitch-black scales all over its body suddenly appeared. Black chi was erupting from its mouth and it was throwing itself straight at Han Li in a ferocious manner. Han Li couldn't help but heave a faint sigh upon seeing this. This demon beast's cultivation base wasn't bad, but it was clearly lacking in intelligence. All of the other beasts could sense that Han Li was extremely powerful and were scrambling to avoid him. Who would have thought that there would be an idiot like this offering itself up to Han Li? However, Hanli couldn't be bothered to pay much attention to such a weak demon beast. He merely flicked his fingers at the ladder and 5 bursts of piercing azure light shot forth. The demon beast let loose an agonized howl as its protective demonic chi proved to be completely ineffective in the face of Hanli's attacks. 5 large holes were blasted into the layer of demonic chi before its dead body fell straight to the ground. The other demon beasts knew that Hanli was not to be messed with, but they were still petrified by the sight of him killing one of their brethren with such ease. All of them were trembling with fear as they hurtled back in retreat to assess the situation from afar. In contrast, the North Night Palace disciples were completely reinvigorated by the sight of such a powerful ally. However, Hanli immediately rushed out of the hall without any intention of remaining at the scene. The cultivators and demon beasts in the hall all looked at one another and a brief awkward silence ensued. The battle erupted again. On this occasion, the battle was even fiercer than it had been before. After exiting the hall, Hanli flew toward the location in his mind that he had secured from Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul using his soul search technique. He passed through several places on the way where demon beasts were engaged in heated battles with cultivators. It seemed that the entire Spirit Void Hall had been infiltrated by the hordes of demon beasts. Along the way, there were naturally a few foolish beasts who dared to attack him. All of them were either stabbed to death by his swords or killed by the puppet's arrows. Most of the assailants slain were 6th and 7th grade demon beasts. After all, just the spiritual pressure emanating from Hanli's body alone made low-tier demon beasts too scared to approach him. Furthermore, early metamorphosis stage demon beasts could immediately tell that Hanli was more powerful than them, so they naturally didn't want to engage such a powerful enemy in battle. However, as Hanli passing through a long corridor, he was stopped in his tracks by 2 early metamorphosis stage demon beasts. One of them wore blue robes with long ears and green eyes, while the other had a head of white hair with red skin and 3 demonic eyes. Both of them were exuding powerful killing intent as they glowered viciously at Hanli. Hanli looked at the 2 bodies of North Night Palace cultivators nearby and his brows furrowed slightly. The spiritual energy fluctuations here were extremely chaotic, clearly indicating that an intense battle had just taken place. It was also quite apparent that these 2 demon beasts had emerged victorious. Step aside. I'm not a North Night Palace cultivator and I have no intention of meddling in your battle, Hanli said in a cold voice. The green-eyed demon was extremely muscular with 2 massive silver axes in his hands. It began to chuckle in a maniacal manner upon hearing Hanli's words. Step aside. Do you think we're retarded? All human cultivators deserve to die. I just did a nascent soul and it tasted pretty good, and I just so happened to be looking for another one to eat. Your cultivation base appears to be superior to those 2, so your nascent soul must taste very good. The 3-eyed demon beast also had a sinister look on its face. Among the 2 demon beasts, one of them was only at the 8th grade while the other one had just ascended to the 9th grade. As such, it was no wonder that they were confident in their abilities to hunt Hanli down. After all, the humanoid puppet was still in hiding, and even a normal 8th grade demon beast could match a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator in power. Hanli's brows furrowed at the sight of the 2 metamorphosis stage demon beasts, who were appraising him as if he were easy prey. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill these 2 demon beasts, but he simply didn't want to waste magic power to kill them when he didn't stand to gain anything by doing so. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal and claps of thunder erupted behind him as a pair of silvery white wings appeared on his back. Silver light flashed and he abruptly disappeared. He was planning to rush past the 2 demon beasts in order to avoid a battle. The 2 demon beasts faltered slightly upon seeing that, but the 3-eyed 9th grade monster reacted extremely quickly as it hurriedly yelled, "Where do you think you're going? Its head suddenly blurred before turning 180 degrees, thereby allowing it to face directly behind itself. At the same time, piercing black light suddenly radiated from the third demonic eye on its glabella, and a streak of black light shot forth through the air. The black light suddenly exploded over 200 feet behind the two demon beasts. Amid a flurry of black light, Hanli was forced to relinquish his attempt to flee as he stumbled out of thin air with a shocked expression on his face. The other green-eyed demon beast burst into raucous laughter upon seeing this as it said, "Haha, don't blame us, kid, blame your luck for running into Brother Wu." Fellow Daoist Wu's heaven-piercing eye can dispel all types of teleportation and evasion techniques. Even your nascent soul won't be able to escape from us. Hanli steadied himself before turning to the two demon beasts with a cold expression as he said, "Oh really? It seems that I should better educate myself. To think that I didn't know of the existence of such an amazing demon beast material. So be it, I didn't want to engage in a battle where I would stand to gain nothing even if I won, but it looks like this won't just be a waste of my time and energy. I'll send you two on your way now." Even though he had summoned a small silver shield to keep the shockwaves of the explosion at bay in the nick of time, he was still rather disheveled in the aftermath of that attack. After having his attempt to flee thwarted, Hanli finally made up his mind to kill these two pesky beasts. Just as his voice fell, a silver light flashed behind the green-eyed demon beast. An azure figure emerged before plunging its arm directly toward the demon beast's back. Right at this moment, the three-eyed demon beast's third demonic eye flashed and it seemed to have sensed something. It immediately let loose a loud roar as it raised an arm into the air. A yellow ring then shot forth from his arm, hurtling directly toward that azure figure. Hanli harumphed coldly as 36 small golden swords rushed out of his sleeve amid a ringing sound. The swords transformed into streaks of golden light that were around a foot long each as they swept toward the three-eyed demon beast. He waved his other hand to hurl the yellow monk staff through the air, which swelled to several tens of feet in length in the blink of an eye while hurtling forth amid a peculiar howling sound. At the same time as the flying swords and monk staff were unleashed, Hanli also opened his mouth to blast a fist-sized ball of purple flames through the air. Meanwhile, the grating fire raven on his shoulder spread its wings and transformed into a ball of crimson flames that flew forth like a shooting star. However, the purple and crimson balls of fire were flying at a leisurely rate, far slower and less intimidating than the flying swords and monk staff up ahead. All of Hanli's attacks were being directed toward the three-eyed demon beast, an observation that sent a jolt of shock running through the latter's heart. This demon beast originated from the Myriad Demon Valley and had engaged in countless battles with the other demon beasts in the valley. As such, both its battle sense and battle experience were far superior to human cultivators of the same stage. Even though it had never taken on Hanli's attacks before, it could tell just from the astonishing spiritual light radiating from the flying swords and monk staff that those were extremely fearsome projectiles. As such, it was forced to turn its attention away from its 8th-grade demon beast companion in order to focus on defending itself. It slapped the storage pouch on its waist, upon which a burst of yellow light that was over 100 feet in length emerged, flashing straight toward the golden flying swords. Explosive booms erupted as the two clashed amid blinding flashes of light. The treasure unleashed by the demon beast was able to keep all of the golden flying swords at bay on its own, and did not fall to a disadvantage. This was quite a surprising sight to Hanli. However, right in this instant, the massive monk staff flashed past the golden swords, arriving directly above the three-eyed demon beast's head before crashing down like a small mountain. The demon beast looked up with a dark expression and let loose a ferocious roar. All of its clothes were torn to shreds as a result, revealing a dark green body that appeared as if it had been forged from steel essence. It raised its arms and they transformed into a set of massive steel pincers over 10 feet in length. It was going to use its arms to clamp down on the monk's staff. An earth-shattering boom erupted as black and yellow light intertwined with one another. The demon beast really was able to clamp down on the monk's staff firmly through brute strength alone, not allowing it to descend any further. However, this treasure was one of the 3 signature treasures used by the 3 masters of Kunwu. Han Li's cultivation arts prevented him from being able to unleash its full power, but the demon beast's massive body still shuddered as it was forced into a hunched position by the devastating power of the attack. The demon beast was quite stunned to see this. Its true form was the descendant of a primordial beast that was not very commonly known. Not only did it naturally possess the 3rd demonic eye on its head, it possessed enormous strength that could allow it to tear tigers and lions apart with its bare hands as soon as it was born. As its cultivation base improved, this enormous strength was also enhanced. In its current state, it could easily carry several tons of weight without any trouble at all. However, the strike from the monk's staff had made both of its arms completely numb. How could it not be stunned by such devastating power? Right at this moment, an anguished howl erupted from nearby. The demon beast's heart sank as it hurriedly turned toward that direction to discover that the green-eyed demon beast's huge head had already been decapitated. Beside its headless corpse, there was a translucent black dagger whizzing through the air, radiating a faint black light. However, that humanoid azure figure from earlier was nowhere to be seen. Following the 3-eyed demon beast's cautionary roar and the protection it had received from the silver ring, the 8th-tier demon beast was able to evade the humanoid puppet's attack. However, just as it turned with shock and fury and was about to launch a counterattack, the devil essence dagger that had snuck around behind it had caught it completely off guard, thereby successfully slicing off its head. The demon beast had many abilities left unused, but in the face of such a powerful foe, there was no way for it to survive for any lengthy period of time. A flash of light erupted from beneath the demon beast's headless corpse and a ball of green light shot forth, attempting to flee into the ground. However, a silver light flashed as the humanoid azure figure somehow emerged from thin air below it, preventing it from being able to escape. The demon beast's essence stirred with shock and attempted to flee in another direction, but it was already too late. The green figure reached out with its hand and grabbed onto the ball of green light. It then immediately rubbed its hand together and a silver light flashed as the demon beast's essence was reduced into a puff of smoke. Everything had taken place far too quickly. It seemed to the 3-eyed demon beast that its companion had been slain in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the azure humanoid figure turned to look at the 3-eyed demon beast. Silver light flashed around its body as it disappeared along with the devil essence dagger beside it. The demon beast's expression changed drastically as a hint of horror finally surfaced in its eyes. It could sense just how terrifying that humanoid puppet and that black flying dagger was. It didn't know that the humanoid figure was a puppet, but what it did know was that it was no match for it and Han Li combined. A sense of remorse welled up in his heart as he planned to make a retreat. At the same time, light was flashing incessantly within its 3rd demonic eye as it tried to track down the humanoid puppet. Right at this moment, the balls of purple apex flames and gradient true flames flew toward it, one from the right and one from the left. The demon beast's hands were completely full and it merely glanced at the 2 fireballs. It found the fireballs to be a little peculiar but didn't pay them much heed. It casually opened its mouth to unleash 2 bursts of yellow demonic chi, thinking that that would be sufficient to keep the fireballs at bay. However, it had made a severe lapse in judgment. Just as an elated look appeared on its face as it caught sight of the humanoid puppet with its 3rd demonic eye, the 2 fireballs exploded in unison. Boom! The purple flames transformed into a pillar of fire over 100 feet tall in the blink of an eye, sweeping aside the burst of demonic chi with disdain as it hurtled toward the demon beast. Before it had even gotten close to the demon beast, the glacial chi emanating from the pillar of flames was already making the space around it crackle and shriek. Layers of remarkably translucent ice quickly appeared from thin air before rapidly extending toward the demon beast, as if it were going to seal this entire space in ice. Meanwhile, that crimson fireball also exploded, but reverted back into its fire raven form. However, with the crimson flames around it, its body had swelled to over a foot in size. It merely opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic chi shooting toward it before spreading open its wings and disappearing into the pillar of purple flames beside it. The demon beast's face immediately paled with fright at the sight of the glacial chi emanating from the purple apex flames. In its horror, it immediately opened its mouth to unleash countless streaks of yellow light, of which there seemed to be an infinite number. After tumbling through the air, those streaks of light transformed into peculiar insects that were about the size of thumbs. They had the upper bodies of centipedes and the lower bodies of scorpions. All of them were entirely yellow in color and appeared extremely sinister. As soon as the swarm of insects appeared, they began to exhale putrid mist, which converged to form a yellow ball in the blink of an eye. The ball of mist traveled directly toward the pillar of flames in an attempt to keep it at bay. Meanwhile, demonic light flashed over the demon beast's body as its arms expanded even further. It was trying to inject more power into its arms in order to forcibly free itself from under the monk's staff before fleeing the battle. The three-eyed demon beast was completely devoid of any battle intent. All it wanted to do was to run for its life. As soon as the yellow mist came into contact with the purple flames, the mist immediately began to waver and quiver. Parts of the mist were turning into crystals before falling from the sky. However, the countless insects behind the ball of mist were still exhaling yellow mist incessantly, thereby managing to temporarily keep the pillar of flames at bay. At this moment, a sharp cry erupted from within the purple pillar of flames. The entire pillar abruptly converged and transformed into a massive raven over 100 feet in size, with purple fiery wings and a pair of crimson eyes. The raven only had to flap its wings slightly to unleash a pillar of purple flames that was several times more powerful than the previous one. Not only did the flames sweep aside the yellow mist with ease, even the strange insects behind the cloud were sealed in ice, completely immobilized. The fire raven's crimson eyes flashed and it flew toward the three-eyed demon beast with boundless glacial chi emanating from its body. The demon beast was trapped under the immense power of the monk's staff and couldn't move a single inch. As such, it could only blast out a streak of black light from its third demonic eye. However, the black light immediately disappeared into the fire raven's body, inflicting no damage on its target whatsoever. The purple fire raven let loose a long cry and reached the three-eyed demon beast in a flash. The demon beast's entire body was enveloped by turbulent purple flames and it let loose a howl of anguish before it was sealed into a massive purple ice statue, frozen solid with an expression of shock and horror on its face. Its protective demonic chi was completely ineffective against the purple apex flames. A humanoid figure flashed toward the ice statue and the humanoid puppet emerged amid a burst of silver light. It rubbed its hands together before raising them into the air in unison, upon which two arcs of golden lightning struck the statue amid the sound of a resounding thunderclap. As a result, the purple ice crumbled and the physical body of the demon beast sealed within naturally fell apart as well. However, a burst of green light then flashed through the air as a ball of green flames even larger than the green-eyed demon beast's essence shot forth. It only flashed a few times before it traveled over 200 feet away. "Isn't it a little too late to try and run now?" A cold voice sounded, followed by an explosive thunderclap. A silver arc of light abruptly appeared before the green flames and Hanli emerged from within with his hands clasped behind his back. Silver light shimmered around his body as he appraised the demon beast's essence with a half-smile. The demon beast's essence immediately tried to flee in another direction, but Hanli merely extended a hand to produce a green wooden ruler, which he gently waved toward the beast's essence. Spiritual light flashed as a huge silver lotus that was around a foot in diameter instantly appeared beneath the beast's essence. The petals turned slightly and the demon beast was struck by the feeling that all of the spiritual chi around it had congealed, making it unable to unleash its teleportation technique. Its heart sank as spiritual light erupted from the silver petals and streaks of seven-colored Buddhist light shot forth from the center of the lotus. The streaks of light ensnared the beast's essence before rapidly pulling it back and forcibly capturing it into the silver lotus. A cry of shock and horror rang out and the silver lotus flashed several times before crumbling into non-existence. The demon's essence within it also disappeared like the wind, completely vanishing from this world. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as the wooden ruler in his hand also disappeared at his behest. At this moment, the humanoid puppet flew toward Han Li and expressionlessly handed him something. The items being offered to Han Li consisted of 2 storage pouches, 1 silver ring ancient treasure, and an inky black bead that was about the size of a thumb. Among them, that bead was none other than the three-eyed demon beast's third demonic eye. Han Li narrowed his eyes and began to carefully examine this demon beast material. Aside from the fact that it was entirely pitch black in color, Han Li didn't discover anything out of the ordinary about it. However, when he looked into the demonic eyes, his expression suddenly changed before he stowed it away along with the silver ring. The silver ring was a great ancient treasure, but in the eyes of the current Han Li, it was only barely worth keeping. As for that massive yellow streak of light that had held Han Li's flying swords at bay earlier, following the death of its wielder, it had become an ancient blade that was neither a saber nor a sword. After a brief examination, Han Li also stowed it away into his storage pouch. After putting away the flying swords and monk staff, Han Li didn't remain here any longer. He obscured the humanoid puppet again before rushing toward the end of the corridor as a streak of azure light. As he got closer and closer to the main hall, the number of North Night Palace cultivators and demon beasts he encountered declined sharply. However, those who did appear were all extremely powerful cultivators demon beasts, including some nascent soul cultivators and metamorphosis stage demon beasts. However, due to the fact that none of them got in his way, Han Li only took glances at them from afar and naturally didn't cause trouble for himself by interfering with those battles. After passing by several courtyards and a plaza, Han Li finally saw where the main hall of the Spirit Void Hall was situated. The white jade walls around the main hall stretched as far as the eyes could see, but the gate's position before him wasn't all that tall or wide. It was only just over 100 feet tall and it seemed that it was merely one of the side gates. At the entrance of the gate, there were people and 1 demon beast engaged in a heated battle. The 2 white-robed cultivators consisted of 1 male and 1 female, of which the male cultivator was the North Night Palace's overseer elder, the gray-haired elder Yi, while the female cultivator was a beautiful woman in white palatial robes. It was none other than Bai Yaoi. The 2 of them were battling a black-robed old man who looked completely like a human. His head of long hair was flashing with azure light and a cold gleam was shimmering in his eyes, striking the onlooker with a sense of intimidation. Bai Yaoi and Elder Yi were wielding 2 silver flying swords and a peculiar jade veil that blasted black-white chi, and they appeared to be struggling against the might of that old man. In one hand, the old man was wielding a shimmering azure net. When the net was spread open, it transformed into an azure cloud that was over 100 feet wide with lightning flashing within, creating a formidable sight to behold. In his other hand, he was wielding a pitch-black treasure that appeared to be a metal pestle. With every swing of the treasure, several tens of projections would be summoned to attack his opponents. Some of those projections were substantial while others were merely illusions, and they were very difficult to deal with. This old man was able to force Bai Yaoi and Elder Yi firmly onto the back foot while he himself appeared to be very relaxed. However, the jade veil that Elder Yi was wielding appeared to be an extremely powerful treasure. The black-white chi pouring forth from within was able to take on most of the bolts of azure lightning as well as the projections summoned by the black pestle. Meanwhile, Bai Yaoi's silver flying swords were also quite powerful in their own right, and the two of them were managing to stave off defeat together. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as his gaze scanned toward the old man, upon which his pupils contracted as his expression changed slightly. This old man was a 10th grade metamorphosis stage demon beast. Even with his bright sight spirit eyes, he was unable to identify what kind of demon beast the old man's true form was. Han Li's heart jolted slightly as the streak of azure light that he had transformed into reached the edges of their battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, he showed no intention of stopping whatsoever as he abruptly accelerated. A flash of blinding azure light erupted as Han Li attempted to rush past the three of them en route to the main hall. "You're not getting away." As a 10th grade demon beast, the old man certainly wasn't going to let a human get away right under his nose. He could sense that Han Li was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but he didn't pay that much heed. He raised his hand casually to point toward the azure net, upon which the azure cloud that the net had transformed into shuddered amid a loud rumbling sound. Several tens of balls of azure lightning shot forth from within, heading straight for Han Li. All of those fist-sized balls of lightning swelled to the size of human heads as they shot forth through the air, sealing off an area with a radius of over 200 feet and affording Han Li no avenue for escape. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, but he didn't stop to address the threats at hand. Instead, the humanoid puppet behind him suddenly revealed itself. It raised an arm into the air to summon a small bow that was enveloped in crimson flames, before gently drawing the bowstring with his other hand. A resounding boom erupted as countless balls of fire hurtled toward the azure balls of lightning. The balls of red and green clashed in mid-air before exploding into azure and crimson balls of fire, creating a marvelous spectacle to behold. The power of the fireballs was clearly inferior to that of the azure lightning, but they were still able to slow down the azure balls, buying Han Li enough time to flash past the three that were engaged in battle, allowing him to escape into the hall through the gate. "Ha!" A cry of surprise escaped from the old man's mouth. With this 10th grade demon beast's astonishing cultivation base, he was able to immediately catch sight of the humanoid puppet that had appeared behind Han Li, which was why he was so surprised. He looked on as Han Li rushed into the hall and his brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't give chase. Instead, he focused his attention back on the two opponents he was facing and began to inject more power into his attacks. Bai Yaoi was also extremely shocked. The azure streak of light had flown past too quickly for her to identify that it was Han Li, but the azure light was extremely familiar to her. After a split second of contemplation, she realized that it was definitely Han Li who had just sped past them. Could it be that the Grand Elder and the others have already exited the profound jade cave? The thought had only just occurred to Bai Yaoi when the old man began to increase the intensity of his attacks. As such, she was unable to contemplate the issue any further and could only inject spiritual power into her flying swords in a frenzy. The two flying swords were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, assisting Elder Yi to just barely hold off the devastating attacks being thrown at them. Elder Yi was also very surprised that the streak of azure light had been able to withstand the old demon beast's lightning attack before rushing into the hall. He didn't recognize that streak of azure light, but he sensed no demonic chi coming from it, and that, coupled with the fact that the old demon beast had unleashed an attack against it, indicated that this was a friend rather than a foe. As such, he didn't think too much about this matter as he injected more power into his jade vial. He and Bai Yaoi were only mid-nascent soul cultivators, so even with this dual chi vial, spirit treasure replica, it was still too tall in order to expect them to take down a 10th grade demon beast. At this moment, Han Li rushed through the gate and traveled for over 100 feet before revealing himself again. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, trying to assess the situation within the main hall before deciding on a course of action. However, before he had the chance to identify what was going on, the raucous laughter of an elderly man suddenly erupted. "So there's another one that wants to die. Goo." One more or one less doesn't matter anyway. Get in here. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this, and before he had a chance to react, black light flashed around him and the surrounding scenery began to warp. In the blink of an eye, he had been transferred into a space where black demonic chi was tumbling in all directions. He had been trapped by some sort of treasure. Hanli was naturally shocked upon making this realization. The demonic chi around him surged before sweeping toward him as if it were attempting to crush him to death. Hanli took a deep breath as his hands balled up into tight fists in his sleeves. Rumbling thunderclaps erupted from his body as a layer of golden lightning arcs emerged, instantly encapsulating his body within. Several tens of small golden swords then flew out of his sleeves, circling around Hanli before transforming into fragments of golden light. Those light fragments settled outside the arcs of lightning to provide a second layer of defense. At this moment, the black demonic chi had reached Hanli and crashed into the golden light from all directions. The golden light manifested from his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords danced like wagon wheels, keeping all of the surrounding demonic chi at bay. Seeing as the demonic didn't appear to be as difficult to deal with as he had imagined, Hanli heaved an internal sigh of relief. However, his expression was still quite grave as he looked around incessantly. Unfortunately, there was nothing around him aside from murky darkness. Your flying swords aren't bad at all. I'll take them and play with them for a while. A surprised elderly voice sounded from somewhere within the darkness. It was quite clear that the being who had held Hanli captive in this treasure had developed an interest in his swords. Hanli faltered initially upon hearing this before a cold smile appeared on his face. He raised his hands and a ball of three-colored lightly abruptly slid out of his sleeve. The spiritual light receded and the triflame fan was revealed in his hand. His opponent was clearly quite powerful, so Hanli had no choice but to take this battle seriously. Right after the triflame fan appeared in his hand, the demonic chi overhead suddenly began to tremor violently amid a loud howling sound. Demonic chi tumbled like turbulent waves, creating a massive vortex in midair. The vortex was completely pitch black in color with a radius of over 100 feet. As soon as it emerged, it immediately began to rotate rapidly while emitting a sharp screeching noise. A vast expanse of black light then shot forth from the center of the vortex, sweeping directly toward Hanli. Hanli's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and he knew that he had been plunged into a perilous situation. As such, he immediately made a hand seal to activate his sword arts. A crisp ringing sound erupted from the golden light around him, and the golden swords suddenly converged, forming a golden lotus flower that was constantly swirling with light as it slowly began to rotate. Right at this moment, the black light came tumbling down and inundated the entire golden lotus flower. As soon as the two made contact with one another, the sound of countless swords and blades clashing erupted, creating a very disturbing chorus of chaotic sounds that disrupted one's cognitive functions. Hanli was abruptly struck by a sense of dizziness, and at the same time, an immense force began to draw the golden lotus formed by his flying swords upward, trying to wrest it away from Hanli's control. Hanli's expression changed slightly as he began to circulate all of the magic power within his body. If he were an average mid-nascent soul cultivator, he really wouldn't be able to prevent his magic treasure from being wrenched away by this enormous suction force. However, after cultivating the Azure Essence sword art, his cultivation base was a lot more powerful than that of cultivators of the same stage. Furthermore, his Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm sword had been refined on several occasions with rare materials added each time, thereby making it a treasure that normal magic treasures simply couldn't hold a candle to. As Hanli activated his magic power and sword art with all his might, the Golden Lotus was finally able to withstand this burst of suction force. Even so, it was tremoring violently as it rotated incessantly, keeping the black light erupting from the vortex at bay. At this moment, Hanli brandished his feather fan without any hesitation before waving it toward the vortex up above with a grave expression. 3 pillars of fire erupted from the fan amid a spluttering sound, crashing directly into the black light descending from above. A quick succession of explosions rang out as the 3-colored flames struck the black light, creating an effect that was akin to cold water being poured into hot oil. It was clear that the 3-colored flames were far more powerful than the black light, and the pillars of fire were only stalled for a split second before easily vanquishing the black light. The flames then shot forth into the vortex up above, upon which they abruptly disappeared. Han Li's brows furrowed as he looked up at the vortex overhead with rapt focus. Moments later, a ringing sound began to emit from the center of the vortex, and the black light around it began to swell and contract. An earth-shattering boom erupted from its center. All of the demonic chi in a radius of several hundred feet surged toward it as if in a maddened frenzy, and the vortex disappeared amid a burst of brilliant black light. Han Li's expression was quite grim as he stowed away his tri-flame fan. Even though he had vanquished the black vortex, there was no hint of joy or triumph on his face. After all, that attack alone had expended close to 20% of his magic power, and it didn't appear to have hurt his opponent at all. "That's a spirit treasure replica. So it's you. Is your surname Han?" The elderly voice sounded again, this time tinged with a hint of surprise. "How do you know about me?" Han Li's expression stirred slightly. He felt like he already knew the answer to that question, but he still decided to ask it anyway. Hee. Your feather fan spirit treasure is far too easily recognizable. I heard you foiled one of my plans back on the Kunwa mountain. What are you doing here in the North Night Palace now? The elder voice asked. Kunwa Mountain. Your fellow Daoist Che from the Myriad Demon Valley. Han Li's heart jolted and his expression changed upon making that realization. He didn't know much about the Myriad Demon Valley, but it was naturally impossible for him not to have heard about this valley master of the Myriad Demon Valley. Most people were oblivious to his true cultivation base, but even that myriad-year corpse Xiong was at the late nascent soul stage, so according to Han Li's estimation, this old demon was most likely one of the few deity transformation cultivators in the human world. Otherwise, the Myriad Demon Valley would have been wiped off the face of the Great Gene countless times already. That's right. I heard from Master Xiong that you have some sort of connection with Fairy Ling Long, who is an acquaintance of mine, and that you went to the 9th level of the Devil-Suppressing Pagoda with her. Now that the perfect Devil Chi on the 9th level has been sealed again, you've appeared here safe and sound. Fairy Ling Long must have returned to the spirit realm already. At the mention of the spirit realm, the elderly voice trembled slightly as if with excitement as well as a hint of fear. Ling Long has indeed returned to the spirit realm using the star-defying plate. You know her? Han Li asked with an uncertain expression on his face. At the same time, spiritual light flashed in his hand as he surreptitiously summoned the green wooden ruler. In his other hand, the fire cauldron that had been shrunk to only several inches in size also appeared. The elderly voice suddenly cooled as it said, I was just a nobody in the spirit realm who saw her occasionally from afar. Fairy Ling Long must have left something with you, right? I presume that you also have the 8th spirit ruler spirit treasure, right? Don't try to tell me the ruler was taken to the spirit realm by Fairy Ling Long unless it's been refined by the artifact imprint technique. There's no way it could be taken to another realm through the boundary between realms. Han Li's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything. However, he unconsciously tightened his grip around the green wooden ruler in his sleeve. So what is it? Is my question difficult to answer, or are you simply unwilling to answer? The elderly voice became even more forbidding. At the same time, a burst of powerful spiritual chi erupted from the surrounding demonic chi, pressing down upon Han Li with immense force. This fearsome cultivation base was something that could only belong to a true 10th grade demon beast, but Han Li's spiritual sense wasn't inferior to that of a late nascent soul cultivator. As such, his body only swayed slightly before he was able to right himself and withstand the pressure crashing down from above. You. The elderly voice was slightly surprised this time. Upon sensing this burst of vast spiritual pressure, Hanli narrowed his eye as a streak of light erupted from his pupils. Hanli exhaled as a peculiar look appeared on his face, and he said, "I heard that you've been in seclusion for countless years in the Myriad Demon Valley and wouldn't leave unless if it were to take care of matters of the utmost importance. As such, the being here is not your actual body, am I correct? After all, how could the mighty old devil Che possess only so little spiritual power? So what?" The elderly voice was completely cold and expressionless. "I have no interest in your conflict with the North Night Palace and I have no intention of interfering with this matter. I only want to leave this place using the teleportation formation here. If you don't want me to join forces with the North Night Palace cultivators, then I suggest you let me go." Hanli had also discarded all pretense of politeness as he threatened in a cold voice. As long as there weren't any deity transformation cultivators around, he had nothing to fear. Old Devil Che burst into raucous laughter before threatening in a sinister voice, I haven't been threatened like this for many, many years. I heard from Master Xiong that our Divine Devil Bane Lightning is quite powerful, but Divine Devil Bane Lightning is only effective against demonic chi. Do you really think you're a match for me now that you're trapped in my Myriad Demon Flag? If you don't want your body and soul to be destroyed, hand over the 8th Spirit Ruler and everything else that Fairy Ling Long left to you. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider letting you live." Hanli heaved an internal sigh. It appeared that this old Devil Che didn't see him as a threat at all and wouldn't let him leave without a fight. The Myriad Demon Flag was something that he had heard about on many occasions. It was an extremely renowned replica that was closest to a true divine spirit treasure. As such, it was no wonder that this old devil would be so confident in his ability to crush Hanli. Seeing his negotiations were clearly going to get him nowhere, Hanli didn't waste any more time with words. He immediately raised his hand. A ball of red light shot forth. It spun in the air before hovering several tens of feet above his head, where it remained, completely stationary. That ball of red light was none other than the nameless fire cauldron. Hanli made a hand seal and began to chant something. Brilliant light erupted from the cauldron as it swelled drastically in size, reaching several tens of feet in diameter in the blink of an eye. At Hanli's behest, the lid of the cauldron came flying off. A ringing sound erupted from within the cauldron, following which fist-sized fire ravens rushed into the air. There were over 1,000 fire ravens summoned at once and they surrounded Hanli to create a vast expanse of red light. Hanli didn't dare to underestimate the Myriad Demon Flag's power, so he unleashed all of the fire cauldron's power at once. Not only that, but the grating fire raven on his shoulder had also disappeared as it mingled with its brethren. Its appearance was completely identical to all of the other fire ravens, so no one else would be able to tell the difference. Right at this moment, Hanli's chanting came to a halt. He let loose a low cry and all of the fire ravens began to blast crimson flame out of their beaks. In the blink of an eye, waves of fire that were several tens of feet tall swept up around Hanli before crashing toward the nearby demonic chi. The entire space was transformed into a crimson sea of flames, elevating the surrounding temperature drastically. As the demonic chi made contact with the sea of fire, they immediately began to clash amid explosive booms akin to thunderclaps. Slowly but surely, the sea of fire was able to force back the surrounding demonic chi. You think you can escape from my Myriad Demon Flag with such a pitiful trick? Stop daydreaming. Old Devil Che chuckled coldly before unleashing a long howl that was surely audible even high up in the heavens. Upon hearing this sharp howl, all of the demonic chi that had been forced back into retreat immediately gathered together, converging to form balls of black chi. A series of pitch-black demon beasts and monsters appeared within the demonic chi. They were all snarling viciously and came in all shapes and sizes. The largest ones were over 300 feet in size, while the smallest ones were only several feet in size. However, all of them wore the same ferocious expression as they appraised Han Li, who was situated in the middle of the sea of fire. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this. He cast his gaze out into the distance to find that there were seemingly countless demonic beasts gathered amid the turbulent demonic chi, stretching as far as the eyes could see. A sharp howl erupted as these demon beast puppets came pouncing at him from all directions. Han Li's eyelids twitched as he silently raised a hand, casting several azure celestial technique up toward the fire cauldron hovering above his head. The cauldron tremored before radiating scintillating red light as the entire cauldron was enshrouded in crimson flames, transforming it into a massive fireball. Countless bursts of scorching flames flew through the air from the cauldron, joining the sea of fire. The air temperature within the entire space was abruptly raised once again as the sea of fire surged forth with even greater ferocity. At the same time, fireballs that were roughly the size of human heads flew out from within the sea of fire. There was a large fire raven encapsulated in each and every ball of fire, and they borrowed on the power of the sea of flames to charge toward the surrounding demon beast puppets. Crimson fireballs of different sizes began to explode within the extremely dense demon beast puppet army. Over 1,000 fire ravens danced violently through the air, clashing with the demon beasts around them. Flames and demonic chi surged as fiery light and black chi intertwined with one another. Countless clashes took place in the blink of an eye and an impasse ensued. It was a rather peculiar situation as the demon beasts were able to materialize their bodies over and over again after being vanquished by the fire ravens, while the fire ravens were able to be reborn from the sea of fire after being destroyed. It was as if there were no end to either of the two armies. A frosty harumph sounded from within the demonic chi. The sound of chanting then rang out from all directions, and it was none other than old Devil Che's voice. Han Li's eyes flashed and he suddenly looked upward, upon which his expression abruptly changed. At the spot in the air where the vortex had originally been situated, demonic chi began to tumble violently as a massive paw slowly extended from within the demonic chi. The paw was pitch black and reflected an oily sheen. It was around 300 to 400 feet in size, and attached to it were 5 sharp claws, all of which were several tens of feet in length. They were shimmering with a cold sinister light, presenting a very intimidating spectacle to behold. Even though the massive paw was yet to descend, Han Li was still struck by a powerful sense of pressure and oppression, as if there were nowhere for him to run. The chanting came to a halt and the massive paw came crashing downward. A gust of demonic wind was swept up, howling through the air like a hurricane and causing the sea of fire around Han Li to waver and flicker erratically. Even the massive monk staff was disproportionately tiny in the face of this black demonic paw. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the massive staff clashed with the demonic paw. It was as if the monk staff had struck a gargantuan fortress constructed from steel essence, and it was only able to slow down the demonic paw for a split second before it was sent flying. The colossal demonic paw then came crashing down toward Han Li. Han Li pursed his lips and the 36 golden flying swords around him emitted a ringing sound in unison, before converging above his head at his behest. Brilliant golden light erupted as the flying swords instantly combined to form a massive golden sword that was 50 to 60 feet in length. The sound of thunderclaps then rang out once again as a series of thick golden lightning arcs erupted from the surface of the massive sword. The lightning arcs converged to form a dazzling streak of golden light, which hurtled directly toward the descending paw. The huge sword had been materialized from 36 azure bamboo clouds warm swords, and with the violent injection of magic power from Han Li, it was able to destroy virtually anything and everything. Golden light flashed and the gargantuan paw was forcibly sliced in half. A muffled groan sounded from within demonic Qi, seemingly indicating that old devil Che had sustained some type of injury from that clash. The two halves of the demonic Po dissipated in the wind and disappeared as balls of demonic Qi. Upon hearing the muffled groan, blue light abruptly flashed through Han Li's eyes as he stabbed a finger toward the golden streak of light in the sky. The golden light immediately circled around at his behest, transforming into a golden serpent as it bit down on a certain spot in the air. A loud thump erupted as a ball of piercing black light erupted at that location without any premonition. An inky black shield then appeared, which the golden serpent was unable to bite through. Right at this moment, black light flashed from behind the shield as a short figure appeared. This figure was a small child with 3 small braids on his head pointing up at the sky and an unidentifiable silver lock hanging in front of his chest. This was the form that old devil Che had taken outside the city of ice. The small child was currently standing behind the black shielding, looking on with a hint of surprise as the golden serpent continued to tear viciously at the shield. Auric essence. To think that you added such a rare material into your flying swords, no wonder you were able to break through my heavenly demon paw. The small child reverted back to his normal calm expression as he turned to appraise Han Li. Han Li completely ignored what the small child was saying, and murmured to himself, "Looks like I was right as well, this really isn't your actual body." The small child was furious at Han Li's display of arrogance, and he was so enraged that he burst into laughter. He then abruptly feigned a grabbing motion and black light flashed in his hand, upon which a murky gray flag appeared in his grasp. Hee hee. I only displayed 20% of the myriad demon flag's power just then, yet you're arrogant enough to think that you've got the better of me. I'm going to destroy your body and soul with this next attack and show you the true might of the myriad demon flag. At the conclusion of his sentence, old devil Che unfurled the small flag in his hand, seemingly preparing to unleash some type of powerful attack. A focused expression appeared on Han Li's face as he suddenly pointed a finger at the sea of fire. All of a sudden, several tens of fire ravens shot forth from within the sea of fire, flying directly toward the small child. The huge golden sword also emitted a long cry as he activated his sword's arts, and it tremored before splitting back up into 36 golden flying swords. Each and every one of the swords was around a foot in length and they were all emanating dazzling golden light. The swords then replicated in the hundreds amid a ringing sound, before circling through the air and flying toward the small child in a wild frenzy. The child pursed his lips and set aside his flag for now as he pointed a finger toward the small black shield in front of him. The shield trembled slightly before transforming into a misty barrier of light that encapsulated the small child within. Golden and black spiritual light began to flicker wildly as countless swords came crashing into the light barrier. However, the sustained assault was only able to send ripples of black light flashing across the barrier, but was unable to even harm it in the slightest. This unremarkable-looking black light barrier was like an indestructible fortress. As for the several tens of fire ravens flying through the air, the small child completely ignored them and began to activate the small flag in his hand again. Those fire ravens were manifested from fire essence, but they still weren't enough to pose a threat to the small child. In his eyes, his shield would be able to keep these fire ravens at bay. Thus, the small gray flag was waved through the air, upon which the entire space tremored violently. Bursts of murky gray mist suddenly emerged from the demonic Qi around Han Li's sea of fire. This mist-like substance then began to exude a peculiar spatial fluctuation. 4 black holes abruptly appeared in mid-air, each of which was around 10 feet in diameter, and it appeared as if something were going to emerge from within. However, Han Li completely ignored those black holes as a loud thunderclap erupted from behind him. Just as the fire ravens were about to reach the black light barrier, silvery white wings surfaced on his back and his entire body disappeared amid a flash of silver light. Almost at the exact same moment, the crimson flames gushing out from the beaks of the fire ravens struck the black light barrier, where they exploded into scorching balls of fire. All of the golden swords were also crashing into the black light barrier over and over again, but it was just as the small child had anticipated. The black light barrier was able to withstand all of these attacks with ease. The small child looked on as Hanli disappeared from within the sea of fire, and his expression changed slightly, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as his chanting faltered momentarily. He flipped over his other little hand and a length of black rope appeared. He whipped the rope through the air and it shot forth like a snake before manifesting 7 or 8 more ropes, all of which wound themselves around a certain spot in the air that was around 50 to 60 feet away from the small child. In the next instant, a silver arc of light flashed as Han Li's body emerged amid a clap of thunder, right at the spot that the black ropes were binding around. Before he even had a chance to react, a peculiar light flashed from the ropes as they abruptly contracted to completely immobilize him. A sinister smile appeared on the small child's face as he opened his mouth, within which a black light was flashing. He seemed to be waiting for Hanli to be bound by the ropes before blasting some sort of treasure out of his mouth to attack him. This development was something that Hanli didn't anticipate. Never would he have thought that his opponent would have such a mysterious treasure that would be able to predict the exact location he would appear at after using his lightning movement technique. Thus, his expression changed drastically as he let loose a low roar before making a hand seal. Brilliant green light erupted from his body, clashing with the black ropes. Immediately thereafter, Han Li's body disappeared again, leaving only an azure talisman bound within the ropes. Han Li's body then surfaced over 100 feet away and his face was a little pale, seemingly from overexertion. In that perilous situation, Han Li had expended a vast amount of magic power to use the spirit form talisman that he was still yet to refine, thereby using it as a body double to help him dodge that bullet. The azure talisman wavered within the ensnarement of the ropes before dissipating into specks of azure light. Those specks of light shot forth toward Han Li and disappeared into his body in the blink of an eye. The small child's expression became a little strained upon seeing that. The black light in his mouth flashed a couple of times, but he still harumphed coldly before slowly closing his mouth in the end. Right at this moment, several tens of feet away from the black light barrier in a certain direction, silver light flashed and an azure humanoid figure emerged. It was none other than the humanoid puppet, and it had managed to approach the small child without him noticing. It raised its hands and the red bow appeared. Dazzling red light erupted, following which countless fiery arrows shot forth from an extremely close range. At the same time, an inky black dagger appeared above the small child's head. It was intermingled within the countless streaks of crimson flames and came stabbing downward viciously and silently. Even though this wasn't old Devil Che's true body, from a spiritual sense perspective alone, this demon was far superior to the old man that had been transformed from the azure-back wolf. In the face of this abrupt turn of events, the small child was startled, but he immediately identified the black dagger above his head as the lethal threat. As such, his hand flew up at an incredible speed before slamming into the shield in front of him. He then raised his head and opened his mouth again, upon which a coin-like treasure was sent flying upward amid a burst of black chi. The countless flaming arrows overhead converged to form a thick pillar of flames, which struck the black light barrier. At the same time, the small child's hand made contact with the shield before him, and the thickness of the light barrier instantly increased by several fold. Following a resounding boom, an astonishing explosion of flames erupted on the barrier, causing it to tremor in an alarming manner. The Devil Essence dagger up above also struck the tip of the light barrier soundlessly. The dagger was able to slice a thin slit in the light barrier, through which it continued downward toward the small child. However, right at this moment, the coin-like treasure that was enveloped in black chi arrived just in the nick of time, clashing with the dagger to create a crisp ringing sound. A peculiar light flashed once again and both treasures disappeared at the same time. Han Li's heart jolted with surprise upon seeing this. Thankfully, the humanoid puppet informed him through a spiritual sense message that the Devil Essence dagger hadn't actually disappeared. Instead, it had simply been trapped someplace nearby. Han Li focused his attention back on the battle at hand and unleashed his other trump card. Among the several tens of fire ravens who had been kept at bay outside the black light barrier, one of them suddenly spread their wings and let loose a loud cry. Its body swelled to several times its original size in the blink of an eye before a burst of white glacial chi was blasted out of its mouth. This was none other than the Great Fire Raven that had absorbed a large amount of Profound Jade's glacial chi in the Profound Jade Cave. Without careful refinement over a period of months or even years, there was naturally no way that this glacial chi could be converted into the essential fire of the Great True Flame. However, a lot of it had just been released at Han Li's behest. The white glacial chi struck the light barrier, creating a stark contrast between the black light and the white chi. A thick layer of translucent ice began to spread over the light barrier. It took only a split second before a massive ball of ice was formed, sealing the black light barrier and the small child within. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing. However, he was naturally aware of the fact that just an ice seal wouldn't actually be able to restrict a 10th grade demon beast. As such, he was only using this attack to try and temporarily immobilize him. At the same time, he immediately made a hand seal while pointing toward the golden swords hovering near the huge ball of ice. He began to chant as the golden swords flew into the sky in unison, circling around in the air before dispersing and beginning to vanish one by one. Old Devil Che was proving to be a very troublesome opponent to deal with, so Han Li decided to set up the Aureate Sword formation in order to slay this demon. However, he only managed to set up half of the formation before the massive ball of ice began to shudder violently. Immediately thereafter, countless strands of silver thread pierced through the ice before slicing the ball of ice into slabs of different sizes. Through the semi-transparent layer of ice, Han Li could see that the black light barrier within had already disappeared. It had reverted back to the pitch-black shield, while the small child was holding a treasure in his hand that was emanating piercing silver light. The countless thin strands of silver threads were coming from none other than that ball of light. Within that ball of light was the silver lock that was hanging in front of the small boy's chest. Han Li heaved a faint internal sigh upon arriving at the realization that he wouldn't be able to finish setting up his sword formation. He immediately flipped his hand over with a grim expression to summon the green wooden ruler, before gently waving it at the small child from afar. Spiritual light flashed above the small child's head as a silver lotus with a diameter of roughly a foot appeared. The lotus spun in mid-air before sending a vast expanse of seven-colored Buddhist light raining down from above. The small child had just broken out of the ball of ice when the Buddhist light shone down upon him, momentarily stunning him. Right at this moment, the humanoid puppet rubbed its hands together, upon which brilliant flash of silver light erupted and a spear that was several feet in length appeared in his hand. The small child's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and the small gray flag in his hand flew up of its own accord before gently waving in the air. He was somehow able to ignore the Buddhist light's restrictive effect and activate the myriad demon flag in his hand. The space around the small child immediately began to twist and warp as a murky gray barrier appeared with him at its very center. Right at this moment, the humanoid puppet also raised an arm. The silver spear transformed into a streak of silver light as it screeched through the air. At such close quarters, the spear struck the barrier in front of the small child almost as soon as it left the puppet's hand. A peculiar scene then unfolded. The silver spear was easily able to puncture the barrier, but somehow missed the small child by over 10 feet before puncturing the barrier again and emerging on the other side. Han Li was rather taken aback upon seeing this. The humanoid puppet's spiritual sense had clearly already locked onto the small child, so how could it have missed by so much? However, he was soon struck with a sense of enlightenment. This barrier manifested by the myriad demon flag possessed the ability to warp space. This was not some ordinary barrier that could be dispelled in a minute or two. Behind the barrier, the small child held the myriad demon flag in one hand and the silver lock in the other as he glowered at Hanli with a cold expression. Black demonic light flashed incessantly over his body, slowly repelling the Buddhist light as he tried to struggle free of the restriction. Hanli's heart sank upon seeing this. It appeared that the opponent he was facing really was incomparable to a normal late-nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, battling such a powerful opponent within the myriad demon flag placed him at a further major disadvantage. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the 4 black holes that had appeared near the Sea of Fire. Even though the small child had been temporarily immobilized by him, the 4 black holes were still gradually expanding. Furthermore, the sound of indistinct beastly roars could be heard coming from within, as if there were some types of demon beasts that were about to emerge. Hanli's brows furrowed as he harumphed coldly, and he immediately decided on a course of action. He put away his 8th spirit ruler and made a hand seal. All of a sudden, the fire cauldron, fire raven, humanoid puppet, golden swords, and all of the other treasures tremored violently before hurtling back toward him. Only the great fire raven remained, flying in circles around the spatial barrier as it unleashed one breath of glacial chi after another. Even though most of the glacial qi had been diverted elsewhere by the spatial barrier, the remaining glacial chi that actually struck their target was still able to seal the small child within ice again. However, the silver threads from the silver lock in his hand were able to immediately slice through the ice again, so the fire raven's efforts weren't bearing much fruit. At this moment, the great fire raven also flew back toward Hanli. At the same time, a yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. There was spiritual light shimmering from the runes on the talisman, and it was none other than the World-Breaker talisman that Fairy Ling Long had given to him prior to her departure. This talisman was extremely effective for breaking through restrictive spaces like this, but Hanli didn't want to waste such a valuable talisman, so he didn't use it from the get-go. However, he didn't know what other troublesome abilities the myriad demon flag had, so he finally decided to bring out this talisman. What he intended to use this talisman for was not to break through that spatial barrier, but instead, to escape from this space. After all, his opponent was still able to use the myriad demon flag, so even if he could break that barrier, it would still be a difficult task for Hanli to kill him. As such, it was a wiser decision to escape from this restrictive space first. Thus, he pinched the talisman between 2 fingers and waved it toward the empty space right in front of him. Piercing yellow light erupted from the talisman as a burst of spatial fluctuations emerged. The space before him immediately began to twist and warp before revealing a transparent white ball of light. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he immediately summoned all of his nearby treasures to him. The flying swords, fire ravens, and humanoid puppet all began to attack that spot in the air. A resounding boom immediately reverberated throughout the space as an image of the spirit void hall in the outside world became visible through the white hole. In the distance, the small child was still struggling to break free from the restriction placed upon him, and an urgent look appeared on his face as he caught sight of what Hanli was doing. He immediately injected his power into the myriad demon flag as a pillar of gray light shot forth from the flag, crashing directly into the silver lotus in the air above. The two clashed amid a muffled thump, upon which both dissipated into nothingness. As soon as the small child freed himself, a burst of azure light erupted around Hanli's body. He had already transformed into a streak of azure light before disappearing into the white hole. All of the nearby treasures followed closely behind him. The small child held the small gray flag in his hand with a thunderous look on his face. The azure light receded and Hanli appeared in mid-air in the outside world. Right at this moment, the sound of thunderous explosions suddenly traveled into his ears. Hanli hurriedly summoned his flying swords to him to create a barrier of golden light before surveying his surroundings. What he saw made him draw a sharp breath. The main hall of the Spirit Void Hall was extremely vast, appearing to be over 10,000 feet in length and width. Several hundred feet away from him, there was a gargantuan object over 2,000 feet in length hanging in mid-air, and it was completely identical to the small gray flag he had seen in the demonic chi space. The only difference was that this flag was countless times more massive. Furthermore, demonic chi was tumbling incessantly over the surface of the colossal flag, and there were also flashing demonic runes of different sizes inscribed on the face of the flag. The entirety of the entrance that he had just passed through had been enshrouded under the myriad demon flag. It was no wonder that Hanli had been drawn into the restriction without any chance for evasion as soon as he had entered the hall. This was true myriad demon flag, while the small flag wielded by Old Devil Che was most likely just a manifestation of a wisp of the flag's spiritual nature. With shock surging through his heart, Hanli turned his attention to the very center of the main hall, where an extremely fierce battle seemed to be taking place. Most of the hall over there had been transformed into a glacial land. Howling white glacial chi was almost omnipresent in the air, and the tall pillars on the hall had all been covered in a thick layer of ice. There were also a series of ice mountains ranging from several tens to several hundreds of feet tall lined up next to one another around the battlefield. In the air above the glacial land, there was a pristine white ice phoenix over 100 feet in size. Its entire body was covered in white glacial flames, and it was wreaking havoc to its heart's content. It was facing off against a beautiful middle-aged woman and two white-haired elderly men from the North Night Palace. All of them were wielding their treasures as they fought desperately to withstand the Ice Phoenix's attacks. The cultivators were all extremely powerful in their own right, but in the face of the Ice Phoenix's devastating power, they were still firmly on the back foot. Hanli's heart jolted with shock again as he looked at the layer of white glacial flames all over the Ice Phoenix's body. These glacial flames were extremely similar to Bai Mingxin's glacial phoenix flames, except they were countless times more powerful. Even after cultivating the glacial phoenix flames to their most powerful extent, there was no way that it could be this fearsome. Even though Hanli was a little suspicious about how this ice phoenix was related to the glacial phoenix flames, he didn't think too much about this matter. Instead, he felt that it was rather strange how Old Devil Che wasn't helping out the ice phoenix, but had chosen to suck himself into the myriad demon flag instead. That woman was clearly the palace master of the North Night Palace, the other late nascent soul cultivator of the North Night Palace. It appeared that she was significantly weaker than Master Arctic Dragon. At the very least, she had never cultivated any glacial flames. Otherwise, with the assistance of two mid-nascent soul cultivators, they wouldn't be struggling so arduously against a 10th-grade ice phoenix. The ice phoenix's white glacial flames were simply far too powerful. After the three North Night Palace cultivators were swept up in the flames, their powers were immediately debilitated drastically. This was quite an eye-opening sight for Hanli. It was the first time that he had been made aware of the fact that glacial flames could be so powerful. The flames being unleashed by this ice phoenix were almost powerful enough to defy the natural order of heaven and earth. In such a perilous situation for the three North Night Palace cultivators, Old Devil Che could easily step in and crush the three of them with the phoenix by his side. Could it be that the Ice Phoenix and Old Devil Che didn't see eye to eye, so he didn't dare to emerge from the myriad demon flag? That was the only plausible explanation that Hanli could think of. However, right at this moment, a surprising incident took place. The demonic chi around the massive flag in the air began to tumble as a section of a dead body and several damaged treasures fell from the flag, plummeting straight down into the hole. Hanli was caught by surprise and given a fright, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the incomplete corpse was clothed in North Night Palace attire, and it appeared that they had been quite a high-ranking cultivator in the palace, most likely a nascent soul elder. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Only then did he realize that he wasn't the only one to have been trapped in the myriad demon flag. There were other North Night Palace cultivators trapped in there as well. It was no wonder that the flag was hovering in mid-air, but was only guarding this entrance. Han Li was wondering how long those North Night Palace cultivators had been trapped in the flag. Those who had lasted until this point without being killed in the myriad demon flag had most likely unleashed some types of secret techniques that allowed them to temporarily contend with the might of the flag. Otherwise, with the might of Old Devil Che in conjunction with the power of the myriad demon flag, there was no way that those cultivators could have lasted this long. However, as long as there were still cultivators left unkilled in the flag, Old Devil Che most likely wouldn't be able to use the flag to pursue Han Li. With that in mind, Han Li was greatly relieved as he continued to carefully examine the rest of the hall. It didn't take long before he caught sight of a tall jade platform. The platform was over 1,000 feet in width and 60 to 70 feet tall. From a distance, Han Li could see that there were 3 teleportation formations lined up next to one another on the platform, one of which was large while the other 2 were relatively smaller. Han Li was ecstatic, and just as he was about to spring into action, a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face. The humanoid puppet standing behind him abruptly feigned a grabbing motion toward a spot in the air. Over 100 feet away from Han Li, the space there warped and twisted before a black dagger shot forth from within. It was none other than the Devil Essence dagger that had gone missing in the demonic chi space. The dagger had somehow managed to break free of the restriction on its own and return to Han Li. The puppet raised an arm and the Devil Essence dagger disappeared in a flash into his sleeve. Han Li raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't exhibit much of a reaction to this. Spiritual light flashed around his body as he transformed into an azure streak of light, hurtling directly toward that platform with the horde of over 1,000 fire ravens, his flying swords, and other treasures. As long as he could escape from the Spirit Void Hall, he couldn't care less about whether the North Night Palace or the demon beasts emerged victorious. Moments later, the azure streak of light reached the center of the hall. However, Han Li didn't pass through that area ostentatiously. Instead, he circled around toward the platform in a long arc. However, due to the fact that most of the hall had been affected by the Ice Phoenix's glacial flames, Han Li had no choice but to activate a layer of purple apex flames over his body as he passed through. Thus, all of the white glacial chi was repelled by the purple flames and were unable to affect Han Li, celestial ice flames. You're a North Night Palace cultivator as well. Don't think that you can fool me just because your ice flames have mutated. At the center of the hall, the Ice Phoenix had witnessed Han Li escape from the myriad demon flag while it was crushing the 3 North Night Palace cultivators. It was shocked that Han Li had been able to escape from the flag, so it had been paying some attention to Han Li this entire time. As Han Li began to fly through the air as a streak of azure light, it became extremely wary, but seeing as Han Li was skirting around them, seemingly traveling toward an alternate destination, it decided to ignore him. After all, the fact that Han Li was able to escape from the myriad demon flag indicated that he was definitely no ordinary cultivator. If he didn't want to interfere in their battle, then there was no need for it to take on such a powerful enemy for no good reason. However, as soon as the purple flames emerged from Han Li's body, the Ice Phoenix's eyes immediately turned crimson in color as it let loose a sharp cry. It seemed to have somehow been irked to the extreme by the purple apex flames, and it had abruptly turned on Han Li. Han Li faltered upon seeing the Ice Phoenix's newly developed animosity toward him, and before he had figured out what was happening, an extremely resentful cry erupted from the Ice Phoenix's beak as it violently flapped its wings toward him. The ice feathers on its wings instantly shot forth like countless arrows before transforming into translucent flying swords, each of which was around half a foot long. There were about 500 to 600 such swords, and they came flying toward Han Li like a torrential storm. Hanli was given a massive fright at the sight of the oncoming attack. Regardless of how powerful these translucent swords were, just the sheer quantity of them was enough to strike fear into one's heart. Furthermore, these flying swords had been transformed from the ice feathers of a 10th grade ice phoenix, so there was no way that they would be lacking in power. Hanli didn't have much time to think. Not only did he not stop, he accelerated even further instead. At the same time, over 100 golden swords and a dense horde of crimson fire ravens shot forth toward those translucent swords. A series of resounding booms erupted as golden and white light shimmered and intertwined. Balls of crimson flames exploded one after another amid the vast expanse of white glacial chi as the azure bamboo cloud's warm sword and fire ravens were able to keep the flying swords at bay. With this split second of delay, the azure streak of light that Hanli had transformed into shot past the center of the hall, heading straight toward the platform in the corner. Ha! The ice phoenix was rather taken aback. It didn't think that its attack wouldn't even be able to delay Hanli in the slightest. However, this demon beast was far more resentful toward cultivators using celestial ice flames than anyone could imagine. It had already equated Hanli with that man it had encountered in the past, and as killing intent welled up in its heart, its massive body began to blur, creating 3 avatars that were completely identical to its true body. 2 of them immediately flew toward the 3 North Night Palace cultivators while the third spread open its ice wings, upon which brilliant white light erupted before it disappeared on the spot. Hanli was naturally also keeping an eye on what the demon beast was doing, and his heart jolted upon seeing that. He immediately forced himself to an abrupt halt and stopped in midair. At this point, he was only just over 1,000 feet from the teleportation formations. He didn't want to accidentally plunge into the mouth of that ice phoenix that had just disappeared in a moment of carelessness. He rubbed his hands together with a dark expression before raising them both at the same time. The sound of thunderclaps erupted as several tens of golden lightning arcs shot forth from his palms, each of which was around as thick as a thumb. The arcs of lightning unfurled to create a golden net that encompassed an area that 200 to 300 feet in radius, with Hanli at its very center. Almost at the exact same moment, roughly 100 feet away from Hanli, the space there warped and twisted before the ice phoenix emerged amid a burst of white light. A ferocious look appeared on Hanli's face as he made a hand seal. All of the golden arcs of lightning shuddered before immediately converging toward the demon beast. The ice phoenix was slightly surprised to see this, but it wasn't flustered in the slightest as it opened its sharp beak. A gust of white gale-force winds erupted from its mouth, which howled through the air, causing the golden net to be knocked off course and preventing it from descending. The golden net was then torn apart by the powerful winds and disappeared moments later. Hanli was astonished to see this and hurriedly tried to bring out the 8th spirit ruler that he was hiding up his sleeve. However, the ice phoenix took the initiative this time as it spread open its wings and flapped them violently toward Hanli. The sound of howling wind and explosive thunder erupted as a vast expanse of white glacial flames appeared in the air. The glacial flames took a split second to condense before transforming into a massive wave over 300 feet tall that came crashing down toward Hanli. As for the ice phoenix itself, it had already dove headfirst into the white glacial chi. Its enormous body then disappeared into the glacial chi amid a burst of white light, nowhere to be seen. Hanli's lips twitched upon seeing this as blue light flashed through his eyes. He raised a hand to summon a ball of purple flames, which he hurriedly hurled in front of him. A spluttering sound rang out as purple flames rose into the air, positioning itself in front of Hanli. The glacial wave struck the purple apex flames barrier without any reservation. The white and purple glacial flames clashed and intertwined. They were both glacial flames, but they were completely intolerant toward one another, like water meeting fire. However, it was quite clear that the white glacial flames were far more powerful than the purple apex flames. Moments later, the purple flame barrier began to tremor violently before falling toward Han Li. Han Li's expression darkened further upon seeing this as he gritted his teeth. The eighth spirit ruler in his sleeve abruptly disappeared while he pressed his palms against the purple barrier of flames. All of a sudden, it was as if all of the purple flames over his body had found a vent as they surged over his arms and into the barrier in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the falling purple barrier was righted once again. However, right at this moment, a white light flashed within the massive wave as a pair of talons that were over a foot in length appeared from the glacial flames, grabbing down toward Han Li's arms like lightning. The talons were shimmering with glacial light and Han Li could tell that they were extremely powerful just by looking at them. Even though Han Li had cultivated the bright jade arts in the past, if those talons were allowed to strike their targets, his arms would be permanently disabled for sure. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this attack in advance. All of a sudden, two clumps of azure threads shot forth from his sleeves, managing to keep the shaped talons at bay. Azure light then flashed as the threads rapidly wound themselves around the pair of talons, locking them firmly in place. A faint cry of surprise sounded from within the glacial flames. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. In the air several tens of feet above Han Li, white light suddenly flashed as a spatial rift was torn open. A translucent beak half a foot in length emerged from the spatial right before pecking down toward Han Li's head like lightning. In the face of a surprise attack from such a close range, even if Han Li were able to react in time, there was simply not enough time for evasion. Furthermore, he had been focused entirely on the glacial flames in front of him and hadn't set up any defensive measures. However, what was strange was that even as the beak was about to pierce through the layer of purple flames over his body, his expression remained completely unchanged and he didn't even raise his head. A loud thump erupted as a silver first appeared, seemingly from thin air, before slamming into the beak. Silver light flashed during the clash and the beak was knocked off course by several feet. Spiritual light then flashed beside the beak as an azure figure emerged, in the process of withdrawing a silver fist. This was none other than the humanoid puppet. As soon as Han Li realized that a clash with the Ice Phoenix was inevitable, he had instructed the humanoid puppet to protect him, which was why it was able to divert that lethal attack just in the nick of time. After having its surprise attack thwarted, the sharp beak immediately disappeared. The white glacial flames before Han Li suddenly shrank back before converging to form the body of that 10th grade Ice Phoenix. At this point, the demon beast was only around 20 to 30 feet in size, significantly downsized from its original stature. It looked down at the azure threads binding its talons and harumphed coldly. Its talons suddenly expanded in size by several-fold as it attempted to struggle free from the threads. However, azure light flashed over the surface of the threads and they remained firmly in place despite the Ice Phoenix's best efforts. A hint of surprise flashed through the Ice Phoenix's eyes upon seeing this. However, it then abruptly opened its mouth to blast out two blinding streaks of white light, which circled around its talons. As the white streaks of light flashed through the air, the azure threads were severed like wilted grass. Only then did the white light pause in the air and reveal their true form. They were two small white swords that were emanating faint glacial light. Myriad-year profound jade. Han Li immediately recognized the material that the two flying swords have been crafted from. At the same time, his brows furrowed with concern. Those azure threads were a manifestation of the light shimmering on the surface of the heaven void cauldron in his sleeve. It appeared that even divine spirit treasure wouldn't be able to do anything to a 10th grade demon beast if he couldn't unleash the treasure's full power. However, he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with this opponent. All he had to do was to travel a further 1,000 feet or so, upon which he would be able to flee into one of the two smaller teleportation formations that would take him away from this place. Just as this thought flashed through Han Li's mind, the ice phoenix spread open its ice wings again as if it were going to attack. Han Li's expression darkened as the purple flames over his body receded, and his body also blurred before splitting into three. Thus, three identical projections appeared, all of which were completely azure in color, so there was no way to identify which one was Han Li's true body. The ice phoenix was surprised to see this, and the white light shimmering along its wings immediately faltered. Right at this moment, the three projections transforming into three streaks of azure light and fled in different directions. All of them were traveling so quickly that they were covering over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the golden flying swords and fire ravens that were engaged in battle with the hundreds of translucent flying swords also abruptly flew away, heading straight for the teleportation platform in the corner of the hole. The ice phoenix faltered slightly upon seeing this before flying into a thunderous rage. It let loose a sharp cry as white light flashed over its body, which shrank drastically, transforming it into a young woman who appeared to be just over 20 years of age in the blink of an eye. This was a woman in silver palatial robes with the beauty of a celestial maiden. As soon as the transforming was complete, the woman immediately patted the spirit beast pouch hanging from her waist, upon which a hissing sound erupted from within. Two balls of white light shot forth before spinning through the air, transforming into a pair of pristine white centipedes, each with 4 wings on their backs. Their emergence summoned 2 bursts of bone-chilling winds. The centipedes were each over 10 feet in length and had an extremely sinister appearance. These were 2 6-winged frost centipedes that had already evolved to the 4-winged stage. Han Li turned to glance back over his shoulder and was abruptly given a massive fright upon seeing this. Before he had a chance to devise a course of action, the 2 4-winged centipedes spread their wings open in unison, upon which both of them abruptly disappeared amid the sound of something hurtling through the air. In the next instant, one of the centipedes emerged beside Han Li's true body while the other appeared near one of his projections. Both of them opened their mouths and blasted out bursts of white glacial chi from within. Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow himself to be struck by this glacial chi. Thus, he adjusted his trajectory slightly to easily evade the attack. However, the other projection continued onward robotically along a set trajectory, only to be vanquished into nothingness by the glacial chi rushing toward it. The silver-robed woman swept her hand through the air before her expressionlessly upon seeing this. A white spatial rift opened up before her as a result. The fact that she was able to tear open space with such ease was another indication of her power. Her body then swayed into the spatial rift as she, along with the rift, both disappeared. Meanwhile, Han Li was fleeing with all his might and had already reached the air directly above the platform. After evading another blast of glacial chi from the 4-winged centipede, he began to descend at full speed. However, right at this moment, white light flashed nearby and the silver-robed woman appeared from thin air. Her body then flashed over to the platform, where she looked up at Han Li with a pair of frosty eyes. Han Li's heart sank upon seeing this. He didn't dare to force his way into the teleportation formation as an attack launched from outside the formation while he teleported could result in catastrophic consequences. Han Li glowered at the silver-robed woman with a dark expression, and said coldly, "I'm not a North Night Palace cultivator and nor do I have a vendetta against the demon beasts. Do you really insist on fighting me to the death? Humph. I don't care who you are, anyone who has inherited fairy ice soul's celestial ice flames is a sworn enemy of the ice phoenixes. You're not getting away from me." A frosty expression appeared on the silver-robed woman's face. She was not backing down in the slightest. At the height of his rage, Han Li burst into laughter, and said, "You sure are one to talk. Do you really think you can stop me just because you possess spatial powers? If you're determined to battle me, then I won't hold back either. Let me see if you have the power to back up that big mouth of yours." He raised a hand and all of the golden swords and fire ravens immediately began to circle around him. Sword chi and crimson flames swirled amid bursts of resounding booms, creating an astonishing spectacle to behold. At the same time, silver light flashed beside Hanli as the expressionless humanoid puppet emerged. He then patted his storage pouch and a pitch-black veil emerged, upon which he cast several celestial techniques onto the vial. The vial immediately shuddered before 5 bursts of gray-white chi emerged from within. 5 sets of skeletons then began to take shape, all of which had shimmering green flames in their eye sockets. A burst of unsettling screeching rang out from the 5 devils' mouth as all of them turned to appraise the ice phoenix with bloodlust in their eyes. The unbroken Sync Devils. The ice phoenix's expression stiffened momentarily upon seeing this. She then took a glance at the humanoid puppet beside Hanli and her expression became even grimmer. After a brief silence, the woman said in a slow voice, "Since when did cultivators of the human world gain the ability to refine puppets of this caliber? With that puppet and the 5 devils by your side, it would indeed be rather unlikely for me to be able to kill you even if I were to summon my other 2 avatars to assist me. However, I'm confident in my ability to force you to remain here. If you're not afraid of mishaps during teleportation, then you can give it a shot." Hanli didn't even have to turn around to assess the situation as he could sense what was going on at the center of the hall using his spiritual sense. As such, he sneered, "Summon your avatars. Without you there to control them, your avatars are most likely already struggling with self-preservation against those 3 North Night Palace cultivators. Let me see how long you can last against the 5 devils and this puppet." Indeed, those 2 Ice Phoenix avatars were clearly inferior in power to the 3 North Night Palace cultivators and had been forced firmly onto the back foot. If it weren't for the fact that those 2 avatars were also capable of using glacial flames, they would most likely have been destroyed long ago. Even so, they were still only barely holding on. The palace master even had the spare capacity to watch Hanli's battle as she fought the 2 avatars. Her expression was very indecisive as she looked on from afar, but she had no intention of lending Hanli her assistance. It appeared that she was using Hanli to divert the main body of the Ice Phoenix away while they slew these 2 avatars. Hanli wasn't very angry about this. After all, if he were in her shoes, he would most likely do the exact same thing. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the silver-robed woman merely chuckled coldly, seemingly completely undeterred by Hanli's threats. Hanli heaved a faint sigh and finally relinquished any attempt to settle this with words. He made a hand seal and prepared to attack the Ice Phoenix with both his puppet and his 5 devils. Only by severely wounding or killing this woman would he be able to teleport away without fear of interference. However, right at this moment, a peculiar look suddenly flashed through her eyes. It seemed to be a mixture of surprise and relief. Hanli's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this. Before he could identify why such an expression would appear on her face, the space around him suddenly dimmed as a familiar sinister voice sounded. "Get in here, you little brat." As soon as the voice fell, a layer of gray light surfaced around him and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Hanli's heart jolted with shock as he immediately whipped a sleeve through the air. The Worldbreaker talisman abruptly shot forth and the surrounding scenery returned to normal following a flash of yellow light. At the same time, the golden swords and fire ravens around Hanli were sent flying downward. A series of resounding booms erupted as the gray light was completely vanquished. Only after raising his head did Hanli discover that the massive myriad demon flag had somehow appeared several hundred feet in the air above him. The gray light raining down from the flag was descending straight toward his head. Thankfully, he hadn't completely exhausted the power of the Worldbreaker talisman when he had first escaped from the myriad demon flag. Otherwise, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Even so, his expression had become very strained. It was not going to be anywhere near an easy task for him to escape now. Hanli was naturally unwilling to be enshrouded under the myriad demon flag. As such, he immediately pointed a finger toward the 5 devils while chanting to activate his devil control arts. The 5 devils rose into the sky, and as silver light flashed, the 5 skeletons combined to form a single massive skeleton over 300 feet tall. Green light then flashed within the skeleton's eye sockets as it reached out with its bony hands. 2 of its ribs also flew out from its body and instantly transformed into 2 bone blades, each over 100 feet in length. It then tilted its head back and let loose an almighty roar before grabbing the 2 rib bone blades and violently slashing them through the air. A cross-shaped blade of radiance swept through the air, shimmering with astonishing glacial light as it hurtled toward the massive flag upon above. In the process, it sliced through all of the silver light descending from above before striking the myriad demon flag. An earth-shattering boom erupted as demonic chi and glacial light intertwined with one another. The massive skeleton then abruptly rose into the air and slashed its twin sabers wildly through the air. A series of crescent-shaped streaks of glacial light were unleashed as it attempted to destroy the massive flag in one fell swoop. Old Devil Che's enraged roar rang out from within the myriad demon flag as the fault instantly began to shrink, reducing itself to only around a foot in size in the blink of an eye. The small child emerged in a flash before grabbing onto the flag. His body then swayed as he instantly teleported several hundred feet away. At its massive size, the myriad demon flag was very cumbersome to move around and also presented a huge target for the giant skeleton's twin blades. Old Devil Che is clearly also aware of this, so he decided to revert the flag back to its original size. Upon seeing this, the massive white skeleton also began to shrink amid a cloud of gray-white devil chi. In the end, it shrank down to only around 20 feet tall before letting loose an unsettling screech. Gray-white devil chi came spilling out of its mouth as it wielded the minimized bone blades, rushing directly toward the small child. The unbroken sync devils were proving to be quite a headache for the small child as well. Due to the special refinement method used to create the 5 devils, they were immune to the restrictive effect of the myriad demon flag. Furthermore, unless he had a specialized devil-taming treasure or if he could kill their owner, the 5 devils were almost unkillable. No matter how many times they were shattered or destroyed, they would simply be able to respawn again. The myriad demon flag was an extremely powerful treasure, but only when applied to human cultivators. In the face of these powerful devils, it really wasn't very effective at all. Even if he could take care of these devils through his own power, it would definitely require quite a lengthy process. In the face of the oncoming skeleton, Old Devil Che could only furrow his brows and use his myriad demon flag to unleash bursts of inky black demonic chi, attempting to keep the skeleton at bay. However, 60% of his spiritual sense was focused on Hanli, leaving only 40% focused on dealing with the 5 devils. At this moment, Hanli was standing shoulder to shoulder with his humanoid puppet. His expression was very dark and indecisive, and he remained standing on the spot. The silver-robed woman was also standing firmly on the platform, seemingly without any intention of attacking him. It appeared that she wished for this impasse to continue, or perhaps she was afraid that if she were to move, Hanli would be able to sneak around her and escape using the teleportation formation. As for the 2 four-winged centipedes, they were hovering over the 2 smaller teleportation formations while appraising Hanli with threatening looks. This ice phoenix knew that the 2 teleportation formations were the only ways out of the hole. In contrast, the reason that Hanli wasn't initiating an attack was very simple. He was rather wary of the Ice Phoenix's spatial manipulation abilities. He had many tricks up his sleeve himself, but he was struggling to think of a way to force back this demon beast before escaping safely from this place. However, right at this moment, a burst of wild cackling suddenly erupted from the center of the hall behind him. "Ha! I've finally come out. I'm going to have some fun this time. You promised me you wouldn't make me go back until I've had my fun. The cackling voice sounded like a female one, but it was extremely coarse and unpleasant to listen to. Hanli faltered slightly before sweeping his spiritual sense behind him, upon which a surprised look appeared on his face. The palace master who was originally battling the two Ice Phoenix avatars suddenly abandoned that battlefield to rush toward Hanli. The two elderly men were left behind to take care of the Ice Phoenix avatars. Behind the woman was a cloud of dark green yin qi that followed her like a shadow. There was an indistinct female figure swirling within the green qi, and the cackling had also erupted from there. Hanli could sense that the woman in this cloud of ghostly qi possessed extremely powerful yin energy, and was another late nascent soul cultivator. However, the yin energy emanating from her body suggested that she was an extremely powerful ghost cultivator. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Han, I won't allow them to gang up on you. I'm here to lend you my assistance, the palace master said. Hanli was a little speechless upon hearing this. This woman was clearly just afraid that he would be slain by these two demon beasts before they turned on the North Night Palace. However, she was making it sound as if she were joining this battle solely to help him. From the very beginning, these 10th grade demon cultivators had been targeting the North Night Palace. However, Hanli was rather surprised by the fact that the woman was able to immediately identify him, and he certainly wasn't going to object to her help. Having two late nascent soul cultivators joining him in battle would be a brilliant turn of events. Even though this palace master was far weaker than these two demons, the ghost cultivator within the cloud of green qi was far more powerful and struck Hanli with an immense sense of pressure. She was most likely at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. Upon catching sight of the woman in the green qi, the small child who was battling the huge skeleton suddenly cried, "Infernal ghost mother! Don't go poking your nose into my business." An extremely unpleasant burst of cackling escaped from the woman's mouth as she retorted fearlessly, "Hee, if your true body were here, then I naturally wouldn't dare to intervene, but you're just a mere avatar. What are you going to do? Eat me? Infernal ghost mother. You're that ghost cultivator who destroyed several cultivator sects on your own." The silver-robed woman's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this name. She was clearly also aware of who this woman was. "It's an honor that the master of the glacial sea has heard of my name. Even back when my body had first disintegrated, I had heard that you possessed the power to progress to the deity transformation stage. The fact that you're still only at the 10th grade must be because you're afraid of creating an imbalance in the human world's origin qi, thereby inflicting backlash on yourself. But restricting your own cultivation base like this must be a very bad feeling. Besides, even though you ice phoenixes have extremely long lifespans, you shouldn't be able to live much longer if you don't progress." The woman in the ghostly qi seemed to be very familiar with this 10th grade ice phoenix, and had just revealed her the biggest secret in her heart. The silver-robed woman's expression immediately darkened. In contrast, Hanli drew a sharp breath in shock. He finally understood why this ice phoenix was so difficult to deal with. The palace master suddenly harumphed coldly, and said, "I didn't release you so you could catch up with some old friends. Don't worry, I can easily ensure your survival as long as there aren't any deity transformation cultivators around. But don't forget what you promised me. Also, you forcibly summoned me even though you didn't have any spirit stones. After this, yin qi is going to enter your body and you're inevitably going to suffer a severe illness as a result," the infernal ghost mother cackled. The palace master's expression darkened upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything in response. In the blink of an eye, the palace master and the infernal ghost mother had reached the platform, where they faced off against the two demon beasts by Hanli's side. The palace master turned to Hanli with an amicable expression, and suggested, "Brother Han, what do you say we join forces and get rid of this ice phoenix first? I've got no objections to that." Han Li stroked his chin and nodded in response. The palace master was ecstatic to hear this, yet just as she was about to attack with the infernal ghost mother, the silver-robed woman down below suddenly chuckled coldly before unleashing a streak of white light. Following a resounding boom, one of the small teleportation formations was sliced cleanly in half. Both Han Li and the palace master's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. "If you're planning to gang up on me, then I'm going to destroy this formation as well," the silver-robed woman threatened. The palace master forcibly calmed herself down before asking, "Why would you do that? If you destroy that teleportation formation, then none of you will be able to leave the spirit void hall either. Have you forgotten how I managed to infiltrate the spirit void hall in the first place?" The silver-robed woman chuckled coldly. Han Li's expression was slightly strained. The palace master contemplated the situation momentarily before turning to Han Li as she said, "There's no need to pay any heed to her threats, fellow Daoist Han. Even if this accursed beast really does destroy the teleportation formation, we can join forces to break through the restriction and exit through the main gate of the hall. It will take some time, but it definitely can be done." Han Li's brows furrowed as an indecisive look appeared on his face. If he hadn't killed those 3 North Night Palace cultivators in the profound Jade Cave, then he could naturally join forces with the Palace Master to kill these demon beasts first before breaking through the restriction to escape this place. However, that was clearly a course of action that would take a long time, and by then, the North Night Palace cultivators would have definitely discovered the situation in the profound Jade Cave. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. The palace master was initially slightly perplexed by Han Li's expression before a thought suddenly occurred to her. Han Li had appeared before her, yet none of the other nascent soul cultivators that he had entered the profound Jade Cave with had re-emerged. That had already struck her with a sense of foreboding. However, in the face of such powerful enemies, she could only pretend to be oblivious to the situation. A decisive light suddenly flashed through her eyes as her lips tremored, as if she were transmitting her voice. The infernal ghost mother behind her suddenly flashed within the cloud of green mist, and her body abruptly became blurry and insubstantial. Immediately thereafter, a thin green thread shot forth soundlessly from within the mist before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even though the green thread was traveling in an extremely stealthy manner, the ice phoenix down below still caught on to the fact that something was amiss as she let loose a sharp cry. "Don't you dare!" She then flicked her fingers toward the other smaller teleportation formation, sending 5 bursts of white sword chi hurtling toward it. At the same time, the 4-winged centipede in the air above that formation also abruptly lowered its head, blasting out a cloud of white glacial chi that completely enshrouded the teleportation formation within. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. A loud thunderclap erupted from behind him, upon which he disappeared as an arc of lightning. On the other side, green light flashed in front of the teleportation formation that was being attacked, and a murky green woman appeared. It was none other than the infernal ghost mother. In the face of the surging sword chi and glacial chi, the infernal ghost mother cackled before launching her palms toward the oncoming attacks. She did so in an extremely gentle manner, as if she were merely absent-mindedly pressing her hands against the air rather than offering up any retaliation. The 5 bursts of sword chi abruptly shattered and crumbled before disappearing into nothingness around 10 feet away. As for the glacial chi descending from above, it seemed to have been impeded by some type of invisible force before being swept backward, forcing the 4-winged centipede into a frenzied defense. Right at this moment, silver light flashed as Han Li appeared within the smaller teleportation formation. He immediately raised a hand without any hesitation to launch a celestial technique into the edge of the formation, then made a hand seal as he quickly chanted something in a low voice. Almost at the exact same moment, a humanoid figure appeared from behind him as the humanoid puppet unleashed countless flaming arrows with its red bow, which came raining down on the silver-robed woman like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, a crimson light suddenly flashed in the eye sockets of Skeleton, which was attacking the small child with all its might, and it suddenly reverted back into 5 ghostly heads without any premonition. Those 5 ghostly heads then tumbled through the air and disappeared in unison. In the next instant, 5 bursts of gray-white chi appeared above Han Li's head before transforming into 5 ghostly heads once again. They had been forcibly summoned back by Han Li. At this moment, white light began to flash from the entire formation. Han Li stood at the center of the formation, staring intently at the silver-robed woman with a grave look on his face. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Han Li's actions had clearly taken both the palace master and the silver-robed woman by surprise. The palace master's expression changed drastically as she hurtled through the air as a streak of silver light. At the same time, she let loose a loud cry, "Destroy the formation, don't let him get away." Even though she wasn't making it very specific whom she was referring to, it was quite clear that she was directing her words toward Han Li. After all, regardless of whether Han Li had actually killed the North Night Palace cultivators in the profound Jade Cave, the palace master required his assistance in this battle. If he were to leave, even with the help of the infernal ghost mother, she wouldn't be able to take on these 2 powerful demon beasts at once. Upon hearing this, the infernal ghost mother cackled as she opened her mouth before swooping down toward the teleportation formation, seemingly preparing to unleash some kind of attack. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly raised an arm and a green wooden ruler appeared in his hand. A silver lotus then began to blossom as 7-colored Buddhist light surged toward her. "That's a Buddhist." The infernal ghost mother's confident expression gave way to one of horror as she let loose a sharp scream. Her body then disappeared on the spot as a flash of green light as if she were a cat that had just had its tail trodden on. At this moment, white light was glowing from the entire formation. The palace master was flying toward the formation as quickly as she could, but she clearly wasn't going to be able to get there in time. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, but his expression soon changed drastically as he caught sight of the silver-robed woman tearing open a spatial rift before disappearing on the spot. Han Li's heart sank upon seeing this, but he was prepared well in advance and countless golden swords shot forth from his body, making him appear as if he were a golden hedgehog. If that 10th-grade ice phoenix dared to appear near the formation, she would definitely have to contend with these swords first, thereby rendering her unable to prevent Han Li from getting away. However, much to his surprise, the silver-robed woman didn't appear close to the formation he was situated in. Instead, she appeared in the air above the larger teleportation formation over 200 feet away. A cold smile appeared on her face as piercing white light emanated from her body. At the same time, she feigned a grabbing motion toward Han Li from afar. A burst of spatial fluctuations appeared above Han Li's head, following which a massive transparent curtain of light surfaced before slowly descending toward him. Han Li's expression darkened as he unleashed his spiritual sense. All of the golden sword chi on his body changed direction in unison and flew toward the air up above. Thus, blinding golden light instantly flashed in the air above as the sword chi intertwined with one another. However, a peculiar scene then ensued. As the golden sword chi struck the transparent film of light, they passed right through as if they had struck nothing more than an illusion. Han Li's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to use his 8th spirit ruler to ward off this film of light. In the distance, the silver-robed woman's face paled as she brought her 5 fingers together before slowly pulling her hand toward her, as if she were trying to drag an extremely heavy object her way. The film of light in the air immediately disappeared, but it appeared right in front of Han Li in the next instant, encompassing the entire teleportation formation within. A sense of foreboding welled up in Han Li's heart, yet before he had a chance to react, he heard a ringing sound as the white light around him began to flash wildly. In the next instant, Han Li disappeared from the teleportation formation. The unbroken sink devils and the humanoid puppet also vanished along with him. The entire teleportation formation was suddenly empty and the white light was naturally also snuffed out. The palace master's heart sank upon seeing this. She stopped cold in her tracks before turning to the silver-robed woman with an expression of shock and wariness, trying to figure out what was happening. However, the silver-robed woman was still dragging something toward her. Her cheeks were heavily flushed and white light was flashing wildly over her body, clearly indicating that she was expending a lot of effort. Upon seeing this, the palace master no longer hesitated. She raised a hand and around a dozen or so streaks of silver light flashed through the air, transforming into a series of extremely sharp silver nails that hurtled straight toward the silver-robed woman. The Ice Phoenix was greatly enraged upon seeing this. She had forced her body beyond its limits to unleash that secret technique. Even with her inherent spatial aptitude, that was still a secret technique that she should have only been able to unleash after reaching the deity transformation stage. However, Hanli was about to get away and in her moment of urgency, she forcibly unleashed the technique. Now that the palace master was launching an attack against her, there was no way for her to maintain the technique while defending herself, so she could only release what she was pulling and swing it into the ground below her. A resounding boom erupted amid a flash of white light. Hanli, the puppet, and the unbroken sink devils appeared in the large teleportation formation, while the white light was snuffed out in a flash. Hanli's body swayed slightly, seemingly still recovering from the dizziness brought on by spatial teleportation. However, the silver-robed woman had already unleashed a shimmering blue robe to ward off the silver nails before whipping both of her sleeves downward. All of a sudden, translucent flying swords came surging forth in a frenzy, seemingly with no end to their vast numbers, encompassing Hanli's entire body and leaving him with no avenue for escape or retreat. Hanli steadied himself before raising his head and opening his mouth, upon which an antiquated little cauldron emerged from within. The cauldron spun in the air before countless thin azure threads flew forth from its surface, intertwining with one another to form a massive net that shielded Hanli below. At the same time, the ghostly heads that were the unbroken sink devils began to screech incessantly, blasting gray-white devil chi out of their mouths. They broke through the white light and rose into the air while the humanoid puppet also disappeared. At this moment, the small child had been freed from his battle against the 5 devils and unleashed his myriad demon flag again. The flag swelled drastically in size once again as demonic chi tumbled in the air around it. A series of pitch-black demon beast projections were being manifested by the flag, and they appeared to be close to taking on a substantial form. However, Hanli paid this no heed as he spread open his thunderstorm wings again, attempting to rush back to the small teleportation formation. Even though he had missed the best opportunity to teleport away from this place, he still had to gain control over the teleportation formation in order to prevent it from being destroyed by others. However, just as Hanli thought that he would have to engage in a battle with the 2 demon beasts as well as the North Night Palace cultivators again, an unexpected turn of events suddenly struck. The heaven void cauldron that was blasting out countless strands of azure threads suddenly shuddered violently, despite no instructions from Hanli for it to do so. Immediately thereafter, it began to emanate scintillating azure light, following which Hanli immediately lost his spiritual connection with the cauldron. The azure threads that were meant to ward off the swords descended from above suddenly disappeared into the large teleportation formation that Hanli was standing in. A loud rumbling boom then erupted from the large teleportation formation as azure spiritual light shimmered over the entire formation. A film of azure light also appeared, encompassing Hanli and the unbroken sink devils within. That's the heaven void cauldron. An incredulous look appeared on the palace master's face as she immediately diverted her attention away from the silver-robed woman. She turned to the teleportation formation that Hanli was standing in and flicked her all 10 fingers at it in a frenzy, as if she had lost her sanity. 10 streaks of piercing silver light instantly shot forth. The silver-robed woman above the teleportation formation was also extremely shocked to see this. She didn't know where the teleportation formation was going to take Hanli, but she naturally didn't want to let him get away. Thus, all of the countless translucent swords in the air came crashing down from above at her behest. However, the azure film of light enshrouding the teleportation formation was seemingly indestructible. The 10 silver streaks of light and hundreds of translucent swords came crashing down upon it, but didn't even create so much as a ripple on its surface. The palace master and silver-robed woman were both flabbergasted upon seeing this. Not only them, but even Hanli himself was stunned, particularly after he tried and failed to slice open the azure film of light with his golden flying swords. After searching Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul, if his memory served him correct, then the teleportation formation he was situated in was an ancient one-way teleportation formation that had always been in disuse. He didn't know where this formation led to, and nor did he know how to activate it. However, seeing as it was a one-way teleportation formation, Hanli naturally wasn't willing to take the risk. If he were teleported to a lethal region like the Umbra Realm, he would be in deep trouble. As such, he tried to break free from the azure film of light with all his might upon arriving at the realization that he had been trapped in the teleportation formation. Seeing as the flying swords had failed, Hanli gritted his teeth as a ball of 3-colored light appeared in his hand, quickly revealing itself to be a feather fan. He was going to use the Triflame fan to attack this film of light. However, in such close quarters, Hanli naturally didn't dare to use the fan at its full power. Otherwise, he would be swept up in the attack as well. He only waved the fan slightly and a layer of 3-colored flames appeared on its face, which then crashed into the film of light like a blade of fire. A sizzling sound erupted as the fire made contact with the barrier. As expected, the might of the Triflame fan was not to be scoffed at. An incision had been torn into the seemingly indestructible film of light, and even though it was only around a foot in length, it was sufficient in size for Hanli to be able to escape through. Hanli was ecstatic, yet just as he was about to rush out of teleportation formation when white lights suddenly flashed from the gash that he had just inflicted. The silver-robed woman had torn through space and appeared outside. She raised a hand and one of her arms transformed into a sharp and translucent talon, forcing its way into the gash as if she were trying to drag Hanli out from within. Hanli was struck by a sense of urgency upon seeing this. He wanted to leave this teleportation formation, but he didn't want to fall into the grasp of this 10th-grade ice phoenix as a result. Just as he was about to attack his assailant with his Triflame fan, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He put away the Triflame fan in his hand, but it was replaced by a shimmering blue medallion. That medallion was none other than the Greater Teleportation Medallion. As soon as Hanli produced the medallion, spiritual light erupted from within the ancient teleportation formation. At the same time, the azure film of light began to crumble. After the light faded, Hanli and the unbroken sync devils within the film of light disappeared, as did the silver-robed woman, who was originally standing at the edge of the teleportation formation. It appeared that she had been teleported away with Hanli. The palace master faltered initially upon seeing this before a mixture of elation and vexation appeared on her face. She was overjoyed that a powerful enemy had been teleported away, but very frustrated by the fact that the spirit treasure carried by the matriarch of North Night Palace, Fair Ice Soul, had appeared and disappeared right under her nose. In the distance, the small child wore an extremely dark expression. A vicious light flashed through his eyes as he glowered at the palace master before letting loose a long howl that punctured the clouds. He then abruptly pointed up at the myriad demon flag in the air, upon which the demonic chi surging from the flag immediately swelled by several-fold. Countless demonic projections of different sizes then began to surge forth in a frenzy, encompassing a large section of the hall in tumbling demonic chi which rushed toward the palace master. The palace master's expression changed upon seeing this, but green light suddenly flashed before her as the infernal ghost mother positioned herself in front of her. She looked up at the countless demonic projections in the sky and a cold smile appeared on her face. She spun around on the spot, sending a vast expanse of green chi sweeping forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area had been transformed into an infernal hell amid ghastly wails and bone-chilling cries. A vast expanse of yin chi that was not inferior in quantity compared to the demonic chi in the sky spread along the ground before sweeping upward as a series of massive waves. The green mist and black chi clashed and intertwined with one another. Demonic projections and ghostly beings could be indistinctly seen within, engaged in a heated battle. This infernal ghost mother was able to combat old Devil Che's avatar with her body as a ghost cultivator, and she was not being forced onto the back foot. The palace master was ecstatic upon seeing this. She immediately set aside the matter regarding Hanli and rubbed her hands together before raising them up in the air, upon which balls of crimson lightning flames were sent crashing toward the demonic chi overhead. Loud rumbling booms rang out incessantly within the hall as the woman, the demon, and the ghost all disappeared within the vast expanse of demonic and ghostly chi. Only the occasional earth-shattering clash could be heard from the outside. Within a stone chamber that was over 300 feet in size, there was a formation that was quite similar to the teleportation formation located in the spirit void hole. Hanli supported the heaven void cauldron with one hand as he faced off completely expressionlessly with an exquisite beauty. The humanoid puppet behind him was completely stationary, yet the ghostly heads that were the 5 devils were hovering in the air, looking at the woman with bloodlust in their eyes. They would let loose a low snarl from time to time, looking as if they would immediately pounce on the woman as soon as Hanli gave the command. The woman standing before Hanli was naturally the 10th grade ice phoenix that had been accidentally swept up into the teleportation formation. In reality, this ice phoenix was rather unlucky. She had sensed that something was amiss when the azure film of light was shattered and she immediately tried to tear open space to get away from the formation. However, to her surprise, the spatial powers she unleashed resonated with the spatial powers in the formation, thereby sucking into the teleportation sequence as well. It was quite clear that this wasn't some kind of short-distance teleportation. If it weren't for the fact that she was extremely proficient at spatial manipulation, she would have most likely been torn into pieces by the spatial power on the way here. Even so, her situation was clearly not very optimistic. She was currently standing in one corner of the stone chamber with white spiritual light flashing all over her body as she glowered coldly at Hanli. According to her estimation, if she were to engage in a battle to the death with this human cultivator, the win-loss ratio would stand at around 40-60. What was very depressing to her was that her opponent was the one with the 60% chance of securing victory. An had to realize that she had been restricting her cultivation base to the semi-deity transformation stage for a long time and that if she wanted to, she could have progressed to the deity transformation stage a long time ago. However, this human was one of the most difficult opponents she had ever had to deal with. He possessed power on par with hers even though he was only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Furthermore, he possessed the unbroken sync devils and that untraceable humanoid puppet. Those two were extremely powerful in their own right and could be counted as 2 late nascent stage cultivators. Thus, no matter how arrogant she was, there was no way that she would be optimistic about her chances in battle against Hanli. However, she wasn't fearful toward Hanli either. Even if she couldn't match him in battle, her spatial powers would ensure that she would at least be able to escape. Hanli's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman before him and he was also rather indecisive about what to do. A short while later, he finally harumphed coldly as he raised a foot into the air, upon which he hovered out of the formation and made his way straight over to one of the blue stone walls of the stone chamber. This stone chamber was rather peculiar. There wasn't a single door to be seen, and the stone walls were extremely smooth with not even so much as a hint of a gap to be exploited. In such a strange and unpredictable place, Hanli really had no interest in battling this ice phoenix. As long as she didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered to engage in a battle with her that would sure expend a lot of magic power. After all, her spatial powers were also very difficult for him to deal with. Upon seeing what Hanli was doing, the silver-robed woman's expression changed as she heaved an internal sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Hanli was already using his spiritual sense to carefully scan over the stone walls. However, what he discovered as a result made his brows furrow with concern. As soon as his spiritual sense seeped into the stone walls, it was repelled by a powerful force. There had clearly been some type of powerful restriction cast on the walls, and this was the worst possible discovery to make. Hanli's expression darkened and he suddenly stabbed a finger toward the stone wall. Azure light flashed on his fingertip as a glacial light half a foot in length appeared before stabbing into the bluestone. However, only a small section of the glacial light pierced into the wall before it was also repelled. Hanli nonchalantly flicked his fingers and 3 streaks of azure sword chi struck the other 3 walls, only to result in the same effect. Hanli's eyes narrowed as he stared silently at the stone wall. As he did so, a flash of faint blue light shimmered through his eyes. Humph! The silver-robed woman chuckled coldly upon seeing this. She then waved a hand through the air and a flash of white light appeared, following which she disappeared from the chamber. She had unleashed her spatial powers to escape from this place. Hanli completely ignored this as he continued to stare silently at the stone wall. All of a sudden, the humanoid puppet behind him suddenly raised a hand, sending a black dagger streaking through the air. The dagger instantly struck a certain nondescript spot on the wall amid a dull thud. The bluestone wall before him suddenly crumbled and his eyes immediately lit up. He appeared in what seemed to be an empty hall, and the silver-robed woman was still nowhere to be seen. However, upon closer inspection, Hanli's lips twitched as an incredulous look flashed through his eyes. This was a reaction to the stone gate that lay before him, which was square in shape with over 100 feet in both length and width. There were strange runes carved onto the gate and faint white light was shimmering along its surface, clearly indicating that some type of restriction had been cast on it. However, Hanli was very familiar with this stone gate and he almost identified it at first glance. He felt as if he had been dealt a heavy blow upon making that realization, and astonishment surged through his heart. After taking a deep breath, Hanli recomposed himself and strode directly toward the stone gate. Golden light flashed as a flying sword that was over a foot in length appeared in his hand. He slashed it through the air and a streak of golden sword chi flew forth. White light flashed over the surface of the stone gate, but it was still sliced in half by the sword chi amid a resounding boom, revealing an intersection that was paved with bluestone. Hanli's body swayed and in the next instant, he appeared at the center of the intersection. He hurriedly looked around at his surroundings before his body fell completely stationary. There was a series of bluestone paths leading toward the north, south, east, and west directions. There were identical tall and thick stone walls on either side of the paths, looking as if they had been constructed from the same mold. After a long while, Hanli exhaled and murmured to himself in a forlorn voice, "There's no mistaking it, it really is this place." This place was none other than the massive 5-story bluestone tower within which he had obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron. He had been teleported from the northernmost region of the Great Gene to the scattered star seas. From the bluestone paths alone, he was unable to determine which level of the tower he was situated in. So the Heaven Void Hall and Spirit Void Hall really are related. Hanli murmured to himself as his expression finally eased. At his current power level, it wasn't an issue even if he were situated in the scattered star seas. As long as he could make his way out of this hall, then repair the teleportation formation that he had destroyed after it had taken him to the scattered star seas, then he would be able to return directly to the heavenly south region. With that in mind, Hanli examined his surroundings before deciding to take a certain bluestone path, upon which his body shot forth as a streak of azure light. However, after flying for only 10 minutes, Hanli discovered that he hadn't encountered even a single one of those puppet guards that were supposed to roam the tower. Upon further contemplation, he figured out why this was the case. It was still a long time until the next opening of the Heaven Void Hall, so those puppets had most likely been withdrawn by the restriction in the hall for now. Not only that, Hanli wasn't impeded by any other restrictions or traps along the way either. It was as if the tower had been reduced to a completely inanimate object. However, Hanli still underestimated these maze-like paths in the tower. Even though most of the restrictions and puppets had been withdrawn, the restriction on his spiritual sense was still in effect. After taking countless wrong paths and using his bright-sight spirit eyes to break through countless illusions, he finally entered the teleportation formation on the next level. It was no wonder that Manhuzi had forcibly restricted everyone's cultivation bases in the past, thereby forcing them to hold back their arrogant tendencies and obediently follow Zenith Yin's duo. On the way here, Hanli had already put away the unbroken Sink Devils and the humanoid puppet. He also broke through several stone gates leading to treasure rooms that were yet to be accessed, but he didn't discover any treasures, nor trigger any restrictions that teleported him out of the tower. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he didn't use the Heaven Void map fragment to open the stone gates, or perhaps because the Heaven Void Hall wasn't open yet. In any case, these treasures had been sealed away elsewhere and even the teleportation restrictions had lost their effect. Hanli was unwilling to give up as he searched carefully through each and every one of the treasure rooms. However, he had to admit that the formation master who had set up the formations in the Heaven Void Hall was far more proficient in the art of formations and restrictions than he could imagine. He clearly knew that there were other mysterious restrictions in these places, but his search still proved to be completely fruitless. As such, he had no choice but to exit the treasure rooms and relinquish his ambition to secure all of the treasures in the Heaven Void Hall in one fell swoop. Even though his efforts thus far had proven to be futile, it was often the case that the most important control formation in a building was situated in its core region. In the case of the Heaven Void Hall, the more important core region in there was naturally the 5th floor. Back when Hanli was last here, Zenith Yin and the others were fearful of the restrictions on that level and only wanted to obtain the Heaven Void Cauldron anyways, so they didn't dare to explore that level. However, with his current cultivation base and his bright-sight spirit eyes, perhaps he could find something useful up there. As for the 10th grade Ice Phoenix, Hanli didn't know where she had teleported herself to, but he wasn't concerned in the slightest that she would have escaped from the tower or even the Heaven Void Hall. This was because he had already found one of the outermost walls of the tower and there, he discovered over 10 types of restrictions. He was unable to identify most of the restrictions, but among the few that he did recognize, there just so happened to be a few that restricted spatial powers. Unless she were to use a special teleportation formation within the Heaven Void Hall, it would be impossible to leave this tower through her spatial teleportation abilities. Even at his current cultivation base, he could still sense that the other restrictions on the wall were extremely fearsome and unfathomable. Otherwise, he would have been able to blast his way out of the tower through brute force, rather than have to search for some control formation. After teleporting through 2 levels, Hanli finally reached the 5th level of the tower, and appeared before the frozen Dragoneuro's terrace, where he had obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron. When he thought about it, he realized that the past Grand Elders of the North Night Palace had always been referred to as Master Arctic Dragon. That was another piece of evidence suggesting that there was a connection between the North Night Palace and the Heaven Void Hall. However, after the Heaven Void Cauldron had been taken, the stairs here had already been ruined, completely preserving the signs of the battle between Zenith Yin, Wan Tianming, and the others. To Han Li's surprise, the silver-robed woman was also standing on the terrace. She was looking at the altar with a contemplative look on her face. Han Li's arrival had clearly drawn her attention. She took a cold glance at Han Li before her body suddenly swayed, transforming into a streak of light that flew away from the terrace, disappearing into one of the many bluestone paths in the blink of an eye. Han Li looked on in silence as she rushed away from the scene. He had no intention of stopping her whatsoever. Only after she had truly disappeared from view did he slowly make his way over to the altar. He took a glance into the cave from which he had obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron before slowly expanding the scope of his search. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the control formation was hidden extremely well, or perhaps Han Li was in the wrong place altogether. In any case, his search proved to be fruitless once again. Days passed one after the other and Han Li had searched through the entire 5th level. His expression grew darker with each passing day, and even after over half a month had flown by, he still hadn't found the control formation. On that day, Han Li made his way out of a certain corner following another fruitless search. He leaned against a pillar nearby and began to space out. Could it be that the control formation of the Heaven Void Hall isn't on this level, but on one of the other 4 levels? Han Li murmured to himself. Just as he was contemplating this possibility, a white light suddenly flashed nearby as the space there was torn upon which the silver-robed woman emerged. Han Li turned his gaze toward her, but didn't say anything. He knew that she wouldn't seek him out for no reason, and he was interested in hearing what she had to say. After all, she hadn't appeared on the 5th level at all during the past few days, so perhaps she had discovered a way out on one of the other levels. "Have you found a way out yet, fellow Daoist Han?" the silver-robed woman asked. "If I have, why would I still remain here? By the sounds of it, you seem to have discovered something." Han Li replied calmly as if there had never been any conflict between them. "I've searched through this entire place and discovered that it would require the combined powers of at least 2 or 3 deity transformation cultivators to break through the restrictions here by force. There are only 2 of us here, so that's clearly not an option," the silver-robed woman said in a slow voice. "I'm aware of this already." Han Li stirred internally, but still put on an aloof and nonchalant expression. "Humph. Are you not looking for the control formation of this place?" The silver-robed woman was clearly growing rather impatiently, and she harumphed coldly as a frosty look flashed through her eyes. Han Li's expression changed as he admitted, "I am indeed searching for the control formation. Would you happen to know where it is?" The silver-robed woman took a deep breath and her expression abruptly darkened as she said, "That's all I need to hear. I've found the control formation, but leaving this place won't be an easy task. Prior to this, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions first. How is this place related to Fairy Ice Soul, and is that little cauldron in your hand the Heaven Void Cauldron?" "Fairy Ice Soul? Who's that?" "As for this small cauldron, if you say it's the Heaven Void Cauldron, then I guess that's what it is." Han Li was initially slightly taken aback by these questions before deciding to play dumb. A cold light flashed through the silver-robed woman's eyes upon hearing this, and only after a long while did she explain, "Fairy Ice Soul is the ancient cultivator who created the celestial ice flame, and she's also the matriarch of the North Night Palace. It appears that you really do know nothing about this. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, let me make this clear to you. If you have the Heaven Void Cauldron, then you'd be able to use it to activate the control formation. If not, then you're completely useless and there's no point for me to tell you anything." A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to come clean. "If you put it that way, then I'll admit that this cauldron is indeed the Heaven Void Cauldron. Where is the control formation?" "Good. Seeing as you've admitted to it, you can come with me. If we want to leave this place, then we'll have to join forces this time. Prior to getting out of this place, I suggest we set our differences aside." Otherwise, neither of us would be able to get out of here on our own, the silver-robed woman replied calmly, seemingly completely unsurprised by Han Li's admission. Her body then swayed as she flew toward a certain bluestone path as a streak of light. Han Li's brows furrowed, but he didn't have an opportunity to think too deep into the matter as he transformed into an azure streak of light to follow the silver-robed woman. However, after only flying for a short while, a surprised look appeared on Han Li's face. He discovered that the silver-robed woman was clearly leading him to the Frozen Dragon's terrace. That was a place that he had searched countless times, all to no avail. However, the silver-robed woman had no intention of stopping, so Han Li could only repress his curiosity as he followed close behind her. After some time, the silver-robed woman finally descended onto the altar on the terrace. After also landing on the terrace, Han Li was finally able to voice his query as he asked, "Are you sure this is the right place, fellow Daoist Phoenix? Is the control formation really here? Is this the right place?" "Hee, I can find the control formation here even with my eyes closed." The silver-robed woman scoffed in a disdainful manner. "What do you mean by that? Have you been here before?" Han Li's heart jolted with surprise. "How could I have ever been here? It's just that on the Ice Wave Island where we Ice Phoenixes reside, there's a place that's completely identical to this stone terrace. Come to think of it, the cauldron you have is somewhat connected to our Ice Phoenix race," the silver-robed woman chuckled coldly. Before Han Li could express his surprise upon hearing this, the silver-robed woman suddenly hovered into the air before abruptly pointing to several spots in the air above the altar. The crisp sound of cracking chinaware suddenly rang out in mid-air, following which several balls of blinding white light appeared. These balls of light shuddered before expanding drastically, reaching the size of half of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye. They began to flash in the air like scorching white stars before finally combining as one again, transforming into a huge ball of light that began to slowly rotate on the spot. Han Li pursed his lips and made no effort to hide the expression of shock on his face. The silver-robed woman glanced at Han Li out of the corners of her eyes before continuing with what she was doing. Her fingers flashed through the air as she cast one celestial technique after another, all of which disappeared into the ball of light. In the end, a loud boom erupted from the massive ball of light and it transformed into a dozen or so snowy white formation flags. Each and every one of the flags was roughly 5 to 6 feet in length with some ancient runes and mysterious patterns embroidered upon them. Those formation flags spun in the air before transforming into streaks of dazzling white light that flew outward, disappearing into the ground without a trace. Han Li's eyes flashed upon seeing this and a hint of enlightenment appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a loud burst of rumbling erupted from the entire Frozen Dragon's terrace. A massive formation spell emerged from the center of the altar and the formation almost encompassed the entire stone terrace with lights of all colors flashing incessantly over its surface. In the instant that the formation spell emerged, the two of them hovered into the air before looking down at it from above. Han Li could determine after a brief glance that the formation in front of his eye was indeed the Heaven Void Hall's control formation. Furthermore, at the very center of the formation, he saw a diagram that was completely identical to the Heaven Void Cauldron. This immediately evoked within him a recollection of the scenes back when he had opened the profound jade cave in the Spirit Void Hall. The formation that sealed the profound jade cave also seemed to have employed a similar restriction. However, this formation was over 10 times the size of that one and it also seemed to be more complex and profound. The silver-robed woman noticed the flash of recognition in Han Li's eyes, and as she withdrew her celestial techniques, she asked, "You've also seen this formation before?" "I've seen a similar one somewhere in the North Night Palace," Han Li replied. The silver-robed woman didn't ask for any further details from Han Li. Instead, she urged, "I see. That's a good thing. In that case, you should also know how to control this formation, right? Perhaps you can see if the Heaven Void Cauldron can be used for that purpose. Heaven Void Cauldron hesitated momentarily before nodding as he opened his mouth. A ball of azure light emerged from within before hovering straight toward the center of the formation. That azure object was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron, which was currently only several inches in size. Of course, during this process, Hanli was constantly guarding against the silver-robed woman. If she expressed any intention of stealing the cauldron from him, then he would immediately withdraw it. The Heaven Void Cauldron flew over to the center of the massive formation, where it stopped at Han Li's behest, right over the image of the massive cauldron down below. Right at this moment, the entirety of the cauldron diagram lit up as a pillar of azure light erupted into the air, encompassing the Heaven Void Cauldron within. Han Li sensed a disturbance within his spiritual sense and he lost his connection with the cauldron again. His expression changed drastically as he stole a glance at the silver-robed woman beside him. He was relieved to see that the silver-robed woman hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, and he turned his attention to the Heaven Void Cauldron again. Within the azure pillar of light, the Heaven Void Cauldron began to emit a ringing sound as it swelled drastically in size. Moments later, the cauldron had become the same size as the diagram down below. At the same time, all of the diagrams of the flora and fauna on the cauldron began to manifest themselves. Han Li felt his spiritual sense stir as he regained his connection with the cauldron. However, his magic power then began to surge toward the cauldron in a wild frenzy, a turn of events that made Han Li's expression change drastically. Right at this moment, the silver-robed woman suddenly made a hand seal before pointing toward the center of the formation. A white pillar of light shot forth, disappearing into the giant cauldron diagram in a flash. Han Li immediately felt his rate of magic power loss slow down to an acceptable degree and his expression eased slightly. If the silver-robed woman hadn't have done that, he would have cut off his flow of magic power immediately and withdrawn the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, the Heaven Void Cauldron was like a bottomless pit, relentlessly engulfing his and the silver-robed woman's magic power. A short while later, half of Han Li's magic power had been lost and his expression darkened once again. At this moment, a low rumbling sounded from the formation. Some of the runes began to light up, but they were only glowing very feebly, as if they had only just been activated. This won't work. Our magic power isn't sufficient to activate this formation. The silver-robed woman's expression changed as she withdrew her hand seal, upon which the azure pillar of light immediately crumbled. Han Li's brows furrowed as he also snapped off his flow of magic power before waving a hand toward the cauldron in the distance. The Heaven Void Cauldron swayed as a pillar of light shot forth from within. It then rapidly shrank to its original size in the blink of an eye before disappearing into Heaven Void Cauldron's sleeve. It's not just a matter of insufficient magic power, this control formation can only be used by a deity transformation cultivator. I'm a mid-nascent soul cultivator while you're at the late nascent soul stage, so there's no way we can succeed. Han Li looked down at the formation below with his brows tightly furrowed. Following the disappearance of the Heaven Void Cauldron, the pillar of azure light erupting from the giant cauldron diagram also vanished. The rumbling and the flashing lights from the formation down below also receded before everything fell completely silent. After a brief silence, the silver-robed woman said, "It's not necessarily the case that only a deity transformation cultivator can use this formation. If several late nascent soul cultivators were to join forces, that would also suffice." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to her with an incredulous look. "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Phoenix. Even 4 late nascent soul cultivators are no match for a single deity transformation cultivator. You should be well aware of the disparity between the two. In terms of combat prowess, a deity transformation cultivator is able to draw upon the world's origin chi, so a late nascent soul cultivator is naturally no match. However, I have a secret technique that can temporarily combine the magic power of several cultivators as one. If we use this secret technique to fuel the heaven void cauldron, we should be able to activate this formation, the silver-robed woman replied confidently. Really, now? Could it be that you want to use my unbroken sink devils and my puppet for this secret technique? Han Li asked with a contemplative look on his face. Hee, you sure are a smart man, fellow Daoist Han. That was exactly my intention. With the combined form of the unbroken sink devils, that puppet, and myself, there's a good chance that we'll succeed. The silver-robed woman chuckled and her icy cold demeanor was replaced by an inviting and seductive one, as if she had transformed into a completely different person. However, Han Li paid no heed to her exquisitely beautiful features. Instead, he was contemplating something in deep thought. You didn't mention my name just then, am I not able to take part in this secret technique? He asked. That won't work. This secret technique can only be unleashed by cultivators of the same cultivation base. Furthermore, the one who can control this combined magic power must be the participating cultivator with the highest cultivation base. You are far more powerful than any other mid-nascent soul cultivator I've seen, but there is still a large disparity between you and a late-nascent soul cultivator, the silver-robed woman explained with a smile. Han Li's expression suddenly changed as he harumphed coldly, "Humph. In order to control the heaven void cauldron, you must master the artifact imprint technique first. Are you asking me to hand over my heaven void cauldron? A spirit treasure is very valuable, but this is the only way out unless you want to be trapped here forever." The Ice Phoenix replied calmly. Don't even think about it, I won't agree to this no matter what. The silver-robed woman was rather surprised by Han Li's complete lack of hesitation. She raised an eyebrow and was just about to say something when Han Li cut her off coldly. Let me tell you something, this place will open once every 300 years. Even if we don't do anything, we'll still be able to get out, we'll just have to stay here for a while. I've changed my mind now. I'm not in a hurry to leave this place. Instead, I'm going to stay here and cultivate. I'll come and find you if I end up progressing to the late nascent soul stage. Farewell for now, fellow Daoist Phoenix. At the conclusion of that sentence, Han Li transformed into an azure streak of light as he flew away from the stone terrace, disappearing into a bluestone path in the blink of an eye. This place opens once every 300 years. The silver-robed woman was overjoyed to hear this and she swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Even though she had missed out on the chance to snatch away his spirit treasure, it was undoubtedly good news that she wouldn't be trapped here forever after all. She didn't have to worry about Han Li deceiving her, as a mere 300 years was completely negligible for a heavenly spirit beast like her, whose lifespan numbered in the tens of thousands of years. She was originally planning to use a secret technique with self-mutilating side effects that could temporarily grant her deity transformation stage power, thereby allowing her to easily kill Han Li and take his heaven void cauldron. However, using a secret technique like that was extremely taxing to her body. Not only did the user of the secret technique have to be a 10th grade Ice Phoenix, unleashing it would inflict severe damage to the user's essential Dao foundation, making it almost impossible for her to progress to the deity transformation stage in the future. Even for a semi-deity transformation cultivator like her, who had satisfied the prerequisite conditions for making a breakthrough long ago, the consequences were still bound to be catastrophic. As such, she had been very reluctant to employ this course of action. Due to the fact that she was approaching the end of her lifespan, she was planning to make her breakthrough during this recent period of time. However, old Devil Che's avatar had then alerted her to the news regarding the spatial node, so she had been recruited to attack the North Night Palace with him, thereby forcing her to set her breakthrough aside. That was why she was still at the late nascent soul stage. Of course, progressing to the deity transformation stage in this place wasn't a bad option either. If she could successfully make her breakthrough, not only would she be able to kill Han Li, she would also be able to take his heaven void cauldron and escape from this place. Unfortunately, ice phoenixes were rather special in that they could only make breakthroughs during a special ceremony held in the holy land of the ice phoenixes, the Ice Abyss Island. Otherwise, even if a breakthrough were to be successfully made, the ice phoenix in question wouldn't be able to make any further breakthroughs in the future. The silver-robed woman didn't dare to take such a risk before she could escape from this place. Of course, Hanli wasn't aware of these things, but he revealed to her the fact that the Heaven Void Hall opened once every 300 years in fear that she would turn on him out of sheer desperation. As long as she could see a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't be inclined to engage Hanli in a battle to the death. What Hanli had said in the end about making a breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage was, of course, nothing more than an errant comment. The silver-robed woman didn't take him seriously either. It was not an easy task to make a breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage. There were countless mid-nascent soul cultivators in this world who were unable to make this breakthrough and were confined to the mid-nascent soul stage until their deaths. The silver-robed woman stood on the stone terrace and contemplated to herself for a long while before murmuring, "So be it. I have a few secret techniques I haven't yet fully mastered. This is a good opportunity to hone them now. If I can successfully master them, my chances of victory would improve if I were to engage that man in battle." With that in mind, she stomped a foot onto the ground and abruptly transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the opposite direction that Hanli had gone in. She was also planning to find a suitable stone chamber for her to go into seclusion and cultivate in. Half a day later, Hanli found himself in a secret chamber around 400 feet both in length and width. He sat on the ground with his legs folded in front of him, and there was an off-white pond over 100 feet in diameter situated before him. Spiritual chi intermingled with a fragrant aroma wafted forth from the pond. This place was the mysterious secret chamber on the second floor where Hanli had last met Yuan Yao. Not only was this an extremely well-concealed place, there was also a large spirit well in here, making it an outstanding cultivation venue. However, in order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, Hanli sealed the teleportation formation on this level, making it temporarily ineffective, then used some formation flags to conceal the entire secret chamber. With those measures in place, it would be difficult to find him, even for a 10th grade ice phoenix. In all honesty, Hanli didn't want to stay in this place. Instead, he wanted to return to the heavenly south region as quickly as possible to undo Nangong Wan's soul seal curse. However, lending the heaven void cauldron to the silver-robed woman was no different from committing suicide. A late nascent soul cultivator like the Ice Phoenix was powerful enough to master the second layer of the artifact imprint technique. In that case, with the cauldron under her control, he would be no match for her in battle even with the puppet and the unbroken sink devils on his side. He was naturally not going to put himself in such a perilous situation. Thankfully, Nangong Wan had already consumed the inner core of the ancient flame toad. Even though that couldn't completely undo the curse, it would definitely be able to delay the outbreak of the curse, thus ensuring her survival for the next 300 years. In that case, he could only set aside his original objective and cultivate in this place instead. Hanli currently had his eyes tightly shut, and if it weren't for the steady rising and fall of his chest, he would like an inanimate object. At the same time, the white mist emanating from the spirit well was slowly drifting toward him, enshrouding him in a veil of mist before transforming into a ball of white mist that completely obscured him within. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. Time slowly passed by and the white mist continued to drift toward Hanli. The white ball of mist remained completely stationary around him without exhibiting any changes, as if it had been born with the creation of the world and would exist for all of eternity. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed. On that day, a series of ships of all different sizes were entering and exiting the dock of a certain island in the scattered star seas. There were also some cultivators with advanced cultivation bases flying to and from the island. Aside from this single point through which one could arrive or depart, the rest of the island had been completely sealed by a restriction. Thus, a lively and bustling scene was presented at the dock. Close to the shore, there were several small mountains of different sizes scattered erratically over the land. On the tallest of those mountains, there was a white pavilion, which wasn't exactly intricately crafted, as the entire structure had been built using massive rocks, but it possessed a rather unique and rough charm. On the top level of this three-story pavilion, there was a blue-robed Taoist priest and a white-robed scholar discussing something with one another as they looked out at the dock. Senior Marshal Brother Ming, I heard the Starfall Coalition and the Star Palace have clashed in battle again near the Starfall Island. This time, a core formation cultivator from the Starfall Coalition perished during the battle. It appears that the Starfall Coalition has suffered a heavy loss, the scholar said in a slow voice. The conflicts between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition have been increasing in regularity in the past few years. Looks like we won't be too far away from the next major battle. Come to think of it, the situation is rather strange. The Starfall Coalition has clearly gained the ascendancy in this tug-of-war, claiming over 20 of the 20 islands in the inner sea. However, the Star Palace has won most of the battles between the two powers, the blue-robed Taoist priest sighed. What's so strange about that? The heavenly star sages have cultivated the divine essence fused light so as long as they don't stray far from the heavenly star island, they're virtually invincible. Didn't you hear about what happened in the battle before the last one? The Archsaint of the Six Paths joined forces with Wan Sangu, but were still comprehensively defeated near the Heavenly Star Island. However, the Heavenly Star sages don't dare to leave the Heavenly Star Island for long as their cultivation bases would be severely hampered as a result. Hence, both powers are wary of one another and the victims of this stalemate are small sects like ours, the scholar chuckled coldly. The blue-robed Taoist priest pursed his lips with a gloomy expression and said, "That's true." In the past, these two powers only conscripted troops from surrounding sects, which wasn't too difficult to deal with as we could just send over a few low-level disciples. But back then, we only had to pay taxes to one side, yet we have to pay taxes to both powers now. Times are getting a lot harder. You sure like to burden yourself with unnecessary concerns, Senior Marshal Brother Ming. These matters are not for Foundation establishment disciples like us to think about, our Marshal Seniors will take care of those matters. As long as our Patriarch is still around, those two powers wouldn't dare to exert too much pressure on us. We just have to last through this 2-year period. After that, we can go back and focus on cultivation. Speaking of which, when I came out of my last period of seclusion, I could sense that I was about to progress from the early Foundation establishment stage, so I must be close to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. A smug expression suddenly appeared on the scholar's face. The blue-robed faltered upon hearing this before an envious look appeared on his face as he said, "If you can progress to the mid-Foundation establishment stage within 100 years, then your aptitude is exceptional. I've been stuck at the mid-Foundation establishment stage for several decades already, yet there hasn't been any inkling to suggest an imminent breakthrough." The scholar waved his hands modestly and said, "You're far too kind, Senior Marshal Brother Ming. Everyone knows that the early Foundation establishment stage bottleneck is completely incomparable to that of the mid-Foundation establishment stage. After I progress to the mid-Foundation establishment stage, there's a good chance that I won't even be able to match your progress." A wry smile appeared on the blue-robed Taoist priest's face upon hearing this, and just as he was about to say something, an earth-shattering boom erupted, immediately following which the entire pavilion began to tremor violently. Both of them were stunned by this sudden turn of events, and after taking a glance at one another, they immediately turned their gaze toward the dock. In the air over 5 kilometers away from the dock, there was a vast expanse of cloud and mist that was surging and tumbling incessantly, and a thunderous noise akin to that of countless rumbling horse hooves could be heard coming from within. Just as this noise erupted, a massive wave over 1,000 feet tall suddenly appeared on the surface of the ocean as a silvery white line hurtled rapidly toward the dock. All of the ships near the dock were immediately thrown into a frenzied panic as they sped toward the dock with all their might. Countless mortals began to abandon their ships as they scrambled onto the shore. In the face of such an astonishingly massive wave, anyone could see that staying on their ships was akin to committing suicide. As for the merchandise and stock on those ships, their fate would be decided by the gods. The blue-robed Taoist priest and the scholar completely ignored this monstrous wave. Instead, they were staring intently at the tumbling clouds and mist in the sky with tense expressions on their faces. Only a short while had passed and the two of them were already sweating profusely. Not only them, but the expressions on the faces of all of the cultivators on the dock had also changed drastically. Some of them low-level cultivators weren't even able to activate their treasures in order to flee the scene, forcing them to descend unsteadily from the air above. The spiritual pressure emanating from the cloud and mist was simply far too astonishing. Even though the two of them were situated so far away, they were still petrified by those spiritual chi fluctuations. It was as if some sort of primordial demon beast were about to descend upon them. At this moment, not only were the buildings near the dock beginning to tremor, the entire massive island was starting to quiver and quake. The blue-robed Taoist priest and the scholar felt as if all of their saliva had run dry, leaving them unable to speak. Right at this moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew forth from within the island, appearing above the pavilion in the blink of an eye before rushing separately into the top floor. The light receded, revealing a woman and 2 men. There was a brawny man in a set of long robes, an elderly azure-robed man with a troubled frown on his face, and a woman with a seductive figure. The Taoist priest and the scholar were finally snapped out of their stunning stupor following the arrival of their martial seniors, and they hurriedly rushed over to pay their respects. "What happened?" the brawny man asked with a grave expression on his face. "I'm afraid I do not know, Marshal Senior. This cloud and mist phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky over there and we were just about to contact you using our voice transmission talismans," the blue-robed Taoist priest quickly replied. The 3 core formation cultivators also began to stare silently into the sky upon hearing that. "What is that thing? Is there some type of high-grade demon beast exhaling that cloud and mist?" the woman asked with furrowed brows. The azure-robed elderly man shook his head with narrowed eyes as he replied, "No. There's no demonic chi within that cloud and mist, so it can't be a demon beast. Also, a demon beast capable of creating such a phenomenon would at least have to be at the metamorphosis stage. There's no way that a demon beast of that caliber would appear here. Then, could it be a nascent soul stage senior casting a technique?" the brawny man asked with a bewildered look. The elderly man took a deep breath, and solemnly said, "That doesn't seem very plausible either. As far as I'm aware, aside from a few nascent soul devils who are proficient in the devilish arts, there aren't any who use cultivation arts that would produce this kind of phenomenon. In my opinion, it looks more like the heavenly premonition indicating that a certain treasure is about to appear." An eager expression appeared on the face of the brawny man upon hearing this. At this moment, an elderly voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire room. "What's this nonsense about a treasure? You're going to get yourselves killed if you keep thinking like that." The elderly man was startled by this voice before hurriedly standing up straighter. A blue light abruptly appeared, immediately following which a thin middle-aged man emerged in the room. "We pay our respects to Marshal Uncle," the 3 of them greeted in unison. Both the blue-robed Taoist priest and scholar were surprised to hear this before they also paid their respects to the middle-aged man. Only then did they catch a clear glimpse of the middle-aged man to find that he had an unhealthy yellow pallor and a pair of grayish-white eyes, making him appear as if he were blind. The middle-aged man turned his expressionless gaze toward the distance as he said in a cold voice, "Humph, you sure are full of yourselves. Even if this really is a heavenly premonition indicating the appearance of a treasure, do you think a treasure of this caliber is something you can lay your hands on? Even if by some miracle you were to actually obtain the treasure, you would only be killed for it later on anyway. As far as I know, old Devil Hun is somewhere nearby and there's no way he'd ignore this phenomenon." As he looked at the tumbling cloud and mist in the sky, a solemn expression appeared on his face. All three of the core formation cultivators instantly dejected at the mention of this old Devil Hun. "Even if we can't obtain this treasure, wouldn't you be able to do so, Martial Uncle?" The seductive woman was still unwilling to give up on this opportunity. "If it really is some type of treasure, then I'll naturally try to secure it for myself. Other people may be fearful toward old Devil Hun, but I wouldn't mind battling him. It's just a pity that this is most likely not a heavenly premonition indicating the emergence of a treasure," the middle-aged man replied. Right at this moment, a blinding white light suddenly erupted in the sky in the distance. The colorful cloud and mist were instantly reduced to nothingness, and everyone in the pavilion aside from the middle-aged man were forced to close their eyes. However, at the exact same moment, the space in the above suddenly began to twist and warp, following which enormous spiritual pressure that was several times more intense than before abruptly descended. A pristine white palace emerged amid the white light, emanating a faint light as it hovered in the air. As everyone in the pavilion opened their eyes again, they were immediately dumbstruck by this scene that greeted them. The middle-aged man's facial muscles spasmed upon seeing this as he exclaimed, "That's the Heaven Void Hall. Impossible. It hasn't been 300 years since it last opened." He immediately managed to identify the palace in the distance. The blue-robed Taoist priest and the scholar didn't exhibit any reaction to the mention of the Heaven Void Hall, but the three core formation cultivators were all stunned to hear this. The burly man's voice began to tremble as he exclaimed, "The Heaven Void Hall. The secret realm containing unfathomable ancient treasures. What else could that palace be? It's a little strange that it's appeared before its time, but even if this really is the Heaven Void Hall, no one would be able to enter it without the Heaven Void map fragment anyway. What's that? Someone seems to be approaching it." Just as the middle-aged man was musing to himself in bewilderment, a vast expanse of fiery clouds suddenly came rumbling over from the distance at an incredibly fast speed. The caster of the fiery cloud seemed to have also discovered the phenomenon in the air, and was traveling to the palace to gauge the situation. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly upon seeing the fiery cloud. He had also intended to travel to the palace, but he immediately changed his mind as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Just as the fiery cloud was about to reach the palace, a burst of five-colored light suddenly flashed from the palace and an extremely thick pillar of azure light shot forth directly into the ocean. An unfathomably large black hole suddenly appeared on the surface of the ocean. The seawater parted to accommodate the pillar of light, creating a large vortex. However, an even more incredible scene ensued. At the center of the azure pillar of light, a white formation that was several tens of feet in radius emerged without any premonition. White light then flashed from the formation, upon which a man, a woman, and a massive azure cauldron materialized out of thin air. Both of them were still rooted to the spot, seemingly having been temporarily trapped in the pillar of light. At this moment, the fiery cloud was already almost upon them, but it suddenly faltered slightly as if its caster were also at a loss for what to do. However, all of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom erupted from within the white ball of light, sending tremors running through the massive palace. Spatial fluctuations immediately radiated forth and the palace disappeared amid a burst of piercing white light. The azure pillar of light flashed wildly several times before also crumbling and disappearing, leaving only the man, the woman, and the massive cauldron hovering in the air. The caster of the fiery cloud seemed to have sensed a hint of peril as the cloud immediately swerved around, flying away in the opposite direction amid a resounding boom. However, the woman raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before waving a sleeve through the air. Over 100 translucent swords shot forth from her sleeve, filling the entire sky with eerie glacial light, before sweeping directly toward the fiery cloud. The swords were traveling at an incredible speed and caught up to the fiery cloud with ease before unleashing a violent bombardment. A roar of shock and rage erupted from within the fiery cloud, following a frosty light flashed in its depths. The cultivator in the cloud seemed to have brought out some kind of treasure. However, the translucent swords seemed to be the bane of the fiery cloud's existence as the latter quickly crumbled and dissipated. The treasures that had been summoned were also sliced in half before they could unleash any of their power, tumbling from the sky like pieces of scrap materials. The cultivator within the fiery cloud was horrified to see this, and he tried to unleash an evasion technique, but it was already far too late. All of the translucent swords fell at once and a howl of anguish rang out as the cultivator body and soul were completely destroyed. Clumps of blood and flesh came raining down from above as the cultivator was slain in what seemed to be the blink of an eye. Not only were the core formation cultivators horrified to see this, a fearful expression had even crept onto the face of the perpetually calm middle-aged man. The brawny man's lips trembled as he forced a smile onto his face, and said, "Martial uncle, was the cultivator in the fiery cloud one of old Devil Hun's disciples?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and replied drily, "That was no disciple, that was none other than old Devil Hun himself. Otherwise, who else would have been able to unleash such a powerful scorching flame technique?" Even though the three core formation cultivators had suspected this to be the case, they still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in unison upon having the notion confirmed by the middle-aged man. "But old Devil Hun is a nascent soul cultivator just like you, martial uncle. How could he have been slain so easily? It looks like not even his nascent soul had a chance to escape." The seductive woman was completely dumbfounded. The azure-robed elderly man and the brawny man were also incredulous. The middle-aged man didn't say anything in response. Instead, he was staring intently at the events unfolding in the distance. At this moment, the man and the woman in the air seemed to have exchanged a few words, upon which the woman chuckled coldly in response. She then summoned all of her flying swords back to her before disappearing into the distance as a streak of light over 100 feet in length. The man shook his head before turning his attention to the dock. He then transformed into a rather unremarkable streak of azure light as he flew toward the island, and the speed of his movement wasn't all that astonishing either. However, the middle-aged man's expression changed upon seeing this, and he urgently instructed, "You three stay in here and keep your guard up. I'll be back soon." As soon as his voice fell, the middle-aged man shot forth out of the pavilion as a blue streak of light to meet the oncoming streak of azure light. All of the people left in the pavilion began to look at one another. They had just witnessed that woman slay a cultivator of the same caliber as their martial uncle as if she were crushing an ant. This man had accompanied her out of the Heaven Void Hall, so his cultivation base was most likely nothing to scoff at either. As such, all of them were feeling very nervous. Not only them, but even the middle-aged man flying toward the azure streak of light was also feeling very uneasy. However, after witnessing that woman in action from afar, he immediately made up his mind. That woman was most likely a late nascent soul cultivator comparable to the likes of the Heavenly Star Sages and the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths. If they had harbored ill intentions toward them, then there was no way he would have been able to escape. After all, he was merely an early nascent soul cultivator and there was simply too large a disparity between their power levels. As such, the best course of action was for him to voluntarily greet them in person instead of trying to flee. Thus, after making up his mind, this early nascent soul cultivator mustered up his courage and flew toward Hanley. The two streaks of light converged together in a few moments. The azure light receded, and Hanli was revealed. The middle-aged man also stopped over 100 feet away before turning his gaze toward Hanli. He discovered that the person standing before him was a young man in a set of azure robes. His looks were average and his skin was slightly dark. He currently wore a hint of a smile on his face and was also looking back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man unleashed his spiritual sense to detect Hanli's cultivation base, upon which his pupils contracted minutely as he joined his hands together in a salute. "I am Elder Gon Lin of the Yellow Sand Sect. May I ask for your esteemed name? And do you require any assistance from me?" Even though the middle-aged man was speaking to Hanli as equals, his tone and choice of words were extremely respectful. Hanli examined the middle-aged man upon hearing this before smiling as he said, "My surname is Han. I recall hearing about the Yellow Sand Sect once, but it's been too long and I can't remember it too well. Is this island under the sect's ownership?" "Our sect is merely a small insignificant sect in the scattered star seas, so it's not strange for you to have not heard of it, fellow Taoist. If you'd like, you can come to visit our sect." The middle-aged man was very relieved to see that Hanli seemed to be quite benevolent and amicable. However, he still didn't dare to show any dissent. He had just verified with his spiritual sense that Hanli was indeed a late nascent soul cultivator, so he had to be extra careful. Following an extended period of cultivation lasting more than 80 years, Hanli had finally escaped from the heaven void hole. In the beginning, he had spent 60 years cultivating with the assistance of the spirit well to reach the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage. He then used the next 20 years to fortify his cultivation base in order to achieve the prerequisites for a breakthrough. After that, he had attempted to break through the bottleneck, hoping that he would get lucky. The result left him rather speechless. He discovered that his attempt to make a breakthrough encountered no impediment whatsoever, taking to the late nascent soul stage with ease. Even after he had become a late nascent soul cultivator, he was still in disbelief. After all, it had been an extremely arduous process for him to make the breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, and he had only succeeded after preparing all types of pills and medicines to assist him during the process. For this attempt of breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, he had only prepared some ordinary pills and didn't really harbor any high hopes, but the process had been as simple as breathing air. The ease with which he had made the breakthrough left him extremely perplexed. He pondered the process over and over again, but still couldn't make sense of the situation. Perhaps this was because the great development technique he had cultivated in conjunction with the nascent cultivating pill that he had consumed had finally taken effect. Perhaps the rainbow bead manifested from his consumption of the Heaven Mend pill had improved the aptitude of his spiritual roots. Perhaps the azure essence sword art he had cultivated made it much easier for him to progress to the late nascent soul stage. Perhaps his cultivation base was simply far superior to other cultivators of the same level. All of the aforementioned factors were plausible possibilities, and it could also be the case that a combination of those factors was the answer he was seeking. In the end, Hanli gave up on trying to identify the underlying reasons. After all, it was impossible to replicate the conditions for any successful breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage. Otherwise, great cultivators would have been a lot more common in the human world. After making his breakthrough, Hanli naturally refined his 8th spirit ruler and heaven void cauldron again, then easily mastered the second layer of the artifact imprint technique before setting off in search of the silver-robed woman, who had also been cultivating in seclusion the entire time. When they met, her jaw dropped to the ground upon making the discovery that Hanli had become a late nascent soul cultivator. As a result, she completely relinquished any thoughts of attacking Hanli. Through the use of the secret technique that she provided, the two of them, in conjunction with the 5 devils and the humanoid puppet, really were able to activate the control formation, thereby forcing the Heaven Void Hall to temporarily reveal itself over the scattered star seas. The two of them then used the control formation to teleport themselves out of the hall along with the Heaven Void Cauldron. As for the cultivator who had unleashed the fiery cloud, he was simply very unlucky. The Ice Phoenix had been trapped in the Heaven Void Hall for close to a century and had been very flustered by Han Li's easy progression to the late nascent soul stage. Just as she was at the height of her frustration, old Devil Han delivered himself to her doorstep as a living punching bag, an offer which she naturally wasn't going to refuse. After that, she left Han Li behind to search for a way back to the Great Gene. Even though Han Li's cultivation base had taken a significant stride forward, he still didn't like his chances in battle against her, so he let her leave. Of course, he wasn't going to tell her about the ancient teleportation formation that led to the Heavenly South region. After Han Li separated with the Ice Phoenix, he stowed away the Heaven Void Cauldron before flying toward the island. He naturally wasn't going to cause trouble for the cultivators on the island. Instead, he simply wanted to gauge his current location and gain an understanding of the situation in the scattered star seas. He would then figure out how to return to the Stalwart Star Island, where he would be able to find that ancient teleportation formation. The fact that this middle-aged man was taking the initiative to come to him, and was extending such a warm invitation, was rather surprising to Han Li. However, his intention was to visit the island anyway, so he decided to accept this man's invitation. At this current power level, he wasn't afraid of a mere early nascent soul cultivator trying to plot against him. The middle-aged man was both surprised and elated to see Han Li accept his invitation, and he hurriedly sent a message to his 3 juniors using his voice transmission talisman, before guiding Han Li toward the island in a respectful manner. Han Li began to inquire about the surrounding area to discover that the island before them was named the Bitter Gate Island. It was quite a large island with several cities inhabited by mortals alone, and the entire island was completely under the Yellow Sand Sect's control. Several million kilometers to the north of the Bitter Gate Island lay the Star Climb Island, one of the 12 inner star islands. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. With his exceptional memory, he still had a remarkably clear recollection of the map depicting the scattered star seas. If he weren't mistaken, then the place he was currently situated at wasn't far away from the Heavenly Star City. However, it was quite a distance away from the Stalwart Star Island, and he would be passing by the Heavenly Star City on the way there. The vast number of demon beasts in the scattered star seas was completely incomparable to that of the Heavenly South region and the Great Gene. However, Han Li wasn't interested in the demon cores of low-grade demon beasts anymore. In contrast, the demon cores of metamorphosis stage demon beasts at the 8th grade or above have all attained intelligence, so it would be impossible to lure them with the rainbow skirt grass. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind making another trip to the outer star seas. With that in mind, Han Li allowed himself to be led by the middle-aged cultivator over the dock. Then, after traveling several thousand kilometers into the island, they arrived in the air above a tall mountain with gorgeous scenery and an abundance of spiritual chi. At the mountain's peak was a series of grand and lavish palaces and pavilions. There were even a few unidentifiable, yet exceptionally beautiful creatures circling and dancing in the air above, creating a scene that resembled an immortal paradise. Han Li turned to the middle-aged cultivator with a smile, and said, "Your sect seems to be thriving, fellow Daoist Gon. Ha, I'm glad you like it, Brother Han. We're just a bunch of nobodies setting up a base here," the middle-aged man chuckled with a wry smile. He knew that to a nascent soul cultivator, these illusions would be easily seen through. Han Li smiled but didn't say anything. However, before the two of them could descend, heavenly music began to play from the mountain peak. 2 groups of beautiful female cultivators wearing palatial dresses of all types of colors made their way out of the palaces down below. They were led by none other than 3 core formation cultivators from earlier, all of whom were looking up at Han Li with awe and veneration in their eyes. Han Li couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this, but he still descended in front of the welcoming party down below. Everyone made way to create a path for him leading to one of the main halls on the mountain peak. To Han Li's surprise, the decor inside was rather plain and simple, certainly not as lavish as he had expected. The middle-aged man and Han Li sat down at the table, while the other three stood off to the sides. Han Li cut straight to the chase and began to inquire about the recent situation in the scattered star seas. The middle-aged man was rather taken aback by these questions, but he merely regarded Han Li as a certain powerful being who had been in seclusion for many years, and naturally disclosed everything that he knew. When Han Li heard that the scattered star seas was in far more turmoil than when he had left, he couldn't help but fall silent to digest that information. After contemplating for a long while, the middle-aged man finally decided that Han Li didn't seem to be a cruel and violent person. As such, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Brother Han, was the place that you emerged from the legendary Heaven Void Hole? How did you come out of that place?" Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this, and he was snapped out of his train of thought. "You sure are knowledgeable to be able to recognize the Heaven Void Hall from a single glance, fellow Daoist Han." "I was trapped there for a period of time and have only just escaped," Han Li replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man could tell that Han Li didn't want to elaborate on this matter, so he didn't dare to pry any further. Instead, he changed the subject to the Ice Phoenix. "I see. May I ask who that woman with you was?" "She was a fellow Daoist who had been trapped in the hall with me. She had some important matters to attend to, so she had to leave," Han Li replied indifferently. "I see. Was she also a late nascent soul cultivator like you, Brother Han?" the middle-aged man asked carefully. She reached the late nascent soul stage long ago. I cannot hope to compare with her," Han Li chuckled in response. The middle-aged cultivator's heart stirred upon hearing this, and his mind scrambled through the list of renowned female cultivators in the scattered star seas. However, he simply wasn't able to identify that silver-robed woman. As for Han Li, his appearance was far too plain, making it even more difficult to identify him. However, that wasn't a cause for any alarm or confusion. It was very common for cultivators of their caliber to go into seclusion and cultivate for centuries at a time. "Fellow Daoist Gon, I'm currently in dire need of a batch of mid-grade spirit stones and materials. Of course, it would be best if you had high-grade spirit stones. I currently have 2 treasures which I'm not using at the moment, and I'd be happy to offer them for exchange," Han Li suddenly said. He then swept a sleeve over the wooden table beside him, upon which a green light swept past and 2 items appeared on the table, one of which was silver while the other was yellow. They were a silver ring and an ancient yellow halberd. These were none other than the ancient treasures he had obtained after killing those high-grade demon beasts in the spirit void hole. Treasures of this caliber were naturally useless to Han Li, but in a place like the scattered star seas, where refinement materials and treasures were very rare, these treasures would be extremely sought after. From the spiritual power emanating from the 2 treasures alone, one could determine that they were high-grade treasures that were rare even among ancient treasures. "You're far too kind, Brother Han. We'll have no issue sourcing mid-grade spirit stones and materials for you. We have extensive stock on both here in the sect, and even if there are some materials that we don't have, I can get people to source them from the markets on the island. As for high-grade spirit stones, I'm afraid there are only about 7 or 8 of them on the entire island. If you require them, we'd be happy to exchange them with you." Flames of desire had also been ignited in the middle-aged man's heart upon seeing those 2 ancient treasures, but he wasn't surprised at all in Han Li's ability to bring out treasures of this caliber so easily. 7 or 8 high-grade spirit stones. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing that. According to his knowledge, the shortage of spirit stones in the scattered star seas was even more severe than in the heavenly south region. How could this yellow sand sect alone possess so many high-grade spirit stones? The middle-aged man was initially rather concerned to see the contemplative look on Han Li's face. However, a thought quickly occurred to him along with a sense of enlightenment. Apologies for the confusion, it's my fault for neglecting to mention this to you. Over 100 years ago, someone discovered an extremely large spirit stone mine on an island in the outer sea. There were many high-grade spirit stones excavated from that mine, so even though they're still quite rare, the shortage is nowhere near as severe as it was in the past. Almost all of the sects have a few in storage now. A high-grade spirit stone mine. A mine of that caliber exists in the human world. Han Li was very surprised to hear this. Indeed. Everyone thought that these were merely fake rumors in the beginning. However, the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition then engaged in a massive battle for ownership rights over the island. Only then did we realize that the news had been true. I heard that the mine had even drawn the attention of high-grade demons beasts from the outer star seas, and they also joined in on the battle. Many cultivators and demon beasts perished as a result, and now, the mine has been split between the two sides to accommodate a temporary truce. The middle-aged man explained. Han Li nodded but didn't say anything. This was good news for him. After using his humanoid puppet on the previous few occasions, his supply of high-grade spirit stones was about to run dry, and this presented a good opportunity to obtain some more. Thankfully, this region wasn't very far away from the Heavenly Star City, and he would be passing it on the way to his ultimate destination anyway. As such, it wouldn't take him too much time to make a detour and use the Star Palace's teleportation formation to travel directly to that mine. Thus, Han Li immediately made up his mind. He immediately pulled out a jade slip from his storage pouch and copied a list of required materials into it. The brawny core formation cultivator then accepted the jade slip and went away to source those materials at the middle-aged man's behest. After that, Han Li began to make small talk with this grand elder of the Yellow Sand sect. The middle-aged man was clearly trying to be respectful and hospitable, so Han Li naturally conversed with him in an amicable manner as well. It was a rare occasion for the middle-aged man to encounter a late-nascent soul great cultivator, so he naturally raised a few questions about his own cultivation. Han Li only just reached the late-nascent soul stage, but he had seen a vast array of cultivation arts and had cultivated in both righteous and devilish secret techniques. As such, his experiences really were able to provide inspiration to the middle-aged man, which made him even more respectful toward Han Li. As for the azure-robed elderly man and the seductive woman standing off the sides, they were also listening intently to this conversation. This was an extremely rare opportunity for them as well, after all. Several hours later, a streak of light flashed into the room and the brawny man returned with a bulging storage pouch in his hand. Senior, there are a few materials on the list that are missing on this island, but I've gathered everything else. I've placed all of our high-grade spirit stones into the pouch as well. The brawny man strode forward and offered the storage pouch to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the storage pouch and scanned through its contents with his spiritual sense, upon which a content look appeared on his face at what he saw. I still have some matters that I must attend to, so I won't stay any longer. I'll be taking my leave now. Han Li put away the storage pouch before nodding at the middle-aged cultivator sitting across from him. He had no interest in making further conversation with these Yellow Sand sect cultivators, so he transformed into a streak of azure light and disappeared into the distance in a flash. That senior has finally left. I thought our Yellow Sand sect was in big trouble this time. That senior Han doesn't appear to be a bad person. After Han Li had disappeared into the distance, the seductive woman heaved a long sigh of relief and fanned her chest with an expression that suggested that she had just survived a perilous ordeal. The middle-aged man glared at the woman upon hearing this before transmitting his voice to all of the cultivators present. Don't speak nonsense like that. That man is a late nascent soul cultivator and his spiritual sense encompasses a far greater area than you can imagine. What you say next could still be sensed by him. The seductive woman was given a fright upon hearing this and immediately fell silent. The brawny man and the azure-robed man exchanged a glance with one another and also remained silent. The middle-aged man sat in his chair with his head lowered slightly and a cold light flashing indistinctly in his grayish-white eyes. 10 minutes later, the light in his eyes receded as he said, "He should be over 500 kilometers away now, so he won't be able to detect what's going on here anymore. However, it's still better to be safe than sorry." As his voice fell, he flicked a finger and a spot of green light shot forth, disappearing into a thick pillar nearby. The pillar emitted a rumbling sound as faint green light appeared over its surface. The pillars nearby also began to resonate with that pillar, creating a barrier of green light that encompassed the small area within which the 4 cultivators were situated. "We can say whatever we want now." The middle-aged man's expression finally eased after doing all that. "You sure are cautious, Marshal Uncle." The seductive woman gave a wry smile. "When dealing with such a fearsome being, you can never be too safe," the middle-aged man harumphed coldly. "Marshal Uncle is right. It's also often the case that cultivators of that level have rather peculiar personalities. If we unintentionally offend him with our words, then our entire sect could be destroyed in a fit of rage. Come to think of it, I can't seem to recall these 2 among the renowned nascent soul cultivators in our scattered star seas, but that man seems to have extensive knowledge of our scattered star seas, so he doesn't seem like a foreigner. Perhaps he really has been in seclusion for a long time," the brawny yellow-robed man mused hesitantly. Meanwhile, the azure-robed man's brows were tightly furrowed and he remained completely silent with his head lowered. The middle-aged man noticed this, and asked, "What are you thinking, Shi Xian? I have a feeling that this man is rather familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before." The elderly man raised his head and said in a slow voice, "You've seen him before?" Everyone turned to him with surprised expressions upon hearing this. "His appearance was very ordinary. Could it be that you're mistaking him for someone else?" the seductive woman asked. "His looks are indeed quite plain, but I'm sure I've seen this man a long time ago. I've got it. His surname is Han and he was the man who was being hunted down by the Starfall Coalition all those years ago." The elderly man finally managed to identify Han Li. The middle-aged man was initially stunned to hear this before his expression darkened, and he asked, "The Starfall Coalition was hunting down a nascent soul cultivator. Why do I not know of this?" "You're misunderstanding me, Marshal Uncle. At the time, they were hunting down a core formation cultivator, not a nascent soul cultivator. You were away at the time, while Junior Marshal Brother Quan and Junior Marshal Sister Jing hadn't yet reached the core formation stage. As such, Senior Marshal Brother Ma and I were responsible for looking after the sect. We didn't think this was an important matter at the time, so we didn't report it to you. This was close to 200 years ago. I still have the wanted jade slip with me." The elderly man was sweating profusely as he explained. He rummaged through his storage pouch before producing a jade slip, which he handed over to the middle-aged man. "Nonsense. You're telling me this man went from the core formation stage to the late nascent soul stage in less than 200 years. The middle-aged man's expression only grew darker upon hearing this. However, he still accepted the jade slip and used his spiritual sense to scan through its contents, upon which an incredulous look immediately appeared on his face. There was a projection hovering within the jade slip depicting a man in a set of azure robes with a faint smile on his face. It was completely identical to Han Li in every way, and there was absolutely no chance that it was someone who merely resembled Han Li. Waves of shock immediately surged through the middle-aged man's heart. He read through the accompanying message in the jade slip before withdrawing his spiritual sense. A contemplative look appeared on his face as he sat in silence. The three core formation cultivators also remained silent at the sight of the grave expression on the middle-aged man's face. They were waiting for a verdict from the latter. A decisive look finally appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he instructed in a cold voice, "Looks like I really did aim a false accusation at you, Marshal Nephew. The man wanted by the Starfall Coalition really is that man. Listen up, keep this matter strictly confidential. The Starfall Coalition is a colossal force, but this man isn't the core formation cultivator that he once was either. I don't want our sect being swept up in their conflict. Otherwise, we could easily be crushed by either side." "Yes." The three core formation cultivators hurriedly replied. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have gone through a period of extensive contemplation before he delivered a series of instructions. "The three of you are prohibited from leaving the sect for 30 years. Go back and focus on cultivation. I have a really bad feeling about this. Two great cultivators have suddenly appeared and one of them has bad blood with the Starfall Coalition. The scattered star seas is most likely going to be plunged into even more chaos from now on. Tell all of the other disciples to exercise more restraint as well, and tell them not to leave the island unless they absolutely have to. Our sect has to go into hiding for now." The other three cultivators were stunned to hear this, but they could only do as they were told. After that, the three of them left the hall to enact his orders. The middle-aged man was the only one left sitting in the hall. His expression was extremely conflicted and indecisive, as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. After a long while, a self-deprecating look appeared on his face as he sighed, "So be it. Even if he really is the cultivator who obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron all those years ago, and that giant cauldron really is the Heaven Void Cauldron, what does it have to do with me? There are perhaps people in this world who can take treasures from great cultivators, but I'm certainly not one of them. If I were to spread news of this, I would most likely be killed." He then swept his sleeve through the air and disappeared as a streak of blue light. The hall was completely empty again. At this point, Hanley had already left the island and he was naturally unaware of the fact that a mere yellow sand sect had managed to identify who he was, and that the middle-aged cultivator had even managed to determine that he was in possession of the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, this made sense as the fact that the Heaven Void Cauldron had been taken was not well known among normal cultivators, but the news had spread like wildfire among nascent soul cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that Hanley had teleported into the Umbra realm and just so happened to return to the Heavenly South region thereafter, he would have most likely been hunted down by a bunch of nascent soul cultivators had he remained in the scattered star seas. As for the Starfall Coalition's attempts to hunt down Hanley, that was simply born from the frustration of Zenithine and the other old monsters following their fruitless search. They wanted to force Hanley to reveal himself, but he had already left the scattered star seas, so their plans naturally concluded in failure. After the passage of so many years, the events surrounding the Heaven Void Cauldron had already become myths and legends. The order to hunt down Hanley had never been withdrawn, but everyone had already forgotten about it. However, news of the Heaven Void Hall's appearance still quickly spread through the scattered star seas. It turned out that the vast majority of the cultivators who had witnessed the phenomenon on the Bitter Gate Island were nondescript low-grade cultivators, but there were two core formation cultivators who were passing by and just so happened to have seen a passage about the Heaven Void Hall in a tome they had read. As such, they naturally spread this news. As the rumors began to spread, the story naturally became a little shaky over time. For example, the story about the Ice Phoenix slaying the nascent soul cultivator in cold blood transformed into a version where Old Devil Hun had just endured a grueling battle before being slain by two nascent soul cultivators together. Thus, this piece of news was still quite shocking, but nowhere near as impactful as the true sequence of events. In contrast, Hanlik attracted a lot of attention as he had been seen manipulating the giant cauldron that was suspected to be the Heaven Void cauldron, thereby influencing many people to draw a connection between him and the man from all those years ago. As such, many nascent soul cultivators were itching to spring into action. Hanli wasn't even aware that an order to hunt him down had been passed by the Starfall Coalition, nor did he know that most nascent soul cultivators possessed a portrait of him. Otherwise, he would have altered his appearance and traveled in a more secretive manner. At his current power level, he naturally wasn't afraid of being attacked by ordinary cultivators, but he didn't want to draw any trouble to himself either, as that would be a waste of his time. At present, he was flying toward the Heavenly Star City as a streak of azure light according to the map in his hand. Hanli passed by several islands along the way, and on each occasion, he had exchanged for all of the high-grade spirit stones on the island using treasures or rare materials. In doing so, he had obtained over 20 high-grade spirit stones. Hanli was naturally ecstatic and was even more eager to reach the spirit stone mine. Hanli also encountered many cultivators along the way, but most of them were low-grade ones and none of them dared to get in his way, so he was granted free passage for the entire journey thus far. Among those cultivators, there were only 2 or 3 of the more powerful ones casting confused glances toward Hanli. Aside from that, no one else paid him any heed. Most of them were oblivious to the fact that they had just flown past a late nascent soul cultivator. After flying for over a month, a black spot appeared on the horizon. After flying for a few more hours, Hanli finally saw the Heavenly Star City in the distance, extending all the way into the clouds, and a smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a dozen or so streaks of light suddenly hurtled toward Hanli from the distance. Hanli scanned through these approaching streaks of light with his spiritual sense, and he was rather surprised by what he discovered. The streaks of light were all cultivators, and in the oncoming group, there were 4 or 5 core formation cultivators and even an early nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the aura of the nascent soul cultivator struck him with a sense of familiarity, and a suspicious look immediately appeared on his face. However, he chose to remain standing on the spot and didn't take any evasive measures. The group of cultivators before him were clad in Star Palace attire, clearly indicating that they had just come from the Heavenly Star Island. Hanli was flying through the air without any intention of obscuring his own presence, so he was naturally spotted by this group of cultivators. As such, they immediately flew toward Hanli. However, Hanli had used a technique to completely obscure his cultivation base. Thus, regardless of whether a foundation establishment or core formation cultivator tried to ascertain his cultivation base with their divine sense, they were struck by the feeling that Hanli was like a ball of cloud and mist, thereby preventing them from being able to determine his cultivation base. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise rang out from the group. Hanli's expression changed as he turned toward the cultivator with the snowy white cloak obscuring their features. This cultivator's entire body was enshrouded in a massive cloak, making it impossible for Hanli to determine their gender. Furthermore, even Hanli's powerful spiritual sense was unable to see through the cloak. This was quite a surprising discovery to him. However, the aura emanating from this person was rather familiar to Hanli, and they were the only nascent soul cultivator in the group, so he was naturally determined to find out who this person was. As such, a blue light flashed through his eyes as he attempted to use his bright sight spirit eyes to forcibly see through the cloak. Greetings, fellow Daoist Han. Long time no see, how have you been? However, right at this moment, an attractive chuckle sounded from beneath the cloak, following which the hood of the cloak was lifted to reveal a set of gorgeous porcelain-like features that carried a hint of a smile. Ling Yuling. Hanli exclaimed upon seeing the face beneath the hood. This person was none other than the beautiful Star Palace cultivator whom he had saved all those years ago outside the Heavenly Star City. Han Li laid a finger on his own nose as a smile also appeared on his face. To think that you would still recognize me after so many years apart, I feel extremely honored. Also, I must congratulate you on progressing to the nascent soul stage. Ling Yuling smiled as he appraised Han Li carefully, upon which a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He was also unable to ascertain Han Li's cultivation base, but he knew that Han Li's cultivation base was definitely not inferior to his. Upon establishing that, the smile on his face became even warmer and more inviting. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Ling. Haven't you also progressed to the nascent soul stage? Ling Yuling smiled but didn't reply right away. Instead, he turned his head and instructed in a cold voice, you guys go on ahead first. I have some things I have to discuss with fellow Daoist Han, and I'll catch up to you guys later. Yes, Elder. The other Star Palace cultivators all bowed respectfully upon hearing this. From the respectful expressions on their faces, it could be seen that they were extremely obedient and reverent toward this elder. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but his expression remained unchanged. Those cultivators continued on their way, led by a late core formation stage elderly man, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Ling Yuling turned back to Han Li and sighed, sorry about that, Brother Han. I've received orders to reinforce an island that's being attacked by the Starfall Coalition, so I won't be able to stay here for too long. I've also heard on my way here that the Star Palace is engaged in battle with the Starfall Coalition again. It's no wonder that you're burdened by these duties, Han Li replied in a slow voice. A wry smile appeared on Ling Yuling's face upon hearing this. However, he quickly turned his attention to Han Li again, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. He hesitated momentarily before asking, Brother Han, you've gone beyond the early nascent soul stage, haven't you? In response, Han Li chuckled and gave an ambiguous reply, haha, I've only gone slightly ahead. With your aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you exceed your current cultivation base. Ling Yuling's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this as waves of shock churned through his heart. It was incredible to him that Han Li had already become a mid-nascent soul cultivator. It had only been less than 200 years since they had last met, yet Han Li had progressed from the core formation stage to the mid-nascent soul stage. That was simply unheard of. After a brief stunned silence, Ling Yuling finally managed to recompose himself, but his expression was still filled with envy as he said, looks like you really are an extraordinary prodigy, Brother Han. To think that you've been able to make such drastic improvements in such a short time, I am truly in awe. I'm no prodigy, I've simply been lucky and encountered many opportunities, Han Li gave another ambiguous reply. Ling Yuling didn't linger any further on this topic. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he asked, is there something you want to do here, Brother Han? I'd be happy to offer my assistance if required. I'd like to take a trip to the outer star seas, so I was hoping to be able to use the Star Palace's teleportation formation. Han Li didn't try to hide his intentions. If that's the case, then it's a good thing that you ran into me, Brother Han. Due to the fact that we're trying to guard against Starfall Coalition cultivators infiltrating the palace from the outer seas, most of the teleportation formations leading to the outer seas have been shut down. There are only 2 left that are currently in use. I'll give you a badge and with it, you'll be granted access to the teleportation formations. Ling Yuling gave Han Li a gentle smile and he appeared to be completely identical to an exquisite beauty. However, the way in which he spoke and acted wasn't feminine in the slightest. The combination of the two presented a unique and indescribable allure. At his current cultivation base, Han Li was naturally immune to the effects of Ling Yuling's beauty. Furthermore, he was confident that he would be able to take care of the guards and restrictions standing between him and the teleportation formations he wanted to access. However, it was always a good thing to be able to avoid such troubles and hindrances. Thus, Hanli accepted the badge with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Hanli bade farewell to Ling Yuling, transforming into a streak of azure light as he hurtled toward the massive island in the distance. Ling Yuling looked on in the direction that Hanli had disappeared in, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He lowered his head and contemplated momentarily before suddenly patting his storage pouch to produce a silver voice transmission talisman. He said something in a low voice into the talisman before raising his hand into the air. The talisman transformed into a ball of light before disappearing into space. After doing all that, Ling Yuling heaved a faint sigh with a resigned expression before putting on his hood again. He then transformed into a streak of light in pursuit of his subordinates, who had gone on ahead. After Ling Yuling had flown away into the distance, a silver light flashed in the air nearby as an azure figure emerged from thin air. He turned toward the direction that the voice transmission talisman had flown away in before disappearing once again. 10 minutes later, at a certain location several tens of kilometers away, there was a man hovering in the air. This man was none other than Hanli himself. He currently had his hands clasped behind his back and was completely expressionless. A humanoid figure suddenly flashed before him, upon which his puppet appeared. It raised a hand to reveal what appeared to be a fiery snake scrambling over his palm. However, it was sealed within a ball of silver light and was unable to escape. Hanli raised an eyebrow before reaching out to grab the fiery snake. The latter immediately exploded on its own, transforming into a ball of raging fire. Hanli quickly scanned through the fireball with his spiritual sense, upon which a dark expression appeared on his face. A cold light flashed through his eyes before he abruptly brought his 5 fingers together, crushing the fireball as he did so. He turned toward the massive island upon which the heavenly star city was situated, and his eyes narrowed. So everyone in the scattered star seas knows that I have the heaven void cauldron. Looks like I'll need a disguise, Hanli murmured to himself. His face was then abruptly enshrouded under a layer of light, making his facial features blurry and indistinct. At the same time, a series of crackles and pops rang out from all over his body, instantly making him around a foot taller. A short while later, he had transformed into a burly man with a dark complexion. He put away his puppet and flew toward the heavenly star city. Unbeknownst to Hanli, in the instant that he had crushed the voice transmission talisman, someone sitting in a dim underground cave of the heavenly star city's sacred mountain was alerted to what he had done. The humanoid figure abruptly rose to his feet before feigning a grabbing motion. Spots of fiery light then began to appear in the air nearby before converging to form the very same fireball that Hanli had just crushed. The humanoid figure scanned through the information in the fireball with his spiritual sense before flipping his hand over, upon which the fireball instantly disappeared. What's going on? Why is Yuling using voice escape talisman we gave him? These talismans are very rare and he wouldn't use them for no good reason. Did something happen to him? He's only just left the heavenly star city. A voice suddenly sounded from another corner of the cave. The voice was very pleasant and enticing, and it sounded as if a young woman had just spoken. He's fine. It's just that he encountered a rather interesting person nearby and alerted us of this. He wants us to try and recruit this man to our side, the first humanoid figure replied. However, his voice was a little slow and stiff, as if he didn't speak very often. Oh. Who is it? It's not often that Yuling develops an interest in anyone. The woman's heart was immediately put at ease upon learning the fact that Ling Yuling was not in danger. As such, she began to develop a curiosity toward this interesting person in question. You still remember what happened with the Heaven Void Cauldron over 100 years ago, right? Of course I do. Does this person have something to do with the cauldron? The woman asked with a hint of surprise in her voice. The man who had taken the cauldron right under the noses of Man Huzi and Wan Tianming is actually the same person as the cultivator who saved Yuling all those years ago. Now, he has arrived outside our heavenly star city and wants to use our teleportation formation to get to the outer seas. Yuling just so happened to bump into him on his way here, the man explained. I see. If I recall correctly, this man's surname seems to be Han, and he was only a core formation cultivator back then. How is he worth recruiting? The woman was rather perplexed. You might not believe this, but Yuling suspects that this man has already become a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If that really is the case, then this man is truly an extraordinary talent, the man chuckled. The woman seemed to be very familiar with the situation in the Great Gene, and she immediately said, when the Heaven Void Cauldron was first taken from the Heaven Void Hall, we had sent people to investigate the person who had obtained the cauldron. Didn't they determine that he was most likely a foreign cultivator who went back to where he had come from after the event? Could it be that he's a cultivator from a certain major sect in the Great Gene? Otherwise, even if he is an extraordinary prodigy, without the support of a large sect, there's no way he would be able to become a mid-nascent soul cultivator in such a short time. Regardless of whether he's a great gene cultivator or not, the fact that he was able to take the Heaven Void Cauldron is a sufficient indication of his powers. If it weren't for the fact that the divine essence fused light we cultivated rejects treasures of the 5 elements, and that Heaven Void map fragment doesn't work for late nascent soul cultivators, how could the spirit treasure have fallen into the hands of a foreign cultivator? A forlorn look appeared on the man's face. However, a wry smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, and she said, full mastery of the divine essence fused light would allow us to use the power of the 5 elements, so how could we have been unable to secure a treasure of the 5 elements? We can only blame ourselves for missing out on this opportunity. After a prolonged silence, the man said in an apologetic voice, indeed. If I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have dragged you along with me to cultivate this divine essence fused light. This is my fault. The woman shook her calmly and said, it's not your fault. If we hadn't tried to find a shortcut, we would have never been able to progress to the deity transformation stage. As things were, if it weren't for that hiccup in the final juncture, you and I would have successfully progressed to the deity transformation stage already. At the very least, our lifespans would have been prolonged by over 1,000 years. Indeed. Who would have thought that a 5-element spiritual root was required to cultivate the divine essence fused light to the final stage? If someone were to truly possess such a spirit root, they most likely wouldn't even be able to reach the foundation establishment and core formation stages, let alone the nascent soul stage. How would they be able to cultivate this divine essence fused light? It's no wonder that this cultivation art had been created so long ago, but no one has ever been able to successfully cultivate it. I was able to reach the late nascent soul stage within 500 years, and in my opinion, my cultivation aptitude is definitely not inferior to the past masters of the Star Palace. I even managed to resolve the so-called 3 insurmountable hurdles to cultivating the divine essence fused light, but never did I think that I would suffer a fate like this. The ancient cultivator who invented the divine essence fused light was clearly intentionally setting up a trap for people to fall into. I don't know what his intentions were to create such a self-contradicting cultivation art. If I had known about all this in advance, I would have never dabbled in this accursed cultivation art. The man's voice was becoming more and more worked up as he spoke, clearly indicating that he was extremely resentful toward the creator of this divine essence fused light. The woman heaved a long sigh. After a brief silence, she offered some words of consolation. So be it. Regardless of whether this cultivation art was invented as a joke by that ancient cultivator, it's a good thing that we discovered these things in the nick of time and didn't continue down that path. Otherwise, if we had continued to cultivate on the essence-fused mountain, the power of the 5 elements within our bodies would have imploded and we would have died. Come to think of it, we have to thank the arch-saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu. If they hadn't forced us out of our seclusion early, we would have never noticed these things. Those two are just not worthy of a mention. If it weren't for the restriction of the Essence Fuse Mountain, I would have stormed their base and killed all of them long ago. Furthermore, this problem is not one that cannot be resolved. The man's voice became a little peculiar as he spoke. What do you mean by that? Have you really found a way to change our spirit roots? The calm woman also couldn't help but get excited upon hearing this. After a brief hesitation, the man revealed, "Ever since we discovered this issue, I've been reading through all types of ancient tomes in the past century, trying to find a way to overcome this problem. During the process, I discovered an ancient spiritual power that we could use. The technique can't change one's spirit root completely, but it does involve putting a pure attribute treasure through a blood sacrifice, thereby using it to replace the missing spirit root in order to gain control over the power of the 5 elements. It's that simple." The woman was shocked to hear this. Of course, there are certain conditions that must be fulfilled with regard to the sacrificial process and the treasure used, but those aren't problems to us. Most importantly, this method can only grant us control over the power of one element, but we won't be able to sacrifice a second treasure. Otherwise, our nascent souls would be unable to handle the influx of power and our physical bodies will also crumble due to backlash. As such, unless we possess 4 attribute spirit roots in the first place, this method won't work for us, the man said in a resigned manner. I see. Then it really is completely useless to us as we only have 2 attribute spirit roots. The woman's heart sank upon hearing this. The flames of hope that had just ignited in her heart were doused once again. So be it. We should stop being so fixated on mastering the divine essence fused light. Even if there were other ways to resolve this issue, there's not enough time for us given our remaining lifespans of less than 100 years. Let's focus more on Yuling. After our combined efforts, she has finally progressed to the nascent soul stage. Once her cultivation base is fortified in a few more decades, we'll inject him with our power to forcibly take him to the mid-nascent soul stage. In that case, with his mid-nascent soul stage cultivation base, he should be ready to take over the Star Palace. Of course, we have to get rid of the arch-saint of the 6 Paths and Wan Sangu before that. The woman's voice suddenly turned extremely cold and forbidding at the mention of these 2 enemies. It won't be a difficult task for us to get rid of those 2 as long as we put our lives on the line, the man said nonchalantly. What do we do with that cultivator with the Han surname? He possesses the Heaven Void Cauldron and he might be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If you and I were to leave this world someday, he could prove to be an extremely volatile element in the scattered star seas. From the tone of Yuling's voice transmission, she seems to have a rather good impression of him. The woman was quite hesitant. He's a mid-nascent soul cultivator with exceptional aptitude. He really is worth recruiting if possible. We'll see if he wishes to join our Star Palace. If he does, then everything will be smooth sailing from there. We'll set up a restriction to take his Heaven Void Cauldron for Yuling to use when making a breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, and we'll give him some other treasures as compensation. If he's unwilling to join us, then we'll just have to kill him. The man's voice had become extremely cold. That seems to be the only way. The woman heaved a faint sigh, but stated no objections. However, this voice-escape talisman has already been destroyed once, so he must be aware that we're onto him. Ordinary elders won't be able to subdue him, so it looks like we'll have to make a trip in person, the man said in an indifferent voice. Even if he possesses a spirit treasure, he's just mid-nascent soul cultivator. It won't require both of us to subdue him. I can take care of him myself. On the Divine Essence Fuse Mountain, he definitely won't be a match for me even if he's a late nascent soul cultivator. The woman was very confident in her own abilities. Alright, that works too. You have to be careful, though, that heaven void cauldron is not something to be scoffed at. The man didn't object to this course of action. As long as it's a treasure of the 5 elements, its power will be severely debilitated in the face of my divine essence-fused light, so what are you worried about? The woman chuckled nonchalantly. This time, the man in the cave didn't reply. He had clearly acknowledged what the woman was saying. At this moment, Hanli had already arrived at the heavenly star city. The city really did live up to its name as the #1 city in the scattered star seas. Hanli was able to easily secure the missing materials from the markets here. He also sold a few treasures that were useless to him, earning him a large amount of spirit stones in the process, before settling down in an inn. Seeing as Ling Yuling was already aware of the fact that he possessed the Heaven Void Cauldron, he naturally wasn't going to head straight to the Sacred Mountains teleportation formation with that badge. Instead, he was going to infiltrate the Starry Sky Palace at night. If it weren't for the fact that the Heavenly Star Sages were guarding the teleportation formations, he naturally wouldn't be wary of the guards there. Of course, if this legendary pair really did appear, it would be yet to be seen whether they'd actually be able to stop him. In order to attract the least amount of attention, he intentionally chose a small inn and briefly revealed a mid-core formation stage cultivation base. As such, the Qi condensation inn manager was naturally extremely respectful toward Hanli, offering him the best room in his inn. That night, Hanli snuck out of the inn without anyone noticing. He could still clearly recall the location of the Starry Sky Palace, and he shot forth directly toward the place where it was situated on the massive mountain. Along the way, most of the guards he encountered were at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages. There was the occasional core formation cultivator as well, but Hanli was still able to easily sneak past them. He arrived at the 50th level of the sacred mountain in the blink of an eye, upon which the massive palace appeared before him. The passage of time hadn't left any signs on the palace, it was completely identical to how it had been in the past. A sense of nostalgia welled up in Hanli's heart, and just as he was about to unleash a secret technique to break through the restriction on the door, his expression suddenly changed as he abruptly disappeared. A short while later, a few indistinct humanoid figures arrived soundlessly from another direction. Their bodies were rather blurry, almost completely blending into the night. Without careful examination using one's spiritual sense, it was impossible to notice them. Who are these people? Are they from the Starfall Coalition? Hanli looked on with a hint of surprise and curiosity in his heart. These human cultivators could already be considered to be quite powerful. Among them, there were 4 foundation establishment cultivators and 2 core formation cultivators, but there was also a 3rd or 4th layer Qi condensation cultivator with them. All of their faces had been obscured by a layer of gray Qi, as if they were trying to hide their appearance from prying eyes. However, the 2 core formation cultivators leading the way clearly consisted of a man and a woman. Hanli immediately lost interest upon making the discovery that there were no nascent soul cultivators among them. As such, he couldn't be bothered to use his spiritual sense to determine what these people looked like. All he did was stand still in mid-air, looking on with his arms crossed. These people approached the door to the Starry Sky Palace in the blink of an eye before stopping in unison. One of the core formation cultivators suddenly flipped his hand over, upon which a green formation plate appeared over his palm. He gently cast a celestial technique on it and the formation plate began to emanate faint white light. The other core formation stage woman also flipped over her hand to produce a small yellow flag. She waved it through the air and a cloud of yellow mist rapidly wafted forth from the flag, instantly enshrouding their group within. Immediately thereafter, the cloud of mist and that group of people all disappeared. Hanli faltered slightly before a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes at the sight of the yellow flag. He felt as if he had some recollection of that formation flag. He seemed to have possessed a treasure like this once upon a time, but had since given it to someone else. However, that wasn't a cause for alarm. For low-grade treasures like this, as long as one had mastered the refinement method, refining an identical one would be an easy task. Even so, Hanley had still developed an interest in that core formation stage woman. Their group had seemingly disappeared into thin air, but such a mediocre concealment technique was completely useless in the face of Han Li's spiritual sense. Thus, a blue light flashed through his eyes, immediately piercing through the layer of gray chi obscuring the woman's face. Ha! That's... A peculiar instantly appeared on Han Li's face. Right at this moment, two streaks of light, one azure and one yellow, shot forth from the starry sky palace. A certain restriction seemed to have been triggered and the sound of footsteps erupted from behind the palace doors, following which a white-robed cultivator slowly emerged from within. This was a tall and thin man who appeared to over 40 years of age. He wore a slightly dark expression on his face and was a core formation cultivator. This man was clearly the Star Palace cultivator tasked with guarding this palace. He emerged from the palace and looked around, only to discover that there was no one in the general vicinity. Upon making this discovery, his expression darkened further with a hint of displeasure on his face. Yellow light flashed and that core formation stage man from earlier voluntarily showed himself. The gray chi over his face also faded, revealing a set of graceful and refined middle-aged features. The man cupped his fist in a salute as he asked in a respectful voice, "Brother Zhang, have there been any mishaps? Will my wife and I be able to teleport away tonight?" "Fellow Daoist Tian, as long as you have enough spirit stones with you, teleporting your group away is naturally just a piece of cake. All of the guardians of the teleportation formation have done the same thing at some point. Are you worried that I would go back on my word and refuse to grant you access to the teleportation formation?" The Star Palace cultivator's expression eased after the man appeared, but he still spoke in a rather cold and impolite tone. "Of course not. I have absolute trust in you, Brother Zhang. It's just that my daughter really has fallen seriously ill and we have to head out to the outer seas to find the white young demon fish's demon core to save her life. The situation is extremely urgent and we can't afford to be delayed," the graceful man said with a smile. He then waved his hand toward a certain direction behind him. A spluttering sound was heard, following which a ball of yellow mist dissipated, revealing the remaining members of the group. The Foundation establishment cultivators had all revealed their faces, leaving only the female core formation cultivator and a thin and frail female chi condensation cultivator with their faces still concealed under gray chi. "This must be your wife. I've heard much about you, Moon Maiden." The Star Palace cultivator completely ignored the other Foundation establishment cultivators as his attention was drawn to the female core formation cultivator. His gaze scanned across her face several times and he even put on a rare smile for her. "Thank you for doing this, fellow Daoist Zhang. I am forever grateful to you." The female cultivator's voice was very gentle and delicate, yet she spoke in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. "It's a shame that Moon Maiden refuses to show your face here. I must say, I'm a little disappointed. Come with me." The Star Palace cultivator chuckled as a slightly wishful look appeared on his face. However, he then immediately turned and strode into the palace. The graceful man exchanged a glance with that female core formation cultivator, before also entering the palace with the chi condensation stage woman sandwiched between them. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators were clearly their disciples, and they also hurriedly rushed in pursuit of their masters. Of course, none of the cultivators noticed that an azure light suddenly flashed outside the palace again. In the instant right before the restriction was reactivated, a faint figure, whom they were completely unable to detect with their cultivation bases, strode in along with them. The figure moved in a completely soundless and stealthy manner, as if he were nothing more than a wisp of smoke. After passing through a convoluted system of corridors, everyone arrived in a hall, within which were many teleportation formations. There was an elderly man with a face as tender as that of an infant waiting inside. Once the group of people walked in, a cold light flashed through the elderly man's eyes before instantly receding again. "That's everyone, right? 7 people is just the right number for a single batch," the elderly man remarked indifferently. "Indeed, they are the fellow Taoists wishing to be teleported away this time." "Fellow Taoist Tian, which island would you like to travel to?" The Star Palace cultivator answered the elderly man's question first, before turning to inquire the man behind him. "We'll go to Silver Shark Island. Due to the fact that a high-grade min was discovered there, most of the cultivators in the outer seas have gone to that island. Perhaps we'll be able to find a white young demon fish's demon core there," the man replied after a brief hesitation. At the same time, his gaze swept over the row of teleportation formations before settling on one of the formations. "Brother Huang, deactivate the restriction on that teleportation formation." "Fellow Taoist Tian, it's time for you to pay up," the Star Palace cultivator said to the graceful man expressionlessly. "Of course." After the elderly man cast a few celestial techniques to withdraw the barrier of white light around the teleportation formation, the graceful man's heart danced with elation. He immediately pulled off a storage pouch hanging from his waist and tossed it to the Star Palace cultivator. The latter caught the pouch and scanned through its contents with his spiritual sense, upon which a content expression appeared on his face. "The amount is just right. Here, these are your teleportation talismans." After verifying the number of spirit stones in the storage pouch, the Star Palace cultivator didn't delay any further as he pulled out 7 teleportation talismans. The graceful man accepted the teleportation talismans before distributing one each to everyone in his group. They were then led by the Star Palace cultivator toward the teleportation formation that his gaze had rested on before. This teleportation formation was already shimmering with faint white light and everything appeared to be normal. "You sure have some guts." "How dare you teleport people away to the outer seas behind my back? Are you not afraid that the enforcement hall will put you through the torture of the lightning whips?" All of a sudden, an enticing female voice erupted. The voice wasn't very loud, but it exploded like claps of thunder in the hearts of all of the cultivators present. The Star Palace cultivator and the elderly man's faces immediately turned deathly pale. The graceful man and the female core formation cultivator were momentarily stunned before abruptly turning around. Light erupted from their bodies, wrapping up the frail female chi condensation cultivator in a cocoon of light before the two of them transformed into streaks of light, one red and one blue, as they hurtled directly toward the teleportation formation. A cold harumph rang out. A vibrant streak of light suddenly flew through the air from one corner of the hall, appearing in front of the formation in the blink of an eye. Spiritual light swept through the air, swatting the blue and red streaks of light aside with ease. The 2 streaks of light were sent flying for 70 to 80 feet before dissipating, revealing the disheveled figures of the graceful man and the female core formation cultivator. Both of them had also turned deathly pale and they opened their mouths in unison to throw up mouthfuls of blood essence. In contrast, the chi condensation stage woman that they strove to protect was completely unscathed. At this moment, the great chi obscuring the faces of the 2 women disappeared at the same time, revealing their true features. The female core formation cultivator appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age with skin as fair and fine as warm jade. She was an exquisite beauty. The chi condensation stage woman beside her appeared to only be around 15 to 16 years of age with a sickly yellow pallor, and an extremely thin figure. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that her features bore a startling resemblance to those of the female core formation cultivator. Furthermore, Her eyes were as clear as water, and even in such a dire situation, there wasn't much panic or alarm on her face. "We pay our respects to the palace master." The two-star palace cultivators were completely petrified after seeing that streak of light, and they immediately fell to their knees. The two core formation cultivators glanced at each other upon hearing that, and both of them could see their own shock mirrored in one another's eyes. They were initially holding on to some hope that they would be able to escape from this woman, but that hope had been completely dashed. They stood rooted to the spot, unable to even muster up the courage to flee. Right at this moment, light flashed in the corner as a lithe and graceful figure emerged before hovering toward the center of the hall. This was a white-robed woman wearing a white scarf that obscured half of her face. Her eyes were as bright as stars and her brows were thin and long. This was clearly another stunning beauty. However, this woman didn't even look at the cultivators gathered around the teleportation formation. Instead, she turned her attention toward the entrance of the hall, and said, "Fellow Daoist Han. Why are you sneaking around in the presence of these juniors? Would you be so kind as to reveal yourself and have a chat with me?" Her words immediately sent waves of shock surging through the hearts of the other cultivators present, and they all turned toward the direction she was facing in unison. In their eyes, there was nothing but empty space there. How could there possibly be anyone there? Just as everyone was caught in a state of suspicion and bewilderment, a gentle chuckle was suddenly heard from that spot. "I didn't think that I would encounter one of the heavenly star sages here. You didn't come here just to meet me, did you?" As soon as that voice fell, azure light flashed and an azure-robed cultivator emerged from thin air. He had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking at the woman before him with a hint of a smile on his face. This man was none other than Han Li. The woman scanned over Han Li's body with her spiritual sense, upon which her expression changed drastically. A wave of incredulity swept through her bright eyes as she exclaimed, "Late nascent soul stage." This woman was naturally the woman in the cave of the sacred mountain. Everyone else in the hall was flabbergasted to hear the words, "late nascent soul stage." Half of them were core formation cultivators, but encountering a nascent soul cultivator was still a rare opportunity for them, and encountering a late nascent soul cultivator was something that almost never happened. However, not only had one of the heavenly star sages just revealed herself to them, another unknown late nascent soul cultivator had also appeared. This made everyone feel as if they were stuck in a dream. Among those cultivators, the core formation stage woman referred to as Moon Maiden was more stunned than everyone else to see Han Li. Her mouth gaped open in shock, and when she heard that Han Li had become a late nascent soul cultivator, she was completely rooted to the spot in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, her reaction would have drawn the attention of the people beside her. However, all of the cultivators were completely focused on these two late nascent soul cultivators, so no one had the spare mental capacity to pay any heed to her reaction. Funnily enough, the young Qi condensation stage woman was the first and only one to notice her stunned expression. Due to the fact that her cultivation base was pitifully low, the core formation and nascent soul stages were too far beyond her to evoke any reaction within her. After taking in the core formation stage woman's reaction, she couldn't help but take a curious glance at Han Li. "Are you really Han Li?" The heavenly star sage's calm and collected expression had already faded, and was replaced by a particularly grave one. "Do you think you were waiting for the wrong person this entire time?" Han Li didn't give a direct reply. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the woman before him. The masked woman was looking right back at Han Li without showing any weakness, but there were waves of shock surging through her heart. She had thought that Han Li would be easy prey for her to capture, only to discover that he was far more powerful than he anticipated. As such, she was starting to become rather hesitant. With the assistance of the Divine Essence Fuse Light and the Divine Essence Fuse Mountain, she was confident that she would have at least a 70% chance of victory if a battle were to ensue. However, it would be close to impossible for her to kill or capture Han Li on her own. If she were to do so, there was a good chance that Han Li would be able to escape, and thereafter, the Star Palace would have earned itself a late nascent soul stage enemy. Thus, even as one of the Heavenly Star Sages, she didn't dare to act rashly in this situation. As such, both Han Li and the woman fell silent. The entire palace was immediately enshrouded in a suffocating atmosphere that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression darkened as he raised his hand and feigned a grabbing motion. Spiritual light immediately flashed as a large azure hand emerged. The hand flew through the air like lightning, plucking a streak of fiery light out of thin air before clamping it firmly within its palm. The masked woman raised her eyebrows upon seeing this, and a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. "I'd advise you not to go sending out voice transmission talismans, fellow Daoist. I don't want to be attacked by two cultivators of the same cultivation base as mine at the same time. As far as I'm aware, I haven't done anything to offend the Star Palace, so why do you harbor so much enmity toward me?" Han Li asked in a cold voice. At the same time, a layer of azure flames surfaced along the large azure hand, instantly reducing the streak of fiery light into nothingness. "There seems to be a misunderstanding, fellow Daoist Han. I have no intention of harming you. I'm merely attempting to express my gratitude toward you for saving my daughter all those years ago." The masked woman fell silent for a moment before a smile suddenly appeared on her face. The heavy atmosphere within the palace was suddenly relieved with her words. "Daughter? Could it be that fellow Daoist Ling is?" Han Li faltered slightly before an enlightened look appeared on his face. His expression also eased in response. He knew that this woman's true intention clearly wasn't to express gratitude to him, but he decided to defuse the situation by playing along with her lies. Han Li didn't consider it to be a problem to engage a late nascent soul cultivator in battle. After all, he had slain late nascent soul cultivators in the past, and now that he had progressed to that cultivation base himself, he was far more powerful than he once was. However, at the same time, he was not interested in making enemies everywhere he went. Furthermore, he was currently situated in the Heavenly Star City and was naturally rather wary of the Divine Essence Fuse Light. "It seems you've already guessed it. Yuling is our only daughter, and if it weren't for your help all those years ago, she would have most likely perished already. My Dao companion and I have always been very grateful toward you," the masked woman said in a warm voice. "No wonder fellow Daoist Ling's aptitude is so exceptional. It makes sense that she's the daughter of the Heavenly Star Sages." Han Li smiled in response. "Surely you jest, Brother Han. In terms of cultivation aptitude, no one is a match for you. You've progressed from the core formation stage to the late nascent soul stage in less than 200 years. That's simply unheard of. No one has been able to cultivate at such a phenomenal rate in the history of the human world. Yuling cannot compare to you." The masked woman chuckled as she shook her head. She was very stunned by Han Li's insane rate of progression, and was trying to indirectly prompt him to reveal how he had made such extraordinary strides. Han Li could naturally read between the lines and sense the indirect questions being posed, but he merely gave an ambiguous smile and didn't speak any further on this topic. "I've heard a lot about the two Heavenly Star Sages and I would love to have a good chat with you, but I still have important matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't stay any longer. I would like to use the Star Palace's teleportation formation. You don't mind, do you?" Han Li glanced at the teleportation formation before turning back to appraise the masked woman. "Of course not. I have a guest elder badge here that you can take if you'd like. I know that with your status, you wouldn't actually want to become a guest elder at the Star Palace. This is just something that I'm lending to you on behalf of my Tao companion and myself. With this badge, you'll be able to summon and use all of the resources of the Star Palace in the outer seas. Please accept it as a gesture of our gratitude. The masked woman immediately accepted Han Li's request and pulled out a shiny golden badge from a storage pouch hanging from her waist, which she tossed toward him. Han Li was rather surprised by this gesture, and he reflexively caught that golden badge being tossed at him. He examined the badge with a cursory glance before replying, "Thank you for your hospitality." After a brief hesitation, Han Li placed the badge into his storage pouch. A hint of elation flashed through the masked woman's eyes upon seeing him accept the guest elder badge. She then took this opportunity to say, "When you return from the outer seas, my Tao companion and I want to extend a formal invitation for you to come join us at our cultivation spot and discuss some experiences on our paths to the deity transformation stage. Would you be interested in that?" Deity transformation stage. I've only just progressed to the late nascent soul stage, and I would love to exchange cultivation experiences with cultivators of the same level, but my top priority is to fortify my cultivation base for now. However, if I do get the chance, would visit you and your Tao companion for sure. Han Li contemplated momentarily before turning down her invitation with an apologetic expression. Late nascent soul cultivators were extremely rare in the human world, and to be able to hold a discussion with such cultivators was indeed a rare opportunity. However, he didn't want to plunge himself into a perilous situation for this opportunity. With his current power level, he was confident that he would be able to take on several late nascent soul cultivators at once and emerge from the battle unscathed. However, that didn't mean that there was nothing in the human world that could pose a threat to him aside from deity transformation cultivators. If he weren't careful, he could be trapped in an ancient restriction, so some kind of powerful large-scale formation spell. If he were to be attacked by late nascent stage cultivators in that situation, the outcome may not fall in his favor. Thus, he immediately decided to euphemistically turn down her invitation to visit their cultivation spot. A hint of disappointment appeared on the masked woman's face upon hearing this. As for whether she actually harbored ulterior motives in the invitation that she had extended to Han Li, even she couldn't be sure of that herself. However, seeing as Han Li had turned her down, she was naturally not going to force the issue. Instead, she merely moved on to other conversation topics and continued to chat amicably with him. Han Li gave a few polite responses before taking his leave. The masked woman didn't try to stop him. Instead, she stepped away to the side, allowing him access to the teleportation formation. At the same time, she drifted away even further into the distance as a gesture of reassurance to Han Li, indicating that she wasn't going to disrupt his teleportation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he paid this no heed as he strode on ahead. The two Star Palace cultivators hurriedly stepped aside in a respectful manner, granting Han Li free passage to the teleportation formation. However, as they did so, the core formation stage couple and their disciples were revealed to him. The graceful man didn't dare to say anything either, and he immediately tried to drag his daughter away to get out of Han Li's path. However, to his surprise, the core formation stage woman with whom he had been happily married for over 100 years suddenly made her way over to Han Li, before extending a respectful bow. Wen Siyue pays her respects to Senior Han. Congratulations on progressing to the late nascent soul stage, Senior. If it weren't for your help all those years ago, I wouldn't be standing here today. This core formation stage cultivator was none other than the woman who had almost become Han Li's servant in the outer star seas, Wen Siyue. Siyue. You recognize this, Senior? The graceful man was rather flabbergasted. Han Li turned toward the woman and said calmly, "Long time no see. I see you've also reached the core formation stage. Looks like you haven't been slacking off with your cultivation. Otherwise, with your aptitude, it would have been slightly difficult for you to reach this stage. It's all thanks to the pills you left for me, Senior." Otherwise, I would have never reached the core formation stage. Wen Siyue replied in a respectful manner. Your father and I are old acquaintances, so it was only right for me to help you out. You don't need to thank me. You look like you're in a hurry to get to the outer seas as well. Let's go together. This woman is an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't mind if I took these people with me to the outer seas, would you? Hanli turned and asked the masked woman. Of course not. Feel free to take them with you. The masked woman replied without any hesitation. You have my thanks. Hanli nodded and didn't say anything further to Wen Siyue. Instead, he merely raised a leg and somehow appeared in the teleportation formation after taking just a single step. He had clearly just employed the distance minimization technique that only late nascent soul cultivators were capable of unleashing. Wen Siyue and the others were all startled to see this before turning to Hanli with awe and veneration in their eyes. Only the thin and frail young woman's eyes lit up with curiosity as she looked at Hanli. Hanli cast a celestial technique toward the edge of the formation before pulling out his greater teleportation medallion. Just as white light began to glow within the formation, he turned to the masked woman with a smile, and asked, By the way, I don't seem to have learned your name yet. Would you be so kind as to disclose it to me? My name is Wen Qing. The masked woman was slightly taken aback by this question initially, but she still replied with a smile. Right in this instant, Hanli and the others disappeared amid the white light, and it was unknown whether he had heard her response or not. The smile on the masked woman's face immediately disappeared. She said in a frosty voice, For granting them access to the teleportation formations, both of you will receive 20 lightning whiplashes each as a punishment. If you dare to do this again, I won't be so kind. Thank you for sparing our lives, Palace Master. We definitely won't ever do it again. The two petrified Star Palace cultivators were both horrified and elated upon hearing the punishment dictated by the woman. They were elated as the punishment was a lot less severe than they had thought it would be, but also horrified in that 20 lightning whiplashes would most likely make them bedridden for an entire month. After delivering this verdict, a flash of light erupted from the masked woman's body and she disappeared on the spot. Chapter 1136, A Helping Hand. After the masked woman left the Starry Sky Palace, the two Star Palace cultivators heaved a collective sigh of relief. The younger of the two glanced at Wen Siyue and the others, and a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. If it weren't for these people, they wouldn't have been caught red-handed and have to suffer the torment of the lightning whips. The Star Palace cultivator put on a stern expression and was just about to hurl some insults at the group to vent his frustration, when the elderly man suddenly turned to Wen Siyue with a respectful look, and said, You sure are fortunate to have been able to make Senior Han's acquaintance. This is an extremely rare opportunity. With Senior Han's guidance, you'll be able to easily progress to the nascent soul stage in the future. The elderly man's cold demeanor toward Wen Siyue and the others had completely disappeared. The other Star Palace cultivator was initially stunned by this turn of events, but he was then enlightened by the elderly man's words. He immediately swallowed the insults that he was about to hurl before plastering a smile across his face. In his fit of rage and frustration, he had forgotten that these people had a connection to a late nascent soul cultivator. They were not people that measly core formation cultivators like them could mess with. Indeed, Brother Han is right. Perhaps we'll be counting on you two for assistance in certain areas in the future, fellow Taoists. Here are your soul stones. We'll cover your teleportation costs this time. The Star Palace cultivator plucked the storage pouch that was full of soul stones off his waist and offered it up to the core formation stage couple. Even though his heart was throbbing with pain, he still forced an enthusiastic and hospitable look onto his face. The graceful man took a glance at the storage pouch and hesitated momentarily. However, Wen Siyue decided to turn them down with a warm smile. My Dao companion and I are extremely grateful to you two that you're willing to teleport us to the outer seas. How could we take back our soul stones? Please accept them as repayment for your kindness. I'm in a bit of hurry to catch up to Senior Han, so I hope you can teleport us over as quickly as possible. Of course. I'll change the soul stones and you'll be able to teleport immediately. The Star Palace cultivator could tell that Wen Siyue really didn't want to take back the soul stones, so he could only put them away again in a sheepish manner. His body then flashed over to the teleportation formation, where he leaned down and began to change the soul stones that had just been used for the previous bout of teleportation. Meanwhile, the elderly man was still conversing with Wen Siyue and her Dao companion, trying to indirectly dig up more information about Han Li. The graceful man knew absolutely nothing, so he couldn't provide any answers. As for Wen Siyue, she merely smiled and provided ambiguous replies, clearly reluctant to disclose any information. A short while later, the soul stones on the teleportation formation had been swapped over. Wen Siyue really was in a hurry to catch up to Han Li, so she could only turn down the two-star palace cultivators' further attempts to make conversation, plastering the teleportation talisman onto her body before leading everyone else into the formation. White light flashed again as all 7 of them disappeared. The two-star palace cultivators glanced at one another and sighed in unison before wry smiles appeared on their faces. On the other end of the teleportation formation, within a stone chamber over around 100 feet in size, Wen Siyue and her group emerged amid a burst of white light. Moments later, the 7 of them recovered from the bouts of dizziness that always struck following teleportation. Wen Siyue hurriedly looked around, upon which her heart immediately sank. The stone chamber was completely empty, thus devoid of Han Li's presence. Wait here for me, I'm going to see if Senior Han is still nearby, Wen Siyue hurriedly instructed before rushing out the stone door without waiting for a reply from her Dao companion. The graceful man wanted to say something, but swallowed his words in the end after a brief hesitation. However, his brows were slightly furrowed as he looked on at Wen Siyue's departing figure. Wen Siyue walked out of the stone chamber, and her eyes immediately lit up. The chamber was situated on a broad stone platform, and the platform was, in turn, located on the peak of a steep mountain. The platform was surrounded entirely by sheer cliff faces that no mortal would have been able to climb up. However, the cause for her elation was that Han Li was standing in a corner of the stone platform, conversing with a cultivator in Star Palace robes. He stood with his hands behind his back and was speaking in a leisurely manner. The burly and menacing mid-core formation cultivator was like an obedient lamb in the face of Han Li, nodding and bowing incessantly while providing answers to Han Li's questions with a fearful expression. It appeared that this man was Star Palace cultivator guarding the teleportation formations on this end. Wen Siyue took a moment to compose herself, but she didn't immediately approach Han Li. Instead, she waited in silence as Han Li conversed with that Star Palace cultivator. After a while, Han Li waved a hand and seemed to have asked all of the questions that he had. The burly man extended a deep respectful bow before striding toward the stone chamber. Only then did Wen Siyue make her way over to Han Li. Thank you for your help back there, Senior Han. If it weren't for you, not only would we have been unable to make it to the outer seas, we could have been in deep trouble as well, Wen Siyue said with a respectful bow. Han Li wore a calm expression as he glanced at the woman and asked, "Don't mention it. You were only caught because of me, so it was only right for me to lend you a hand. Your trip here seems to be rather urgent. Is there some important matter you have to attend to? You have helped me a lot already and I should be content with the assistance I've received, but please forgive me for being greedy. My daughter is severely ill and could die at any moment. Please lend me your assistance again, Senior." Wen Siyue began to shed tears as she spoke, and it was quite clear that she really was extremely concerned for her daughter. "That poisoned little girl is your daughter?" A flash of light appeared in Han Li's eyes, but his expression still remained calm and collected. She is. You truly have an exceptional eye to be able to identify the cause of my daughter's illness, Senior Han. Wen Siyue turned to Han Li with a hopeful expression upon hearing Han Li's words. I overheard some parts of your conversation already. Haven't you already found a way to cure the poison? Why are you still coming to me? Han Li asked. Indeed, my Tao companion and I received guidance from a great man, telling us that the demon core of the white young demon fish could be used to create a pill that would cure this poison. However, this pill can't completely eradicate the poison. Even if it can temporarily save my daughter's life, her physique would be ruined and her cultivation path would be as good as over. You're a late nascent soul great cultivator, Senior, so you must have a better solution. Please help us, Senior, Wen Siyue urgently explained. I see. Han Li didn't immediately agree to help her. He merely fell silent as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Wen Siyue's heart was extremely uneasy, but she didn't dare to rush Han Li for an answer. She could only stare up Han Li with a pitiable beseeching look on her face. Han Li looked up at the dazzling sun in the sky, then down at Wen Siyue's gorgeous features, and to her surprise, he said, When did Brother Wen pass away? Wen Siyue was slightly taken aback to hear this, but a dejected look then appeared on her face as she replied, When I returned to the inner seas all those years ago, Father had already disappeared. I've searched for him for several decades, but am still yet to find any leads. Unless Father has reached the core formation stage, he has most likely already left his world. The path of cultivation is always fraught with peril, no one knows which step they'll be able to reach. If you were a stranger requesting for my assistance, then I would most likely ignore you. However, you've encountered me on more than one occasion, so it appears we have affinity with one another. Seeing as you're the door of my past acquaintance and I still have some time on my hands, I'll take a look at your daughter, Han Li finally agreed with a nod. Thank you for your kindness, Senryo. Wen Siyue was overjoyed to hear this and was about to fall to her knees in gratitude. This is not a place to be administering treatment. I'll wait for you in the inn in that small tun at the foot of the mountain. Come on over when you and your companions are ready. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air and an invisible force carried Wen Siyue's body, making her unable to fall to her knees as she intended. An azure light then flashed around him and he shot forth down the mountain as a streak of azure light. Wen Siyue faltered momentarily before rushing toward the stone chamber with an elated expression. Moments later, the seven of them all rushed toward the direction that Han Li had disappeared in. That Han brat has already reached the late nascent soul stage. In the inner star seas countless kilometers away, within the cave on the heavenly star city's sacred mountain, an incredulous male voice rang out, causing the entire cave to tremor. The man who had spoken was none other than one of the heavenly star sages. He has. I was also in disbelief, but I used my spiritual sense to verify his cultivation base several times, so there's no mistaking it, a female voice sounded in reply. The woman named Wen Qing had already taken off her scarf, revealing a set of beautiful yet slightly pale features, and she sat down on a translucent and glittering jade stone platform in the cave. That means his cultivation aptitude is even superior to yours and mine. The man seemed to have recovered slightly from his initial astonishment. That does appear to be the case. As far as I know, he wasn't 200 years old yet when he disappeared. His cultivation progress is unmatched by any of the past masters of the Star Palace. You and I only managed to just barely reach the late nascent soul stage at about 500 years of age. Wen Qing heaved a forlorn sigh. She had thought that she was a superb cultivation prodigy, only to find that she was merely a frog sitting in a well, and the stark contrast struck her with a sense of loss and sorrow. If that's the case, even if he's only just advanced to the late nascent soul stage, with the heaven void cauldron on his side, he should be able to match either one of us in battle. No wonder you changed your mind and let him go in the end. What's your first impression after talking to him? The man asked with furrowed brows. First impression. He's very cautious and bold. No, not bold. Instead, he's... Wen Qing's brows suddenly furrowed as an indecisive light flashed through her eyes. Is he difficult to describe? The man asked. After a brief hesitation, Wen Qing replied, No, it's not that. It's just that thinking back now, I've discovered something a little suspicious. Suspicious? Yes. Now that I think about it, he clearly knew that I was one of the heavenly star sages and that he was situated in the heavenly star city, but he showed no fear or concern about his situation. Even with the heaven void cauldron, he shouldn't have been that confident. Also, when I was facing him, I was struck by this indescribable sense of fear, as if he's an extremely fearsome person. I haven't had such a feeling in a very long time, Wen Qing mused as she recalled the situation. You cultivated the spirit premonition art, so your instincts are correct the vast majority of the time. That means that he really must be fearsome in some way. The man's voice had also become quite grave. Perhaps he really is as fearsome as my instinctive impression of him suggested. Otherwise, how could he have been so calm and collected in my presence? Wen Qing speculated. If that's the case, then the situation really is quite troublesome. We won't be able to kill him easily, so all we can do is try to recruit him with all our might. But with his immense power, if he were to join the Star Palace, how is Yuling going to be able to control him? Once one of us passes away, he could easily turn on us and take over the entire Star Palace. A hint of killing intent was seeping out of the man's voice. So what you're saying is, we still have to get rid of him. But what if this man is too powerful for us to kill and he ends up escaping? We'll be making an fearsome enemy for Yuling. The consequences of that will be catastrophic. Wen Qing was a little hesitant. If we don't think of a way to get rid of this man, he's going to stir up the entire scattered star seas sooner or later. We have no chance of making any further advancements on our cultivation paths, but we can't let the Star Palace fall by our hands. People who we can't recruit to our side must be killed. Even if it's going to be quite risky, we still have to try nonetheless, the man harumphed coldly without any hesitation. You do have a point, but this is an extremely important matter. In my opinion, it's best to think carefully before we act. Wen Qing shook her head, clearly in disagreement with the proposed course of action. Are you really that wary of him? If we join forces and use the divine essence fused mountain, there's no way he'd be able to escape, the man declared in a haughty manner. If we join forces and use the divine essence fused mountain, we do indeed have a 70 to 80% chance of killing him. However, he's a very cautious man and most likely wouldn't come to visit our sacred mountain voluntarily. Furthermore, the divine essence fused mountain is extremely useful in defense, but very maladroit when used to attack and pursue enemies. If we really want to catch him off guard, we'd have to use the divine essence fused mountain to enshroud the entire starry sky palace in the exact instant that he teleports back from the outer seas. Only then can we ensure that he won't be able to escape. Otherwise, if he tries to get away, it'll be very difficult for us to kill him, the woman mused. I'm well aware of that. I heard you gave him a guest elder badge, right? That's a great idea. If he uses the badge, we'll be able to track his location and get a rough estimate of when he'll return. In that case, it won't be impossible to set up an ambush at the Starry Sky Palace, the man said in a sinister voice. Wen Qing's brows furrowed and she didn't give a reply. Instead, she suddenly changed the topic and said something that was very surprising to the man. Almost all of the past masters of the Star Palace have consisted of a couple. Yuling is already an early nascent soul cultivator, yet she still doesn't have a Tao companion yet. Only by using the Star Palace's secret pair cultivation technique will she have a high success rate when progressing to the late nascent soul stage. Also, as long as one of the cultivators in the couple is a late nascent soul cultivator, the Star Palace will remain a dominant force in the scattered star seas. That was how we were able to become the masters of the Star Palace. There are only 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in the Star Palace of a similar age to Yuling, and she doesn't seem to have developed an interest in any of them. That's rather troublesome. What do you think of that, Han Brat? If he agrees to marry Yuling, how about we hand over the Star Palace to him? In that case, it would the same as handing the Star Palace over to Yuling. Also, with his astonishing rate of progression, there's a good chance that he'll be able to reach the deity transformation stage. Under his protection, Yuling could also reach that level someday, when Qing offered her alternative. Have him become Yuling's Tao companion. That's a good idea. However, this man is already a late nascent soul cultivator at such a young age, so there's a good chance that he already has a Tao companion, and he could even have a large number of concubines already. The man was still rather hesitant. So what even if that is the case? How can any of them compare to Yuling? We're handing over the Star Palace to him as a dowry. It should be apparent to him who's more important. In the worst-case scenario, he'll just have to abandon his concubines or make them his servants instead. This is not an uncommon occurrence in our cultivation world, Wen Qing replied with an indifferent smile. The man nodded before saying in a solemn voice, "All right, we'll do as you say, then. But if he turns us down, we'll have to join forces to get rid of him." A peculiar look suddenly appeared in Wen Qing's eyes as a cold smile surfaced on her face. Even if he doesn't agree, he won't be able to do anything to us. I have a plan that will make him become his worst enemy. When that time comes, he's going to slowly destroy himself and he won't be able to even think about touching our Star Palace. How are you going to do that? Make sure it doesn't backfire on us. The fact that this man was able to progress to the late nascent soul stage shows that he won't be easy to swindle. The man was rather surprised to hear this. Wen Qing chuckled before her lips tremored, transmitting her voice to the man rather than speaking directly to him. You want to do that? No, I absolutely won't agree to this. After listening for only a short while, a shocked look abruptly appeared on the man's face before his expression darkened. However, Wen Qing paid him no heed and continued to transmit her voice to him. After listening for a while longer, the anger on the man's face gradually disappeared. When Wen Qing finally concluded her voice transmission, the man fell into deep thought with his narrowed in contemplation. Wen Qing waited patiently for him in silence with a smile on her face. After a long which, a decisive look appeared on the man's face as he said, "We'll do as you say. If we don't succeed, then we'll employ other methods. In any case, we have to get rid of the Archsaint of the Six Paths, Wan Sangu, and any other people who could pose a threat to our Star Palace. Only then will we be able to hand over the Star Palace to Yuling. Of course. Both of us still have over 100 years left of our lifespans. That's more than enough to take care of these matters, so we don't have to rush things. As long as he wants to progress to the deity transformation stage, there's no way he won't fall for this trap." The woman seemed to be very confident in her own plan. Just as the heavenly star sages concluded their discussion in the cave on the sacred mountain, Hanli was sitting in a peaceful wooden cabin on the Silver Shark Island. He was holding on to the wrist of a thin and frail young woman in his hand, and a wisp of his spiritual power was roaming through her body, searching for something. This was none other than Wen Siue's daughter, a young woman by the name of Tian Qiner. She was seated on a wooden bed with her legs folded in front of her, and her face was slightly flushed as she raised her exposed arm for Han Li's examination. As for Han Li himself, he sat by the edge of the bed with no expression on his face. Nearby, Wen Siyue and the graceful man were standing completely still, not even daring to breathe too loudly as they stared at the young woman with concern in their eyes. Meanwhile, their 4 foundation establishment stage disciples were standing guard outside to prevent anyone from disrupting the diagnosis process. Han Li finally released Tian Qiner's wrist as he said, "The situation is indeed a little troublesome. This poison is constantly engulfing the spiritual power within her body, and it's rushing through her meridians in an extremely unpredictable manner. It's no wonder neither of you were able to do anything about this. You must have fed her a lot of pills, right? Otherwise, she would have perished a long time ago. Even so, pills are only a temporary fix and the spiritual power they offer will only provide more fuel for the poison. If things continue like this, she'll be dead in 3 months unless the poison is cured." The couple was stunned to hear this, and the graceful man asked in a trembling voice, "Senior Han, even you're unable to eradicate this poison." "I only said the situation was a little troublesome. When did I ever say I couldn't get rid of this poison?" Han Li glanced at the man and asked coldly. "Apologies for my rudeness, please forgive me, senior." Only then did the man recall that Han Li was a great cultivator and was not someone he could voice his doubts against. Upon arriving at this realization, a sheen of cold sweat immediately surfaced on his forehead. Han Li didn't say anything else. He turned toward the young woman sitting on the bed and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The young woman had been completely silent ever since she'd entered the room. Her cheeks had been slightly flushed when he had grabbed onto her wrist, but aside from that, she was remarkably calm. This was not the reaction he expected from a normal person. Even most cultivators couldn't pay so little heed to whether they lived or died as she did. What was even more surprising to Han Li was that he was struck by an indescribable sense of familiarity whenever he looked at her. This feeling was both familiar yet rather foreign, making him wonder if it were just a figment of his imagination. If it weren't for that fact that he had recently progressed to the late nascent soul stage, thereby significantly increasing the sensitivity of his spiritual sense, he most likely wouldn't even have been able to detect that ambiguous feeling. As for the poison that this young woman was afflicted by, taking care of it was a simple task to him. Han Li was very perplexed and he fell into deep thought as he stared the young woman before him. Wen Siyue and her Dao companion were both also rather puzzled to see this, but they merely looked at one another and didn't dare to disrupt Han Li with their words. All of a sudden, Han Li shuddered as a thought occurred to him. An extremely peculiar look appeared in his eyes as he appraised this Tian Qiner again. "Are you well versed in formation spells?" Much to their surprise, Han Li asked a question that was completely unrelated to the poison that Tian Qiner had been afflicted by. The young woman turned to Han Li with astonishment in her eyes upon hearing this, as did Wen Siyue and her Dao companion. "Senior Han, how did you know that my daughter is well versed in formation spells?" Wen Siyue couldn't help but asked. "There was an acquaintance of mine who was also quite proficient in formation spells and she bore some resemblance to your daughter," Han Li replied as he quickly composed himself. At the same time, a lithe and graceful figure surfaced in his mind. This lithe and graceful figure was of none other than Xayan Rian, the fiery woman whom he had met countless years ago. The two of them were actually completely different in physical appearance, but their dispositions were astonishingly similar. Could it just be a coincidence? Han Li had an unfathomable premonition that this was not the case. A light flashed through his eyes as he suddenly grabbed onto the young woman's hand before flipping it over to reveal her palm. There was a small red birthmark at the center of her palm and it was as vibrant as fresh blood. "Impossible!" Han Li exclaimed with an astonished expression. Han Li's outburst gave Wen Siyue and her Dao companion a massive fright. Before they had a chance to inquire about the situation, a burst of light suddenly flashed from Han Li's fingertip as he tapped it toward the red birthmark on the young woman's palm. A small ball of azure light then immediately disappeared into her palm. Wen Siyue and her Dao companion had no idea what was going on, but they didn't dare to disrupt what Han Li was doing. An incredible scene then ensued. After the azure light disappeared, the red birthmark became even more vibrant in color before beginning to elongate. Gradually, it transformed into a crimson dragon pattern that surfaced on the center of her palm. The dragon was extremely vivid and lifelike, as if it were an actual living creature. "I knew it," Han Li murmured to himself. He turned to appraise Tian Qiner again, and his expression became even more peculiar. Wen Siyue's heart immediately clenched up with concern upon seeing this, and she asked, "Senior Han, is my daughter?" Han Li exhaled, and asked, "It's all right, I've discovered why your daughter's condition is so strange. I heard from your conversation earlier that she was bitten by an unknown venomous insect before falling ill, right?" Wen Siyue's heart stirred, and she hurriedly replied, "That's right, our daughter was indeed afflicted by a venomous insect. However, we managed to get the insect to bite us as well, and its venom was indeed rather difficult to eradicate, but definitely not as difficult as in our daughter's case." Han Li pointed at the red dragon pattern on the center of the young woman's palm, and said, "Hee, that's only natural. The venom is only a red herring, leading you to believe that it's the root cause for your daughter's condition when in reality, the thing that's actually posing a threat to her life is her dragon cry physique. She's a female cultivator with a special physique unique to men. Furthermore, the insect most likely possessed extremely potent yang-type venom as well, and the combination of those two factors culminated in her current condition. The venom is merely a catalyst. Even without it, her vitality will gradually fade and she won't live past 40. Dragon cry physique. That's impossible. My Dao companion and I checked our daughter thoroughly after she was born, and we didn't discover any abnormalities within her body." Wen Siyue's face immediately turned extremely pale. Her dragon cry physique is very rare, and it's a type of recessive physique. Unless an external catalyst is introduced or it begins to take effect on its own, it's very difficult to detect. Those with such a physique would be able to progress quickly in their cultivation, but as their rate of progression increases, the yin and yang energies within their bodies will be thrown into imbalance. In the end, they'll inevitably perish before reaching the foundation establishment stage, Han Li replied calmly. "So that means even if this poison is eradicated, our daughter still won't be able to continue cultivating." A panicked look appeared on Wen Siyue's face and her Dao companion's expression had also become quite grave. "We'll talk about those things later. Let me get rid of the poison within her body first. You two, leave this cabin for now. I'll call you two back in when I'm ready," Han Li instructed. "Yes." The couple naturally didn't dare to object and could only exit the room. Upon seeing this, a hint of unease appeared on the young woman's face for the first time. Han Li turned toward her and abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. Azure light flashed and Tian Qiner felt her vision blur before she slumped onto the bed, completely unconscious. Han Li began to carefully examine her again, as if he wanted to find out something by assessing her. After a while, Han Li sighed and murmured to himself, "She has the same aura. She's also a woman with the dragon cry physique, and she's well versed in formation spells." Is this really just a coincidence or does reincarnation actually exist? He then brought his hands together before separating them again, upon which a dozen or so shiny silver needles as thin as threads of silk appeared between his fingers. Han Li waved his hands through the air and the silver needles shot forth, piercing into certain spots on the young woman's body with unerring accuracy, before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Li then made a series of hand seals as his fingers danced in an erratic manner. Bursts of light of all different colors flew forth from between his fingers, instantly transforming into a five-colored net of light that encompassed the young woman beneath it. Outside the wooden cabin was a small courtyard, within which Wen Siyue and her Dao companion were standing. They were constantly staring at the door of the wooden cabin with concern flashing through their eyes. It appeared that the two of them really were extremely loving of their only daughter. The four Foundation establishment disciples stood off to the sides, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The wooden cabin was completely silent, and this silence was only further fueling the graceful man's anxiety. However, despite his concerns, he didn't dare to transmit his voice to Wen Siyue. He knew just how powerful a late nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense was, and he was well aware that there was no way his voice transmission would escape Han Li's notice. If he said something to irk Han Li, then the consequences could prove to be disastrous. Just as his concern and anxiety were reaching a boiling point, Han Li's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "All right, you can come in now." The graceful man immediately rushed toward the cabin's door upon hearing this. As he did so, he took a glance at Wen Siyue. She was also wearing a delighted expression, thereby indicating that she must have received the voice transmission as well. Thus, the man immediately pushed open the door and walked in without any hesitation. Wen Siyue followed closely behind him. Han Li was still sitting on the same chair, and his head was lowered as he examined a ball of fist-sized azure flames in his hand. Within the flames were enveloped a few wisps of twisted and erratic black threads. Those threads seemed to possess a spiritual nature. Meanwhile, the young woman was lying completely still on the bed, seemingly sound asleep. The room was filled with an indistinct and peculiar fragrance that was extremely faint. "Senior Han, my daughter. I fed her a dream return pill. You two can go and have a look at her for yourselves." Han Li cut off Wen Siyue's inquiry as he rose to his feet and left the wooden cabin. Wen Siyue was greatly relieved to hear this, and after expressing her utmost gratitude, she and her Dao companion hurried over to the bed to assess their daughter's condition. Meanwhile, Han Li was playing with the balls of flames in his hand as he walked into the courtyard outside. The four Foundation establishment cultivators were stunned by Han Li's emergence, and immediately attempted to extend salutes toward this unfathomably powerful man. However, Han Li casually waved a hand at them, indicating for them to be at ease. He then made his way over to a corner of the courtyard and glanced at the ball of azure light in his hand, before abruptly rubbing his hands together. Golden light immediately erupted between his two hands amid the sound of rumbling thunderclaps. The azure ball of light only shimmered several times before it was reduced to wisps of smoke by the golden light. The twisted black threads also suffered the same fate as they were reduced to nothingness. An extremely foul and putrid odor wafted through the air, striking one with the urge to retch. Han Li's brows furrowed as he swept his sleeve through the air, sweeping up a powerful gust of wind that blew the horrible odor away. He then clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with his eyes narrowed, seemingly in deep thought. After a long while, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Han Li turned around, and said in an indifferent voice, "I've already eradicated the majority of the poison in her body, but it's best that you find the white young demon fish's demon core, then get her to consume it raw. After that, if there are any remnants of poison within her body, it'll be expelled as well. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. In my next life, I'll be sure to serve you as your most loyal servant to repay this debt." The person who was approaching Han Li was none other than Wen Siyue. "Next life? Do you really believe in reincarnation for us cultivators?" Han Li asked in a rather peculiar voice. "I'm not sure what you mean, Senior." Wen Siyue was rather perplexed by this random question. "Forget about it, I was just thinking out loud. Let me issue you a warning, I injected some of my profound spiritual power into your daughter's body, which has temporarily repressed the backlash from her dragon cry physique. However, that's only a temporary fix. If she gives up on cultivation, she'll be able to live as long as a normal person with the assistance of some pills. However, if she does continue to cultivate, even if the yang type energy in her body becomes just slightly more powerful, the spiritual power I planted in her will lose its effect and the backlash will commence again. Do you understand? Hanli warned with a stern expression. Is there really no way to eradicate the effects of the dragon cry physique? Please tell me if there's a way, Senior. I really wouldn't be able to bear the pain of outliving my daughter. Wen Cuyue's face was slightly pale as she sank to her knees again. On this occasion, Hanli didn't stop her. Instead, he merely said in a calm voice, "There is a way, but it'll be very difficult for you to achieve it." Wen Cuyue gritted her teeth with a determined expression and said, "As long as my daughter can cultivate again, I'll do anything, even if it means giving up my life." Hanli seemed to have been touched by Wen Cuyue's maternal love, and his expression eased as he revealed, "This is not something that can be done by a mere core formation cultivator. However, if you had a nascent soul cultivator readily available to lend you their services, then this method can be achieved. It's actually quite simple. All you need is a nascent soul cultivator to inject some yin-type energy into your daughter's body every once in a while. In doing so, the yang-type energy in her body will be counteracted against and she'll be able to continue cultivating. However, the prerequisite to that is that you must have a nascent soul cultivator who will come and go at your behest. Otherwise, you must get your daughter to constantly stay with a nascent soul cultivator." Of course, pills will need to be consumed during this process as well, and as her cultivation improves, the pills required will be more and more precious. If she reaches the foundation establishment stage, you and your Tao companion most likely won't be able to afford the required pills. I need a nascent soul cultivator that comes and goes at my behest. Wen Cuyue's face immediately paled. Her heart sank as soon as Hanli described this method to her. No matter how much she loved her daughter, she knew that this was simply impossible. At most, she and her Tao companion would perhaps be able to beg a nascent soul cultivator to administer treatment to their daughter on 1 or 2 occasions, but who would be willing to essentially become a slave to 2 core formation cultivators? As for the other alternative of having a nascent soul cultivator constantly stay with their daughter, that was even less plausible. After all, nascent soul cultivators generally only accepted core formation stage disciples. Of course, if Tang Qiner was extremely beautiful and had extraordinary aptitude, it was possible that a nascent soul cultivator would make an exception for her. However, with her current sickly looks and her cultivation physique, how could they expect her to catch any nascent soul cultivator's eye? With that in mind, Wen Cuyue was plunged into complete despair. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.